Beautiful corals. I remember thinking they were waving at us as they moved with the ocean. And then there were all these amazing fish. I'll never forget it. It completely changed the way I look at the ocean.
Most of us have a memory of being in nature we'll never forget. Let's protect the world's natural places so more memories can be made for generations to come. Visit worldwildlife.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Linda Kenyon. New warnings of flash flooding have sparked renewed fears and forced rescuers to suspend the search for more victims in Central Texas. CBS's Jared Eggleston is in Kerr County.
Local officials in Kerrville have already sent out several flood alerts, telling everyone that they need to get out of the water, get away from the water. That is as a system is poised to dump inches of rain on the area that has already been hit hard.
President Trump is threatening 30% trade tariffs on imports from Mexico and the European Union starting August 1st. Economic advisor Kevin Hassett explained why during an interview on ABC.
The bottom line is that he's seen some sketches of deals that have been negotiated with Howard Lutnick and the rest of the trade team, and the president thinks the deals need to be better.
People in Mexico are not taking kindly to this latest tariff threat. This man speaking through an interpreter.
I think it's a strategy designed to continue intimidating Mexico and to control us. But it gets us nowhere. It's like shooting himself in the foot.
1 year ago today, Thomas Matthew Crooks attempted to assassinate then-candidate Donald Trump during a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. CBS's Nicole Skanga says a review found a number of security shortfalls, like this one.
Local law enforcement who first spotted Thomas Crooks, the gunman, was not able to get in the ears of federal law enforcement.
The president was grazed in the ear by a sniper's bullet. One supporter was killed, 2 others in the crowd injured. White House border czar Tom Homan tells CNN a federal judge was wrong to halt immigration arrests in Southern California, adding only lawbreakers have any reason to be concerned.
ICE is looking for those in the country legally, and we're still prioritizing public safety threats and national security threats. That's the priority.
The Trump administration has appealed the decision in the case, which was filed by immigrant advocacy groups who accused the Trump administration of systematically targeting brown-skinned people. California Senator Alex Padilla defended the decision on CNN's State of the Union.
The fact of the matter is the vast majority of those being detained are the same people who were deemed essential workers at the end of the first Trump administration at the outset of the COVID-19 pandemic. That's a cruel, cruel irony.
A bipartisan push is underway in the U.S. Senate to impose new sanctions against Russia as the war against Ukraine drags on. South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham spoke about it on CBS's Face the Nation.
We're going after the people who keep Putin in business, and additional sanctions on Russia itself. This is truly a sledgehammer available to President Trump to end this war.
This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Americans everywhere are stressed out. CBS's Stacey Lynn has the story.
Wallet Hub compared more than 200 U.S. cities and found that Detroit was the most stressed out. They looked at things like how many hours residents work a week, unemployment, finances, and divorce rates. Work-related stress was what put Detroit in that number one spot. It has the highest unemployment rate in the country and lowest median household income. Cleveland ranks second, followed by Baltimore. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Mondays can cause a lot of stress. Researchers at the University of Hong Kong have found a case of the Mondays is a real thing, especially for older people. The researchers found older people who feel anxious about Mondays have higher levels of the stress hormone cortisol up to 2 months later. Elevated cortisol can weaken the immune system and lead to a host of chronic problems. Linda Kenyon, CBS News.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Former CIA officer Jason Hansen here. In my line of work, I've seen firsthand how fast the world can change. With rising geopolitical tensions and inflation eating your buying power, it's time to take action. For me, that means gold. And for gold, I exclusively trust Advantage Gold. I urge you to do the same. Call them now at 800-900-8000 for a free gold guide to discover the security that comes with owning precious metals. Again, call 800-900-8000 today.
Paid for by Advantage Gold. Performance may vary. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Always consult your financial and tax professional.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Steamy this afternoon with a couple of thunderstorms around. The last into the evening, highs into the mid-80s, partly cloudy tonight down to 71. Again, a thunderstorm in the area tomorrow, high 83. Then hot and humid Tuesday up to 90. For AccuWeather, I'm John Furyk, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh. Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I know this isn't my regular shift. Normally this is Lenny who had a family obligation today. Lenny's a wonderful family man. So, but he'll be here at 6 o'clock. So I'm doing 2 to 6 here for Lenny McAllister. Michael Bartley with you. It's great to be with you. And I can't get the Comparator family off my mind in Butler. You know, that was an incredible day yesterday. That turnout, the motorcycles and the concerts and all that stuff. And it's hard to believe it's been a year since he was murdered. Corey Comparator was murdered by Thomas Crooks, who's 20-year-old young man from, I'll never forget when they said, and I'm like, and he could have taken out a presidential candidate and future president. So it's a year. It's a year. You know, I remember thinking to myself, I was in this chair when it happened. And I was on the air for several hours nonstop. But, you know, I remember thinking, I don't know why, but I thought, it's Butler, Pennsylvania. Please don't be from this area. The assassin. We knew that the sharpshooter took him out. And I was thinking, please don't be from this area. Please don't be from this area. Please don't be from this area. This is horrible, horrible, horrible. And then they mentioned Bethel Park, and I was just, wow. And, you know, a year later, and this time has gone by quite fast, I think, and, you know, and the Comparator family, they're such wonderful people. We had them on the air last week and periodically, and they're just lovely, wonderful people. And their lives are changed forever. They lost their dad, they lost their brother, they lost a husband, they lost a grandfather, all of it. Murdered. He died a hero. But, you know, I when I was thinking today about all this, I worry how many more Thomas Crooks are out there. How many more political violence perpetrators are out there? Look at that Minnesota deal. You know, and people were mightily shocked. People who knew this young man from Bethel Park, that he was the assassin. That the Secret Service sharpshooter took him out, had to take him out, and snuck on the roof. And there's so many questions about security, and hopefully they've improved all that. But, you know, Scott McFarland from CBS News, they did an investigation 1 year later on Thomas Crooks. And I know so many people don't watch the news as much as others do. And I wanted to share this with you, related to people who were shocked that the young man who climbed onto the roof and opened fire on Donald Trump killed Corey Comparator and Butler last year. They were just shocked that it was this young man. So I want to share that with you right now. Mike, you got that for me?
Officer. Thomas Crooks was just 20 years old with no history of political radicalization or violence. Thomas Crooks. An engineering student who impressed his teachers with big plans for his future, according to his former professor, Patricia Thompson.
I thought he was a star student. He had his head on straight and he was on a path for success.
But when Crooks's path changed...
Right there! Right on the roof! He's going down!
Shooting and wounding President Trump, killing volunteer firefighter Corey Comparator, and injuring two more at a campaign rally near Pittsburgh. Crooks was killed by a Secret Service sniper. Did you think it can't be him?
Definitely.
This is my audience for the persuasion speech.
In the months before the incident, he was seemingly leading two lives. CBS News uncovered emails showing last year Crooks was applying to transfer to a 4-year engineering program, while at the same time designing a bomb. In between emails about school, Crooks ordered a chemical compound called nitromethane, which is flammable and explosive. He followed up when the shipment was late. He perused websites about firearms, tactical gear, ammunition, and then on December 6, 2023, internet logs show Crooks scanning a web page about Trump, and 1 minute later, reading about AR-15s, the same weapon he took to target practice at a nearby shooting range before using one in the Butler attack. We showed Thompson, who was interviewed about Crooks by the FBI, what we found.
I don't know why he would be so positive with his schoolwork and so dedicated to that, and then working on something, destructive.
6 months before the shooting, he was increasingly using encrypted email and internet, invisible online even to his friends.
Freshman year, 2019.
Is that more how you remember him?
Yeah.
Tristan Radcliffe, who was also interviewed by investigators, says images of Crooks from that day in July show a physical transformation.
When I would see him from elementary school to when I last seen him at college, he would always have tight denim jeans, glasses, short hair, and then just to see him like that, oh my goodness.
And then this was his final presentation.
Thompson, who taught Crooks in 2023, compiled an exhaustive archive of Crooks' schoolwork, searching for clues. Did you find it hard to open this back up?
Oh, yeah.
And the mystery over why he did it haunts those close to Crooks.
It's tragic. He did kill somebody, and, that's just unforgivable.
An FBI investigation into the shootings continues, and many hope it'll reveal something about Thomas Crooks' motives. As for his parents, we reached out in person and through their attorneys, who say they don't want to comment.
How many more people are out there with double lives like this young man? I don't know. And how many more Thomas Crooks are out there? This is what a year later I worry about. You know? How many more people like that Minnesota guy showing up at people's homes are out there? Can we really do anything to eradicate political violence? You know, discussing things and going on about what our views are is one thing. I think it's imperative to be respectful. But this political violence, there's just no excuse. There's no room. This is insanity. And I look, I wish we could have wave a magic wand and figure out what person's in what house, with an AR-15 like this Crooks guy climbing on a roof. But everyone who knew him, they were shocked. And then couldn't believe, had doubts that people said it was him. And so the same thing with that guy in Minnesota a few weeks ago. I just don't know. I just wonder. I wonder, can we really do anything to curb political violence? And I hope it's not a normalized thing. I really don't. And we will always consider Corey Comprator a hero. And, those people yesterday, I was watching the news accounts last night. That was so impressive. His family and, they were at the podium at that concert. They're just really wonderful people. They really are. Where this kid Crooks came from, who the hell knows? I just don't know. I really don't. But it's frightening to think that every time this happens, it's as if someone says, it can't be him, it can't be her, it can't. But they come out of the woodwork. Boy, oh boy. All right, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020, Sunday. So whenever I'm here on Sunday, I just say, hey, whatever you want to talk about is fine with me. Michael Bartley in for Lenny, and I'll be back.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Hey folks, NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader, continues to exceed customer expectations. Carol from Pittsburgh praised NASCO Roofing for their quality workmanship and the timely manner NASCO completed her new roof. She loved how friendly and easy NASCO Roofing was to work with. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Carol. Get NASCO on your roof next. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Jumpin' July savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dantisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. Bone-in country-style spare ribs are $1.79 a pound. Extra large fresh mangoes, 77 cents each. And selected varieties of Luigi's Italian Ice, 6-count packages, 2 for $5. Additional savings in our meat department. Gerber's Amish Farm fresh chicken thighs or drumsticks, $1.69 a pound. And frozen mahi-mahi fillets, 8-ounce portions, $5.79 each. In our produce department, farm fresh zucchini or yellow squash, 99 cents a pound. And sweet Northwest cherries are $1.99 a pound. In our deli department, Southwest pasta salad, $5.99 a pound. And Coons deep fried turkey breast is $9.99 a pound. And this week, selected varieties of Chobani yogurt, 5.3-ounce containers, 5 for $5.
Get in on the Jumpin' July savings at Coons Market. How do you find the Coons Market nearest you? Click on CoonsMarket.com. Coons Market, Pittsburgh tradition.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Early bird special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden Inn, Pittsburgh, Cranberry and Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar at 8 p.m.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back. I'm in for Lenny this afternoon till 6 o'clock, 866-391-1020. It's great to be with you. Nancy in Sewickley. Nancy, you're my first caller today. Welcome, Nancy.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to talk about the big, beautiful bill.
Oh, sure.
I was listening to the stock market program, and they were talking and saying that corporate jets, there's going to be a mass increase as far as production of them. And it's because they're allowed now, if they buy a $50 million jet, they can go and depreciate that for the first year and write it off.
Mm.
So I would like to thank Guy Rethenstaller, Mike Kelly, Dave McCormick for allowing us now that we can go out there and buy our corporate jets and we can deduct the whole amount.
Mm.
Isn't that nice of them?
Wow, I know what you're saying. I'm not familiar with the corporate jet element. I'll take your word for it. I will. When in the meantime, SNAP benefits are going away.
Right, exactly. That's what I mean. And another thing I'd like to ask. Dave McCormick had mentioned that he had taken his wife to the Middle East for some type of business. Do you have any idea when they take their spouses, does the taxpayers pick that up or do the individuals pay for their spouses?
I don't know. I really don't. I think if you're invited on Air Force One by the president, no matter who the president is, you're good to go there. Taxpayers pick that up, I believe. Now, I'm not sure on the other trips. I'm not sure. I'm really not.
Well, I don't think we should be paying for spouses if that's the case.
Well, I think you're right about that, especially if 12 million people are going to lose their health care with this big beautiful bill that some people think is a big ugly bill, and especially if Republicans have been crying their eyes out for years about the deficit. Years.
Right.
And now it means nothing as long as taking money from the poor to give to the rich, and it means absolutely positively nothing. This is what $3.4 trillion minimum And they all voted for it. So they have absolutely zero credibility on the national debt. And they used to be, and I, as a moderate, I used to vote for Republicans who were fiscally responsible and fiscally moderate to conservative. I had no issues with that, but no more. They have no more credibility. None. Zero with me. None.
Well, speaking of health care, I think we should eliminate that these government officials get free health care paid for by the taxpayers. I think they need to pay for that out of their own pocket, and then maybe they will feel the pain of a lot of people who have to purchase health care or are under certain kind of programs.
Very
Let them
interesting.
pay for their own.
Very interesting. That's an interesting point, and you're not the first one who has suggested that, given the fact that 12 million people may lose their health care because of all this. And, I don't know. Look, the midterms are next year. Is this going to be a factor? I don't know, because I wish I could say yes. And I like Dave McCormick on some things. I do. And he's been on my show before, and he's very responsive to the media, that kind of thing. Mike Kelly, I've been with him. We have mutual friends, this big beautiful bill, I'm not attacking anybody personally, but I mean, come on, and then every single economist is like, no. Economic boosting the economy is not going to eradicate the national debt. You're adding $3.4 to $4 trillion to the national debt, and whenever a Democratic bill came along, all you said over and over and over, we can't afford it. We can't afford it. The big spending Democrats. Well, now it's big spending Republicans who have no respect and don't care about the debt. None. They don't care.
Well, look how much that big parade there, where all the military was on Trump's birthday, was going down Washington, D.C. What on earth did that cost? Wasn't that a waste of taxpayers' dollars?
Millions and millions and millions of dollars, and it was poorly attended. And I'm not criticizing our military. God love them and God bless them. But it was poorly attended, and it was sort of. Not from the military. They had to do what the commander-in-chief tells them, but that was kind of a flop, and there were millions of dollars spent.
Well, we can't call Republicans conservative anymore, because they're not conservative when it comes to spending money.
Not fiscally. Right. Fiscally.
Right.
I think that I guess that was all. What is Donald Trump? What is his favorite word? Hoax. That's like he says that the global warming is a hoax. I guess we were hoodwinked. It was a hoax that Republicans were fiscally conservative. That's just not true. That's there's no way. Nancy, thanks so much for the call. I appreciate it.
Okay.
All right. Have a good rest of the day.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. Anything you want to talk about. But, and Barb and Allison Park, you'll be next. But we have news here at the bottom of the hour. And then I want to get into, how about the MAGA people fighting like cats and dogs? My. I'll tell you what that's all about coming up, too. All right, Michael Bartley, KDKA.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way. Give Baths R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $12,500 bathroom remodel with an additional savings of up to $3,000 plus low to no monthly payments. 412-556-2284. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040. 800-408-4040.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life. Your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. New flash flood warnings force the suspension of the search for people still missing in central Texas. CBS meteorologist Nikki Nolan is tracking the storm.
Over 9 inches has already fallen in parts of central Texas, with more on the way.
European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen says President Trump's threatened of 30% tariffs against the European Union and Mexico will not go unchallenged.
We have worked and now are ready to respond with countermeasures.
The tariffs are slated to begin August 1st. Today marks 1 year since the assassination attempt against then-candidate Donald Trump during a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. He reflected on it during an interview with his daughter-in-law, Lara Trump, on her show on Fox News.
They should have had somebody in the building. That was a mistake. They should have had communications with the local police. They weren't tied in.
Yannick Sinner has defeated Carlos Alcaraz at Wimbledon. CBS News Brief. I'm Linda Kenyon.
After years of diving into the ups and downs of retirement planning, we've decided to change the name of our show, Expedition Retirement. Join us for Fire Your Financial Advisor, Saturday night at 8 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
There was this one time I went snorkeling in the Caribbean when I was a kid. It really just blew my mind. We saw the most beautiful corals. I remember thinking they were waving at us as they moved with the ocean. And then there were all these amazing fish. I'll never forget it. It completely changed the way I look at the ocean.
Most of us have a memory of being in nature we'll never forget. Let's protect the world's natural places so more memories can be made for generations to come. Visit worldwildlife.org.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Former CIA officer Jason Hansen here. In my line of work, I've seen firsthand how fast the world can change. With rising geopolitical tensions and inflation eating your buying power, it's time to take action. For me, that means gold. And for gold, I exclusively trust Advantage Gold. I urge you to do the same. Call them now at 800-900-8000 for a free gold guide to discover the security that comes with owning precious metals. Again, call 800-900-8000 today.
Paid for by Advantage Gold. Performance may vary. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Always consult your financial and tax professional.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
The Shindig Charitable Music Fest, August 1st through the 3rd at Union Brewing in Zelienople, presented by My Preferred Insurance and Home Solutions, is packed with the best mix of 18 regional and local musicians, playing everything from 80s and 90s, country rock, blues, old school country, and classic and pop rock. All proceeds benefit local first responders. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A couple of heavy gusty storms in the area this afternoon and this evening. We'll top out in the mid-80s, partly cloudy tonight down to 71. Again, a thunderstorm in the area tomorrow, high 83. Then mostly sunny, hot, and humid Tuesday up to 90. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Only 1 in 5 people with autism are employed, despite many having the skill set and desire to work.
Maybe it's because employers don't know what kind of jobs they can do. Like, what about a programmer?
That's a job for someone with autism.
How about a healthcare worker?
Yep, that is too. People with autism can do a lot of different jobs, but often get overlooked due to outdated stigmas. Introducing WIN by Autism Speaks. We help businesses lead the way in inclusive hiring.
What about a ranch hand?
To learn more, go to autismspeaks.org/win.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
And I'm in for Lenny McAllister on this Sunday afternoon. Good to be with you. And I want to get into this, I at the top, I talked about the 1-year anniversary of the assassination attempt in Butler. And I was surprised this morning. It didn't get a lot of play. Of course, maybe more play here locally because it was local and the would-be assassin was from Bethel Park. Corey Comparator murdered, died a hero shielding his family. And I just, I don't know. Have we learned anything about political violence? 866-391-1020. And I do want to get into the the morning talk shows this morning, and I watch Meet the Press, and this week I watch Face the Nation, and I like Chris Christie. I do. Man, this thing about the Epstein files and the Trump administration, boy, are they fighting! The MAGA folks fighting with the Trump administration. I'll get into that in a little bit. All right, Barb in Allison Park. Barb, thanks for waiting, and you're up.
Hi. How you doing, Michael?
Fine. How are you, Barb?
Hey.
Good.
Good. Listen, I am glad you mentioned about those Epstein letters or names. We better get a hold of that list.
Wait, everybody, I think so too. What are they worried about? Just let us know. Just tell us.
Yeah, just let us know. But actually, that's not why I called.
Yeah.
I'm figuring you might be able to help me. Do you know a person named Heather Cox Richardson?
Vaguely. Is she Boston College? Like.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
She's a history professor.
Yeah. She's in the news every once in a while, but I don't know a lot about her. What makes you think? Why do you ask?
Well, here's why I asked.
Okay.
Because I took a bit of a verbal tongue lashing from my daughter when she found out I listened to KDK radio all the time. Because
Why was she mad about that?
Because now this is her words, not mine.
Okay.
KDK radio is just a bunch of far-right MAGA fanatics.
Oh, she doesn't listen to me.
No. Well, she doesn't. And she doesn't listen to the callers. I mean, you have educated callers. When I hear Cynthia, callers like Cynthia,
and I have MAGA callers too. But I'm okay with everybody. You know, it's fine. But
no,
you know,
she writes off the whole station. It's far right conservative shock jocks. Did you know you were a shock jock, Michael?
And it's not. Wait a minute. And then that's not true. It's just not.
I know. I mean, and there was no convincing her. But anyway, she had suggested that I listen to and read something related to Heather Cox Richardson. Now, here's what I'm figuring. Cynthia is one of the most educated people I know that calls in, and she inspired me to start reading a lot because it sounds like she does.
Yes,
so
she does. Yeah, she's a very bright lady. Yeah.
Right. So I got a book that Heather Cox Richardson wrote called Democracy Awakening, and I've been listening to her podcast. I don't know what to think, Michael.
Why?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I'm hoping maybe Cynthia or one of your other listeners knows something about her. If this is who my daughter is listening to, no wonder she thinks KDKA is off
Okay,
the
wait
wall.
a minute. Back up. What about her podcast that sort of unnerved you? Is it way too liberal or progressive or something?
Well, I read some reviews of her book, Democracy Awakening, and one of the criticisms were that she just took some facts and seemed to turn it into maybe something not very objective. As a history professor, I would expect it to be a little bit more factual. You know, like, have you ever read anything Dr. Gormley wrote? His book on Archibald Cox.
Yeah, a little
amazing.
bit. Yeah, a little bit. Wait, is Heather Cox Richardson, is it, are you worried that it's sort of conspiracy theory stuff?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think maybe kind of liberal. And you see, I'm a moderate. I think that's why KDK kind of fits me pretty well.
I'm liberal culturally. I am liberal culturally, but moderate on a lot of fiscal things. You know, like, but not. You know, I used to think Republicans cared about the national debt, but they have no credibility with me now. Zero. And But I'm a sort of a centrist like you, you know. I think, and I used to believe in government in terms of compromise. I do, but that seems to be over. It really does.
Well, I am hoping somebody has some insight into it. You know, this is how I roll. When you talk about political violence, I hate what's happening right now. I vote. I write to my Congress people. But then when the election is done, I try very hard to respect the office. I just respect the office. Okay, my girl didn't win. Okay, boo-hoo.
Yeah,
All right, let's just move on.
Boo-hoo. Yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
Let's wait for the midterms. That's usually, and I just tell people, remain calm. Don't get too worked up. This violent atmosphere that we are in, like, I get a sense, and maybe some of your other callers, our listeners, will know about this author. She's just on that side that kind of incites people. I mean, my daughter's reaction was pretty intense.
I'm going to have to look her up. I think, and on the other side, I think, Steve Bannon, you know who he is?
Well,
I know you're not a fan. I'm not. Yeah, me too. And I hate to even think about that. But the Breitbart News, I looked that up, and there's on the front page. There's conspiracy theories everywhere, and I was thinking, what in God's name? I mean, people consume this and believe it. And look, I think if you are on the extreme right or on the extreme left. And I don't know much about Cox Richardson. I don't. And I know what you're saying about, you're worried about your daughter wondering, that kind of thing. But if she thinks I'm a conservative, she's way off base. Oh man. But anyway, and look, I think this, no matter what you read or do or say, I think it's up to the person to do their research. I have a caller or two and they spew conspiracy theories. That's the only time I really hang up on people. It is, this Epstein thing I'm going to be talking about. It's conspiracy theories all over the place with it. And I don't do that to bring legitimacy to conspiracy theories. I bring it because you can't believe what's happening within the White House staff right now. And that's a legitimate story. But look, you know what, Barb, I think just you're doing all the right things. Keep doing your homework on it. And Cynthia, if you're listening, get out of the pool and help us. Cynthia probably will know.
I bet she's going to know. I'm going to listen because she's probably going to call in.
Yeah, she will, and she'll be flattered that a lot of my callers love when Cynthia calls. She's very bright, she really is, and but my callers get mad at her too. I mean, I fight with her, not fight, but we disagree about a lot of the progressive stuff. We do, but she would know who this Heather Cox Richardson is. She probably read the book as well, but don't get too. Don't get too.
No, not too worked up about it.
Don't get too worked up about it because I get worked up sometimes.
Maybe you might know.
When the young people in my family, quote MAGA stuff, I get sort of it takes great restraint on my part not to get worked up because I just can't believe it. I can't believe it. I just can't. And,
now you need to know this though. I am a moderate, but I'm a Republican.
That's okay. So what? I'm a moderate, but I'm a Democrat.
Well, I know that, but I think I just wish people would on every side would just kind of calm down. And I'm about your age because I hear you talk about old Pittsburgh memories, and I just love when you go back and talk about that old stuff.
And I love that.
Well, yeah, I know, unfortunately, I don't know if we'll ever get back to those days, but I'm glad there's still people around who share the memories like you do to the public, so it's good.
Yeah, and you know what, Barb? I'll tell you something. One of the most... look, I long for the day of going back to realistic Democrat, Republican... compromise, respect. When I started at WQED so many years ago, you know who our board chair was? Elsie Hillman, and I was like, oh, she's a Republican. She was the most normal Republican. There was, my gay friends would yell at me because there were some things I liked what Reagan did. And I had really dear friends who worked for Bush 41, the father. And I wasn't a fan of Bush the son, but I sort of, I loved his wife, all that type stuff. But now it's like, oh, don't say you like the opposite. Oh boy, because that's a cardinal sin. You can't go there. And that's very sad what's happened to our country. It is.
Well, it's true, but Michael, in my world, I hang with moderates, Republicans and Democrats, and we can sit and talk. But sometimes with family, they are so angry on both sides. I can't have a conversation. It makes me feel bad.
That makes me feel bad too. And you're not alone. Mm-hmm. I just said it's the same. I know. Same with me.
But you know what? Sad. If you read, Lenny McAllister is another person who has really influenced me, and I have read so many things that he has
Lenny's
recommended
a great
and
guy,
gone beyond.
And he's not some crazy wacko MAGA person like your daughter thinks. No, Lenny's a dear friend. He's not.
She won't do it. She won't tune in. You have to listen to KDKA pretty regularly to get a sense of what the whole network is about. Yeah, and she just won't do it.
Just I got to run here, but tell her just to listen to me Thursday evening. All right. Just tell.
Thank you.
Just give me an hour. Okay, Barb. Thanks so much. It was great. I'm so glad you called, Barb from Allison Park. I appreciate it. All right, I'll be back, and we'll go back to the phones.
The KDKA mobile news fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Summer's here, and so is Len Lacina from Lacina Drapery and Blind Factory.
Lacina can immediately refresh your home with custom window treatments. For over 60 years, our family-owned company has handcrafted stunning draperies in our very own factory and offers top-quality blinds, shades, shutters, and more.
Take advantage of Lacina's free shop-at-home service or visit their showrooms in Dormont and Wexford. Remember, Lacina's prices can't be beat. 412-665-4900 or visit LacinaDrapery.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
Did you miss this week's Allegheny Health Network Medical Frontiers? Log on to the Allegheny Health Network website to listen to your favorite Medical Frontiers show. Visit ahn.org/Medical Frontiers podcast and look for your favorite Medical Frontiers show.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
And I'm in for Lenny until 6 o'clock. Speaking of getting along with Republicans and Trumpers, look who is on the line. Dan in Mount Pleasant, my man. Hi, Dan.
Hey, Michael B. How are you doing today?
Fine. What are you doing? You driving again?
Driving? No. I'm standing still in my repair shop.
Oh, okay. Your what? Your repair shop?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. What are you working on today?
I'm just cleaning and organizing and taking down some decorations.
What, like Christmas decorations?
No, 4th of July.
Oh, man. You know that some
taking
people...
down my banners.
I heard this the other day. Do you know some people leave their Christmas tree up all year round? Did you know that?
Yeah, and how about these people with those, like, skeletons they leave out in the yard and they change the outfit?
That's stupid. That's stupid. I know. I don't. Oh man, I don't get it. I don't get it.
Hey, Mike, I want to go over. I guess the SNAP benefits. That's going to be the new talking point now. Have you been into a Sheetz lately?
You know, I was at a Sheetz the other day in Donegal. I got off the turnpike and went right in there. Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm in Sheetz. I'm on the road a lot too. I'm in a Sheetz probably 3 to 5 times a day when I'm on the road. I want to read you the sign that Sheetz has. It's very short.
Mm-hmm.
This is in a lot of the Sheetz I've been in. Don't do it. Buying or selling SNAP, EBT benefits, food stamps, or WIC benefits is a federal crime. You may be fined or go to jail. And it has who to contact. Do you think for a
Wait, where did you see that? Wait, at the cash register?
On the Sheetz. Sheetz has these posted throughout their stores.
What does it mean? I don't understand. What does it mean? What is it? I don't get it. Oh, you mean like food
stamps.
Okay.
What they're saying is that people I'm going to make my point here, Mike.
Go ahead.
A corporation like Sheetz to have to put that on the door, that tells me as a citizen that there is a huge amount of fraud going on in that program. That's what that tells me. Because basically what people are doing is, okay, these starving, hungry people, they're getting these food stamps, and what they're doing is they're selling them or giving them to somebody, and then they're getting them, and people are using those to go in and buy stuff. There was a guy out here in Mount Pleasant several years ago. He used to have a little store. I'm not going to mention the name. It was in a different town. It was out here. And what he was doing is people were going into the local Walmart, and they were getting cases of soda. And they would take it to his store. They were buying them with those food stamp programs.
Oh.
And they were taking it to this guy, and he was using cash to buy that stuff. And so they get a deal, he gets a deal, and he was turning around and selling that stuff. So, you know, this is what gets me when we start having all these programs is people start to use and abuse these things like crazy. And that's my point, is for Sheetz to have a sign like that, that tells me the problem's pretty big.
It tells me there's a problem, but it doesn't legitimize, Dan, for me, that some people use the program legitimately, single parents with little kids. I
am sure, Mike, that there are many people out there, probably more than one, not as many as get the benefits that actually do need it. But, you know, Mike, one of the best statistics, you know the best way to keep a person out of poverty? 3 simple steps. Graduate high school, get a job, don't have babies outside of marriage. You know, those 3 basic concepts right there, you can keep about 80 to 85% of the people out of poverty and able to take care of themselves.
I'm not so sure of that, Dan, given the fact that a decent percentage of people who use food pantries, who use food stamps, are people who have disabilities and cannot work, mental disabilities and physical disabilities. Don't forget about them, Dan.
And there's always people in society who need help, Mike.
There are always people that are going to cheat. You know, I mean, come on.
Right.
You don't think millionaires? You don't think millionaires cheat on their taxes? Come on.
I think a lot of people, when you take a look at a program, like you look for loopholes.
Yeah, I know. Wait, you know that I'm a big fan of All in the Family. I can't help it, and that was such a great show years ago. The other day, Archie was talking that Archie got audited, and and his buddy who owned the cab company said, "Well, they need me to come down there," and he goes. And he goes, "What are you doing? Did you cheat on your tax?" He goes, "No, I did all the right things." He goes, that's why they're calling you down there. Nobody makes a legitimate return. You know, that's why it was a red flag. Dan, I got to run here, my man. We'll talk again soon. Thanks so much. Good luck in your workshop today. And, okay, 866-391-1020. George and Clareton, you're going to be my next caller after we have news and an update from CBS in a couple minutes away. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
East Carson Street, for recent years, they've had more than their share of issues. In Pittsburgh City Council's Bob Charlin.
When things get serious, we've got 12 officers here who are not, this is their world. They're fully trained for this, and I believe they're the best entertainment patrol in the entire country. We also know that 12 officers is just not enough.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Former CIA officer Jason Hansen here. In my line of work, I've seen firsthand how fast the world can change. With rising geopolitical tensions and inflation eating your buying power, it's time to take action. For me, that means gold. And for gold, I exclusively trust Advantage Gold. I urge you to do the same. Call them now at 800-900-8000 for a free gold guide to discover the security that comes with owning precious metals. Again, call 800-900-8000 today.
Paid for by Advantage Gold. Performance may vary. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Always consult your financial and tax professional.
UPMC is redefining cardiac care for women.
The number one killer of women is heart disease.
UPMC McGee Women's Heart Program is the only integrated women's health and heart provider in the state.
We have by far the most comprehensive cardiac care in the region and across the nation. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Linda Kenyon. New warnings of flash flooding have sparked renewed fears in hard-hit Central Texas. CBS's Jared Eggleston in Kerr County has details.
All of that rain, they are very worried that the river could once again rise. We got several emergency alerts this morning from local officials saying, hey, you need to get away from the river. So that caused them to full-on suspend operations.
President Trump is threatening 30% trade tariffs on Mexico and the European Union starting August 1st. Economic advisor Kevin Hassett on ABC was asked if these tariffs will hold.
These tariffs are real if the president doesn't get a deal that he thinks is good enough. But, conversations are ongoing, and we'll see where the dust settles.
CBS's Adrian Bard reports Mexico appears open to negotiations.
Mexico's president said at a weekend event that she believes a new agreement will be reached with the United States, and that Mexico's negotiating team can achieve better conditions. She said Mexico is clear on what it can work with and what it cannot work with.
Palestinians report more Israeli airstrikes in Gaza have killed scores of civilians. CBS News reporter Linda Gradstein reports from Jerusalem.
The Israeli army said it struck more than 150 terror targets in Gaza over the past day, including Hamas operatives, booby-trap buildings, and weapons depots. The Hamas-run health ministry said dozens of Palestinians were killed, including some waiting in line to receive aid at an Israeli-backed aid site. The continued fighting comes amid reports that ceasefire talks in Qatar are stuck.
A bipartisan push is underway in the U.S. Senate to impose new sanctions against Russia as its war continues against Ukraine. South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham is a co-sponsor of a bill.
Putin has calculated that we would get tired and Europe would get weary. He made a huge mistake. NATO is bigger and stronger, and we're more committed than ever to make sure he does not take Ukraine by force.
Senator Graham spoke on CBS's Face the Nation. We have a winner at Wimbledon.
Sinner takes his piece of Wimbledon history. What a wonderful match.
Jannik Sinner has defeated two-time defending champion Carlos Alcaraz 4-6, 6-4, 6-4, 6-4 to win the first Wimbledon championship and reverse the result of the epic French Open final of 5 weeks ago. The victory by the number one ranked Sinner gave him his fourth Grand Slam title overall. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louis found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louis.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
1 year ago today, President Trump survived an assassination attempt during a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. More from CBS's Michael Wallace.
20-year-old Thomas Crooks was armed with a rifle when he climbed atop a building with a clear view of Trump's podium. Trump was shot in the ear. One audience member was killed and 2 were injured. A sniper killed Crooks.
Good to move.
Former classmates said Crooks was a loner.
He was like a kid that was always alone. He was always bullied.
Investigators found bombs in his car and home. He left no manifesto. Last week, 6 Secret Service agents tasked with securing the Butler rally were suspended. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
President Trump is attending the FIFA Club World Cup final in New Jersey today. Sporting events have made up a significant chunk of the president's domestic travel this year, including appearances at the Super Bowl and at the Daytona 500. Linda Kenyon, CBS News.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Former CIA officer Jason Hansen here. In my line of work, I've seen firsthand how fast the world can change. With rising geopolitical tensions and inflation eating your buying power, it's time to take action. For me, that means gold. And for gold, I exclusively trust Advantage Gold. I urge you to do the same. Call them now at 800-900-8000 for a free gold guide to discover the security that comes with owning precious metals. Again, call 800-900-8000 today.
Paid for by Advantage Gold. Performance may vary. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Always consult your financial and tax professional.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Steamy this afternoon with a couple of thunderstorms around. The last into the evening, highs into the mid-80s, partly cloudy tonight down to 71. Again, a thunderstorm in the area tomorrow, high 83. Then hot and humid Tuesday up to 90. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
And I'm in for Lenny this afternoon. On a Sunday, I'll be here till 6 o'clock. I can't get that Barb from Allison Park's call off my mind. Her daughter told her that KDK radio is nothing but right-wingers. Woo, man. Oh, man. She needs to start listening to me. And I don't know anybody who's a right-winger here. I don't think. I think people are pretty fair. We're very fair. This station takes everyone's opinion, and we do news of the day. Nobody does news better. When we react to news of the day. You know? Some are maybe a little more to the right of me, but I don't think we have any extremists. Zero. I don't think so. I don't. That's why that's why people love calling us. So they can get a fair shake here. Indeed. All right. Speaking of which, one of my favorite callers, George in Clairton. Here he is. Hi, buddy.
Mr. Bartley, I've been waiting for you all week. I've had some conversations with a few.
Yeah.
Rob Pratt and with Lenny.
Yeah, where were you? Where were you? I was there Thursday and Friday night. Where were you?
I might have had you on for a little bit.
Wait, you called me Thursday night, didn't you? I thought you did.
Maybe I did. I'm trying to think.
I think
what the flavor of the day was. I could kind of remember this time last year, and I mean this time last year before everything went down. Do you remember the big news story that started the day off? Who passed away last year? It was Richard Simmons. I want to say Fitzsimmons. Richard Simmons.
What a great trivia question. But I was on.
You were on right now, but you might have stayed extended.
I was in this chair, and
right.
My
That was later. That was
my
at
producer
6:13.
Ryan McCullough hit me in the ear and said, "Michael, there's been a shooting at the Trump rally."
Right.
And then I'm like, we're looking into this, and then things. I said, if you're at the Trump rally, call me. And I got calls left and right from people because they were in their cars.
And Marty came on.
And thank God, because I was fried. It was 3 hours of uninterrupted.
Right.
Uninterrupted. We didn't do any commercials, if you remember. But people were in traffic in Butler. They couldn't get out because.
Oh yeah.
I mean, security was. Oh man, it was. Because nobody knew at that time if there was anything more happening, And I even got calls, if you remember, from the Butler Regional Hospital, whatever it's called, I can't remember, where Trump walked in, and people were like, "I'm in the emergency room. I think her kid had tonsillitis or something. I don't know what something." And she's like, "I'm watching the Donald Trump come into this hospital," and I don't. But it was. Boy, that day was something. Oh, my.
Well, I remember it went on to about at least 9 o'clock. Today, now, I'm trying to have, is it life that imitates art or art imitates life? I got up today, and I always like to air out my shirts in the summer. My T-shirts. I air them out, like, on my screen door. Yeah. And I keep one of my windows out to get more air. I don't deal with air conditioning. I don't deal with TV. I'm a Spartan, brother.
Are you serious? Because I'm going to tell you something.
Sir.
I wonder.
Yes,
okay, now then you can give me some advice, because this is weird. One day I feel fine.
So am I.
Okay, just hold on. The next day, like today, I feel like I have a cold again. It's the air conditioning.
It is the air conditioner. I've always, I don't anymore, but as a child, anytime I was around AC, and I always hated the heat, but I think of it, hey man, I think of myself as being, hey, one of them Cubanos.
Yeah, you know what's weird, George? You know what's weird too
warriors in that heat.
George, what's weird too is my upstairs, and I live in an older house, and it's it's I love it, but but upstairs, it's not too cold. But when I go downstairs, which is very typical, like in an older house when you have central air, when I go downstairs, it's 20 below. If it's 90 degrees outside, it's 20 below in my living room.
Yeah, I just don't like it. I think it uses too much power. It makes us too lazy. I'm not saying I love to sit and sweat, but I think. When I'm sitting and sweating, I always have a dog or two at my side. It's one of my shepherd or my.
You have a German. You have a German shepherd.
I have a shepherd. She's a kind of police. She's a Czech like the old Czechoslovakian / DDR.
You never told me that before. I love German shepherds.
Oh yeah, I'm a big dog lover. And then I just got this one 2 months ago on May 18th. My daughter, she's a year old. I call her this one here, Cookie. She's part shepherd and probably part pit, but I would say part beagle. I'm going to get a DNA down on her.
Hold on.
I know the shepherd.
Wait a minute. Were you listening to me a couple weeks ago when I watched Sarge?
I
watched Sarge. Yeah. Oh man, that dog, and he's a Belgian Malinois, and
yeah, there you go.
He wouldn't let anyone walk. He wouldn't let anyone walk by without going like this and barking like crazy. I love shepherds. We had shepherds when I was a kid too.
Did you?
I loved German shepherd. And then my last two dogs were boxers. I love boxers too.
Oh yeah.
Wonderful.
I never had a
dogs.
boxer, but I love them.
Wait, is your shepherd protective, like and territorial?
Yes,
they are. They can't help it. That's what they are. That's what they are.
Yeah, I could take her outside, and I worked her in obedience. We had a great guy. He was a canine cop for almost 30 years in Charleroi, and I've taken all my dogs there, and he's done such a great job. And, you know, I have an issue. I have that Charcot-Marie tooth, that CMT disease, like Alan Jackson has in my left leg.
Yeah.
So I have a brace now, and that dog doesn't, either one, does not pull me. They could pull me down the steps and pull me into the wall. Because if you're a healthy guy, that dog is still 3 times as strong as you. They wait for me empathetically.
See, they know. They
do know.
All right, George, can I tell you that I'll never
cool.
forget this? My oldest brother who died of juvenile diabetes, but he was married and had kids and everything. But he lost his eyesight eventually, and
sure.
And we were at a friend's house, one of my friend's houses, and my brother Larry was there, and my friend had a black lab, and and this is probably what your dogs do too now, because if you have that brace. Like Larry sat down, and this was weird. I never saw this dog like this before. He sort of liked everybody, but he backed up. He backed up his butt against Larry's waist, and would not, like and whatever he did, like he would not leave him. And Larry's like, this dog knows that I'm blind, and that's true. You know, dogs know these things.
Oh yeah, maybe because there's a difference from other humans. You know, the reactions, the way
they know when something's wrong, and they want to be able to help you. Do you understand that?
They do. There is such an association, and I'd rather talk about this in politics, honestly. There's such an association of humans from the Neolithic age that's 30,000 years ago. And you know what I found out, Marco? Right now, 40 years ago, because I lost a dog on its date in 1985. Took it in 4th of July. Neighbor wasn't taking care of it. It died from parvovirus a week later. And that's what started my whole thing. That's how I wound up teaching biology, went to vet seminars at the old airport, at the old Sheridan, everything from hips to epilepsy to other osteo problems. Yeah, that just set the fire in me.
What night was that this week? I don't know if you heard me, but I had that lady on from Animal Friends. I was so upset about.
Oh yeah, she was. I forget her name.
All right, then you did listen to me.
About 3 days ago.
You did listen to me. So I was.
Yeah, it was Wednesday night because Thursday,
it was Wednesday night. Yeah, it was Wednesday night.
And Thursday they had a rabies clinic in Wilkinsburg, and she didn't say where. And I thought, son of a gun, I was born in Wilkinsburg, but I didn't know where she was.
Yeah,
I was working anyhow. I worked driving students.
So because I was all bent out of shape about the 3 dogs.
Right, those 2 dogs in character killed that other poor dog.
No, this was Carnegie, and the 3 dogs. The guy,
it was a Carnegie
the guy
story.
left his dogs out to starve to death with no water, and it's 5,000 degrees outside, and I couldn't live with that.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, George, don't leave. Listen.
Okay.
All right, listen. You didn't make any of your points because you got me going. But I got to take a break. So stay on hold, okay? Stay right there. Stay right there. That's out of fairness. I'm going to have George make his points coming up, and then we're going to go back to the phones. I know some of you are on hold. Just stay right there. I'll be back.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series presented by University of Pittsburgh announces its 25-26 season at Heinz Hall. 7 events will broaden your perspective and deepen your understanding of the world around you. Featuring Dr. Anthony Fauci, Malcolm Gladwell, historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster, and National Geographic photographer Christina Mittermeier. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at PittsburghSpeakers.org.
Hey folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
Sunday mornings at 6 a.m. on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, it's Tech Vibe Radio. Join hosts Audrey Russo and Jonathan Kirsting from the Pittsburgh Technology Council's Huntington Bank Studios as they bring you a front row seat to Pittsburgh's tech sector.
Hey, this is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking with hypnosis. Hypnosis eliminated my desire for soda and fast food, made me want to exercise, and I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. My energy level exploded. I went to another session to deal with some other problem foods, and I lost another 10 pounds. In fact, I brought my husband, and he lost weight, and his cholesterol and blood pressure improved. My friend lost 20 pounds her first 2 months.
Oh my, what are you waiting for? Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Early bird special, only $49.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings, late day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating. That's right. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd at the Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. And Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss seminar, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar, 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh, Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. I'm in Fort Lenny. George and Clareton. Hey, George, you know, what's your German Shepherd's name?
Blitz, as in Blitz.
Oh. So, you know, last...
That's a Pittsburgh connection there, Larry.
You know that I never...
She's from Sheet Lake. She's a good bred dog. Sheet Lake, I got her by Morgantown.
No kidding. You know, I wonder if I'm going to get another dog. I know everyone's on me about getting one, but, you know, and last year, there was a German Shepherd in McKeesport. And I went to visit him, and but I was like,
I'm there a lot. I'm there all the time.
But this was, I don't know what happened, but I was like Trump on the tariffs. I chickened out, and I don't know. It kind of haunts me a little bit. I don't know. I want. You know what, George? Dogs just want to be your friend. Do you understand that?
Oh, God, yeah. I mean, this association for 30,000 years. Look at the weasel humans who turn their backs on us. Hey, you know what? Before I go on, Google Senator George Vest, Missouri courtroom 1870, the tribute to a dog, and you will cry.
Oh, really?
I don't care if you're Republican, communist, fascist, wherever you are, Democrat, of course. It's Senator George Vest represented someone whose dog was shot in malice, and he talked to gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if there's ladies, but gentlemen of the jury.
Yeah.
A man's dog is one who will stand beside him, and you got to read it.
Wow.
Senator George Vest, Missouri courtroom, 1870. A tribute to a dog.
Wow.
It's the most beautiful thing I think I've ever read in my life.
Boy, we really veered off. What did you want to say about politics?
I called to say I had mixed emotions about the day because I knew there'd be a lot of just a lot of melodrama for I call this the resurrection of the Antichrist. You know, my dear Joanne refers to him as the criminal, the insurrectionist, and I do too. But to me, I don't know.
You know,
my brother.
My
brother.
Oh,
really
I just looked down and Joanne's on hold. I got to tell you that yesterday.
Yeah, I give my
yesterday,
time like
this guy that I know, who's a Trump fan. He's like, you know what, Michael? I'm sick of that Joanne. She just says the felon and the criminal. Can't she say anything else? I know Joanne's listening right now, but I think she gets under their skin, and they get under our skin, and that's the way it is.
Well, kudos to Joanne, my favorite person at Point Breeze, and no kudos to Wendy Bell, my least favorite person at Point Breeze.
Oh, jeez. Oh, boy. Now you're going to get me in trouble. Oh, man.
That was what I'm doing. You know what I'm doing, Mike? I'm sitting around. I have red, white, and blue shirt on.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
Trying to be respectful and patriotic, and the contrariness in me, you know what I'm sipping on? A Modelo Espacial Cerveza.
Oh, and you're sitting outside?
Oh, you know it. You know what I'm using? I have no TV in there, so I'm sitting out on the porch, my dog, and I have I'm jacked into my plug, you know, and I listen to you live on the radio on the app. Not even the app. I just Google it.
KDKRadio.com. Yeah. Do you know? Do you watch the television on the porch then too?
No, I don't have a TV.
Which is, you mean like anywhere?
No, there's one that Blitzy actually knocked over when I first got her, and I've left that on its side now for 3.5 years as a reminder.
Wait a minute, you have not had a television at home in 3.5 years?
Oh, easily, yeah.
By the way, on the air conditioning, we have a loose end.
I got her around now.
All right, we have a loose end on the air conditioning. You ready? When you drive, don't you?
Oh yeah, I drive for a living too.
But you have the air conditioning on in the car.
I have to. They told me because I didn't use it.
Okay,
you know,
all right.
They said it's a heat emergency summer. You better use that air.
Wait a minute, George. Do you miss television?
No, not at all. Not at all. I hate it. I always did.
You just do radio. You just do radio. You just do radio.
Straight radio. And if anyone could give you a good opinion of this station, it would be me for the past 24 years.
Andy from Butler, who gets under a lot of you guys, your skin. And I like Andy. He's a bright guy. But
I know
he said
you do.
to me,
you guys have a lot of respect.
Yeah, I respect him. I do. And he's very bright. And I think he respects me. We fight, but, that's okay. And a lot of people fight. That's all right. So what? This is America. You're allowed.
That's right.
But, he said to me once, because the choice of watching a debate, he said he absolutely positively would not watch the debate. He would listen to the debate. And I thought that was interesting, too. So that's what you do.
That's right. You know who said this? When I was in my more conservative mode, which I was for a while.
Yeah.
Rush Limbaugh in 2006.
Oh, wow, yeah. Mm-hmm.
He said, well, why would we not listen to he said, the radio makes you develop your cognitive abilities of your brain. He said, the front of your brain, and he was going on and on.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? But I can't believe that you've, like when someone says to you, oh, do you watch a TV show, The Sopranos? Do you watch this? Do you watch that?
I do see them, and I see them on my phone, so maybe I am cheating because you could see so much on your phone nowadays. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you use the computer at home?
No, I don't have that set up. I do some little bit of texting. I don't text or anything when I'm driving. I keep my phone off me in a way, and I'm getting things every week. You use your phone 96 minutes less than last week. I'm feeling good.
I wonder if you're an aberration or no, you're not. I think a lot of people. Listen, you'd be surprised how many people don't watch television.
You know what I am? I am an anachronism. Something that either never existed, maybe shouldn't have existed. But it's something. I'm a throwback.
I love the fact that, and it's interesting. I listen to KDK radio on my phone when I'm sitting on the porch.
Cool.
And I hear it, and other people do. I know that to be true. Wow.
You're on a 28-inch cord from my plug jack, so I can't go too far.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, George, I love when you call. Thanks, my friend. Give your
all right, buddy. You take care, man.
Give your German Shepherd a hug for me. All right.
Oh yeah, and we got to remember my mix.
I got you.
Her name's Cookie.
Thanks,
Cookie
bro.
Lady.
All
Back
right.
to the old days. Bye, buddy.
Wow. See, people exist without television. I'm not sure I could do it. But maybe it's something to get used to. The main thing I like to watch on television is sports. Oh man, every Sunday I look forward to that Steeler game. And my Marquette basketball games and the Pitt basketball games. Wow. All right, we're going to do news at the bottom of the hour. This is the lineup. Bishop, then Joanne. Joanne, I'm going to tell you what that guy said yesterday. You're like a star. And then David in San Francisco. So we're rocking. Michael Bartley, 866-391-1020.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, supervisor and funeral director. To keep the cost down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and DeLisandroLTD.com.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. New flash flood warnings in central Texas have forced rescuers to suspend their ongoing searches. CBS meteorologist Nikki Nolan.
Between 6 and 8 inches of rainfall fell, with another 1 to 2 inches still expected for the warned area.
President Trump is threatening 30% trade tariffs against Mexico and the European Union starting August 1st. Economic advisor Kevin Hassett spoke on ABC.
These tariffs are real if the president doesn't get a deal that he thinks is good enough. But, conversations are ongoing, and we'll see where the dust settles.
Florida lawmakers got their first tour of the new migrant detention facility in the Everglades called Alligator Alcatraz. Florida Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz was appalled.
They are essentially packed into cages, wall-to-wall humans, 32 detainees per cage.
CBS News Brief. I'm Linda Kenyon.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Former CIA officer Jason Hansen here. In my line of work, I've seen firsthand how fast the world can change. With rising geopolitical tensions and inflation eating your buying power, it's time to take action. For me, that means gold. And for gold, I exclusively trust Advantage Gold. I urge you to do the same. Call them now at 800-900-8000 for a free gold guide to discover the security that comes with owning precious metals. Again, call 800-900-8000 today.
Paid for by Advantage Gold. Performance may vary. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Always consult your financial and tax professional.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Hi, I'm your kid's old jeans. I've been in the drawer for a while and really missed the playground. You should swing by Goodwill and drop me off. Donating me helps Goodwill's mission to provide career training and support services right here in the community. Plus, I could get back into the game. Donate today. Tag, you're it.
To find your nearest Goodwill locations and to learn more about our mission, please visit goodwill.org. Goodwill, where your things start new lives.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making the recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
If your car has a broken piece of glass, bring your car to Ryan's Auto Glass. So quit your whining and crying. Call 1-800-GET-RYAN. Bring your car to Ryan'sAutoGlass.com.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team as they discuss cooking for 1 or 2 people. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
My name is William Yank. I'm a 23-year-old 3-time leukemia survivor. One evening, my roommate was trying to talk to me, and I responded to him in a delirium of mess and confusion, and he said, "We're going to the ER immediately," and came back with leukemia. They started me on chemos, they started me on a bunch of antibiotics, but the chemo wasn't exactly working. So my oncologist decided that he wanted to try me with CAR T-cell therapy. And it worked. Leukemia Lymphoma Society was this unforeseen blessing for me because I wouldn't have been able to get CAR T-cell therapy. We are about 9 months post-transplant and feeling very healthy, strong, and I live.
To give or get help, visit LLS.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A couple of heavy gusty storms in the area this afternoon and this evening. We'll top out in the mid-80s, partly cloudy tonight down to 71. Again, a thunderstorm in the area tomorrow, high 83. Then mostly sunny, hot, and humid Tuesday up to 90. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
And, boy, this is fun today. I'm in for Lenny. Lenny will be here at 6 o'clock, don't worry. So, I'm normally not here on Sunday, but this has been fun. By the way, coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, because I have some other phone calls to get to here, and I like everyone speaking their piece. In the 4 o'clock hour, I want to get into this Trump facing a revolt from his MAGA base. Whoa, 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 whoa. On the Epstein thing. What is this about? And wait till you hear Elon Musk going on about it, too. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's a family fight going on. Jeffrey Epstein reaching out from the grave. Wait till I tell you. Oh, my. I can't believe it. All right, now back to the phones, going in order. Bishop in Denora, Pennsylvania. Bishop.
I'm going to make this quick point. Let me just tell you about that with the Epstein files.
Mm-hmm.
These bums, the attorney general, you can't trust them. They've already purged it. They've already tampered with it. You know there was a list. Everybody in this country knows there was a list. But they have taken that evidence and they have purged it. Trust me when I tell you, he's not going to get rid of her. She needs to be gone. But he is on the file.
Someone's gonna rat her out. I think.
Well, I don't know who it is.
The rats are jumping ship, but it's not going to be before they start biting each other.
I'm telling you, they have purged those files if they have not destroyed them already. Now, you're saying, well, real quick, I get on my other subject here.
All right.
She said, there is no files? But when she said there was a file and now there's none, what does that tell you? We got to use common sense and logic here.
The list. She said there's no list, which says to me that there is a list.
But if there was a file, there was a list.
Yeah, if Trump says we're not releasing and tells her not to release something, that means like most people believe his name's somewhere.
Right, and they have tampered it, and they have destroyed evidence. I'm telling you, well, he has a past of destroying evidence.
They'll get ratted out. I'm telling you, they'll get ratted out.
She may get ratted out, but that'd be for the next administration to be able to.
I don't know about that. I don't know. Someone's going to release. Someone's going to give their buddy Elon Musk something, and he's going to rat them out.
Listen, right now this idiot's in office, and he's got the power to pardon. So I'll leave it with that. Now, did you see in the Pittsburgh Gazette that they have now the Pittsburgh public schools are getting really worried about the funding far as being cut coming from the federal aspect of it. Did you see that?
I did not see that. Was that today? I did not. I'm sorry. I did not.
I think it's in the day or the weekend edition.
Okay. All right.
Now, the problem is that all these schools across the state, but here in Western Pennsylvania, you got to alert these parents and prepare these parents of what changes that you need to make aggressively. Don't wait till the last minute. Whether it comes down to after-school programming, that's what they were wearing, after-school programming, from the free lunch to the breakfast and all like that. Now, nobody wants to see their kids hungry or nothing like that, and I think that there's going to be some sufficient things to be put in place to combat that per se. But the parents have got to do their end of the bargain as well. Now, with Pittsburgh Public Schools, as I say again, they have got to understand you don't have the money anyway, or the tax structure in Pittsburgh anyway. You're struggling with that. You got to close those buildings instead of waiting to 2026. Listen, the parents have got to understand. I wish Mark would call in that if you don't have the numbers, they've got to close. You're getting caved in from all fronts, Mr.
Yeah, I know, but they are closing schools. They are.
But you can't wait to 2026. They've been going with parent conference meetings about closures. Well, the parents are putting up a bold front. We don't want our building closed. Nobody wants a building closed. But if you only got 250 or 300 kids.
And Pittsburgh Public Schools is a taxing body, too. And I live in the city, and I live in Allegheny County. And Innamorato already raised taxes, and they better not be raising the school tax in the city of Pittsburgh.
Well, you wait and see what happens if you don't do it this year. Now, also with these tariffs here, what is wrong with this guy?
I don't know. And you know what? I think Europe is so sick of him and sick of it. I think they should call his bluff. Wall Street is so on to him because he's President Taco and he chickens out all the time. it barely moves the needle now because they know he's just bluffing.
Well, I think the economy. Well, yeah, that's true too. But I think that these other countries are going to put tariffs and circumvent around. And I listen. I believe the economy is going to slow in the fall. Now, let me just say this to the parents. Parents, for school shopping. I did some browsing. I don't have to do as much because my son is at the end of college per se, and he doesn't need much. You better get out there because the prices are high, and they're going higher.
Oh,
you better do shopping right now.
Hey, that's another thing. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm not going to say what grocery store, but I was there Friday, all right, before I came into work. And I don't even live in a bubble. And the people that voted for Trump voted because of inflation. A lot of them did. I'm not talking the MAGA people. We know what Trump is their god. They have to do what he says. But I'm talking about a regular American, and it's the prices are worse.
Yeah, they are. And I just browsed, and one of my favorite notebooks that I wanted to get that I really like, it was $13 about 3 months ago. Now it's $17.
Unbelievable! It's crazy. It's crazy, and Trump's making it worse with
every vendor that I've dealt with, and I deal with a lot of plaques and all like that. We had to raise our prices because of the tariffs 20% since April. I said, what?
He's making it worse. He's making it worse, and I mean the MAGA people think that gas is $1.50 a gallon because he told them that's what it was. But so we get that segment of society that but for the rest of us, you know what? It's time to stop blaming Biden and Democrats for this kind of stuff. This guy needs to take ownership. He's been in there more than 6 months now, I think. And look, and I'm going to tell you that I everything I bought, I was like, what the hell are you kidding? This is how much this is. I think 4 quarters of butter, I think, was like $6. I couldn't believe it.
Well, yeah, but I'm telling you, if the economy goes south and whatever, he's going to blame Joe Biden. Said he came in here with a mess.
Yeah, you know what? People aren't that stupid. They're just not.
Well,
they're just not.
People are.
I'm telling you.
These people are. And I'll close with this real quick. Listen, do you see where Pittsburgh is now saying maybe we should think about telling the bars on the south side to close an hour earlier?
Yeah, and that was your idea. That was your idea. I know. Bishop, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Have a good Sunday. Guess who's next? Joanne. Oh, boy. I had an earful yesterday from a friend of mine who's a wonderful man. A fair-minded man. And he's like, I listen to you all the time, and that Joanne, she gets under my skin. Every other word she says, he's a felon and a criminal. Oh, Joanne, I can't wait to tell you. That's coming right up. I'll be right back. Michael Bartley, 866-391-1020. And then and after news at the top of the hour, I'm going to go into this Epstein thing because wait till you hear all this stuff. Oh, boy, I'm telling you. This is something.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back.
Totally changed my life.
It's amazing. I don't have any cravings.
You want to quit, but have found it impossible? This is the thing for you. I have absolutely no craving. It's the darndest thing I have ever seen in my life.
It's not for entertainment. It's for results.
Do it. It works. Period.
You've tried everything else. You need to come and try this.
Early bird special, only $49.99. No irritability, no cravings. Because don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all. In addition, use hypnosis to lose all the weight and destroy unwanted cravings. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd at the Hilton Garden Inn Cranberry in Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss seminar 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar 9 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
For 75 years, the Muscular Dystrophy Association's voices have thundered through the halls of Congress.
For 75 years, we've willed the impossible into existence.
For 75 years, the MDA community has pushed the science,
shifted the narrative, and established the field of neuromuscular medicine.
And until that day when this is all a thing of the past,
you couldn't stop us if you tried.
Join us and celebrate 75 years of breakthroughs at MDA75.org.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
My dad served in Vietnam, the 82nd Airborne Division. He never talked about it, and my mom knew not to ask. So Dad buried himself in work and self-medicated and would lose his temper sometimes. Loud noises would put him on edge. It got rough. So I finally said to him, Dad, you gotta get help.
As a family member or friend, you may be the first to notice when a veteran you love has been going through changes. Things like withdrawing, drinking more, or increased anger could be a sign of a larger health concern, but help is available.
Dad finally went to VA for one-on-one and group therapy and got some really great tools to help him manage things. And I got my dad back.
Listen to hundreds of inspiring stories at maketheconnection.net and learn how you can support the veterans in your life. Treatment works. Recovery is possible.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back. Michael Bartley in for Lenny. Here till 6 o'clock. I'm going to go into this Epstein thing after the news at the top of the hour. But in the meantime, Joanne, you're next. And Joanne, I wanted you to know. This was kind of funny. Wait a minute. Wait. Okay. You don't even know how you forget getting under people's skin. I didn't know it either. So a friend of mine, and he's a really nice man, an older man. Yesterday, he said that Joanne, why do you have to take her call? All she does is call him a criminal and a felon. So
well, that's what he is. I love it.
I couldn't. And he said no, and I think he even said that Joanne from Point Breeze. Oh, it was so funny. I loved it.
It is, Michael.
I know.
I'm telling it like it is. It's not like it's not true.
And guess what? People are listening. Oh man.
I love it. But you know one thing I want to say real quick, but that's not what I called to talk about. When they talk about this, the county and the city, the person that was previously before her, they should have raised the taxes, and they never did.
Some people do argue that. They do.
So they look like stars after 8 years or so. And she comes in, and she looks like she looks bad because she has to raise taxes in order to keep the county going.
She's going to suffer politically for it. I think.
Well, if the word gets out that she's not responsible, the people that was before her in the city and the county, they should have raised those taxes, but they wanted to look like everything was so rosy, and it wasn't. Our taxes should have been raised slowly but surely. But they didn't, and they looked rosy when they was in there. Now, when she came in, the bomb dropped. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
But anyway,
wow.
Because the thing that gets to me is, if it wasn't so sad, it would be funny, Michael. I never have said I hate anybody. I don't like what they do. I don't like if they're criminals, and I will tell it. And it's amazing how when you don't agree with a certain segment, and it's a large segment, they use that hate word like it's ingrained in them.
And guess what? And they pretend that they weren't hateful against Joe Biden and Barack Obama, but we're not allowed to say anything about this guy?
I'm telling you, I never said anything about hate anybody. No people, any of my conversations, you can go back and check. I don't agree with him. I don't like what he's about because I followed him. But for him to be, I'm telling you, I can't forget this insurrectionist, how he told those people, encouraged him to hang the vice president. They went in there at his command. They went in there with guns and boards and sticks in the Capitol building after people. But when he said hang the vice president, that was enough. That insurrection was the worst.
Hey, Joanne, that wasn't even... for me, it was way before that. He made fun of a man with a disability. And that meant nothing to them. Nothing.
Oh, I know.
And they get mad when I say it. Can't you get that? No. That's not the way I was raised, my man.
If it was, as I said, if this stuff wasn't so sad, it would actually be funny. But you're laughing. I like you because you laugh at things, and so do I.
I know.
And I will tell you people again until he's out. You know, I don't hate anybody. I don't care for his politics and all about him. If I had to follow this man for a long time down Atlantic City, and then I read the documentary. So anytime I say something, it's not just flowing out of my mouth. This is things that are true that have happened. So I want to tell you, people that love this and want to call me, I hate it too. I had the nerve to say that because I didn't agree with them. And then some of these people. You people, you have hate ingrained in you. And I will tell you about that insurrectionist, how he wanted to tell them to hang the vice president of this country. And you had those thugs up there with their guns and bricks. And I'd like to know what some of those thugs are doing. And they ended up getting pardoned. Now, why, if he wasn't, a part of that, why would he even part of them? And then this man went through the legal system in the USA. He was a convicted felon. He has been ripping this country off for a long time. If you look at his history, he was ripping off the banks down Atlantic City. Finally, they got their money back, and they they really tore his places down. He didn't pay people that worked on that Trump Tower. He had these undocumented workers in Florida and New Jersey till he was called out. So people can say he was a businessman. He was a business crook. And that's how he got a lot of his money. So was his father. Oh, yes. Yes, his father was.
And that's all to be ignored so that you can get rid of diversity and inclusion. Give me a break. My. Joanne.
So you can wait, I want to say one thing. So you people can sleep well. I'm not going to let you forget because you have short memories.
You're making waves, Joanne. I'm telling you, you should have heard that go.
Okay.
Oh, man. Joanne, thanks so much. All right, now, when I get back, I want to get into this Epstein thing. I'm going to leave you with this before the break here. You ready? This is what someone who the conservatives loved at one point. What the hell kind of system are we living in if thousands of kids were abused? The government has videos of the abusers, and yet none of the abusers are even facing charges. This is a very big deal. Trump needs to release the Epstein files as promised. Oh, are they fighting like cats and dogs? Oh, baby. I'm going to get into that when we get back. If you're on hold, you stay right there.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert.
flash flood warning. The National Weather Service in Pittsburgh has issued a flash flood warning for northeastern Allegheny County in southwestern Pennsylvania, northwestern Westmoreland County in southwestern Pennsylvania until 6:45 p.m. At 3:46 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 0.5 and 1.5 inches of rain have fallen, with an additional rainfall 0.5 to 1.5 inches possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar indicated. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Pittsburgh, Penn Hills, Monroeville, Vandergrift, Shaler Township, Plum, Murraysville, Wilkinsburg, New Kensington, Lower Borough, Harrison Township, O'Hara Township, Wilkins Township, Oakmont, Fox Chapel, Arnold, Tarentum, Natrona Heights, Etna, and Sharpsburg. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Please report observed flooding to local emergency services or law enforcement and request they pass this information to the National Weather Service when you can do so safely.
This week's Allegheny Health Network Medical Frontiers. Log on to the Allegheny Health Network website to listen to your favorite Medical Frontier show. Visit ahn.org/Medical Frontiers podcast and look for your favorite Medical Frontiers show.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Etna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Linda Kenyon. New flash flood warnings in central Texas have forced suspension of rescue operations.
We got 3 alerts in the span of an hour this morning on our phone saying, hey, you need to get to higher ground. You need to get out of here.
CBS's Jared Eggleston in Kerrville, Texas, where evacuations have been ordered.
Sheets and sheets of rain began coming down. We had roads flooded, inland roads, not even roads near the water, that began to flood. I even saw a water rescue taking place just as I was driving down one of the main streets here in Kerrville.
This just in, several people are injured after a suspect shot and wounded a state trooper and then fled to a Kentucky church and opened fire. The suspect was killed at the Richmond Road Baptist Church in Lexington. It is now 1 year since the assassination attempt against then-candidate Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. Senator Rand Paul tells CBS's Face the Nation the Secret Service displayed what he called inexcusable negligence in its advanced planning.
Nobody walked through. Nobody was in charge. Everybody said, oh, she was in charge of the roof, or he was in charge of the roof. No one would actually admit to be in charge of security for Butler.
A new Senate report reveals the agency denied or ignored 10 requests from Trump's detail for added security like snipers and drone defense before the campaign rally. President Trump is threatening 30% tariffs against imports from Mexico and the European Union starting August 1st. The BBC's Will Grant in Mexico City says the tariffs could affect prices here in the U.S.
Mexico sends more than half of the fruit that is consumed in the United States, around 2/3 of the vegetables, not to mention car parts, electronic goods. It would obviously have a huge impact.
European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen says she hopes these new tariffs can be avoided.
We prefer a negotiated solution, and we will use the time that we have now till the 1st of August.
At Wimbledon.
Yes,
takes his piece of Wimbledon history. What a wonderful match.
Jannik Sinner defeated two-time defending champ Carlos Alcaraz to win his first Wimbledon championship. Sanitation workers in Philadelphia have ended their strike against the city.
District Council 33 sanitation crews haven't collected residential trash since going on strike at midnight June 30th. The strike lasted 8 days before DC 33 leadership agreed to a tentative contract with the city. And residents sympathizing with the workers had some advice for the city. Pay people what they deserve.
The historic lodge at the Grand Canyon's North Rim has been destroyed by wildfire. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
After 6 weeks of coupling, recoupling, and drama, the finale of Love Island USA is tonight.
It's time! Bars all across the country have cashed in on the popularity of this season, hosting watch parties that have attracted March Madness-like crowds.
I got a text!
With every TV tuned into the show, fans sipping on Fiji drink specials have been cheering on all the crash outs and makeouts.
I never said I was perfect.
And Peacock says viewers have been voting on the app in record numbers, who they want to get kicked out. A recent episode had over 1 million votes cast in the first 6 minutes after the show came out, and 3.5 million within 2.5 hours of it airing. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
The movie One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is marking its 50th anniversary with a new 4K restoration and a theatrical re-release. Linda Kenyon, CBS News.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series presented by University of Pittsburgh announces its 25-26 season at Heinz Hall. 7 events will broaden your perspective and deepen your understanding of the world around you. Featuring Dr. Anthony Fauci, Malcolm Gladwell, historian Doris Kearns-Goodwin, former Russian political prisoner Vladimir Kara-Murza, and geopolitical economist Pippa Malmgren. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Steamy this afternoon with a couple of thunderstorms around. In the last into the evening, highs into the mid-80s, partly cloudy tonight down to 71. Again, a thunderstorm in the area tomorrow, high 83. Then hot and humid Tuesday up to 90. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Welcome back. I'm in Fort Lenny this afternoon. Normally not here on Sunday, but this has been fun. And it's about to get more fun. You ready? So, you know, the MAGA people and Trump, they love conspiracy theories, and so now they're ratting each other out. It's like they create this conspiracy theory nest, and now they're trying to pretend that they're not into conspiracy theories and all this type of stuff. You ready? And over the weekend, Trump's and the MAGA people are kind of closing in on Trump here on this Epstein thing. So there's a conservative sort of a conference going on in Tampa, and this conservative podcaster, Brandon Tatum, says at the podium, I think these people, I don't know, for whatever reason, there could be reasons, but I don't think they're telling us the truth about Epstein, saying that about the Trump administration. Can you imagine? So Trump pulled the rug out from under them when he released a lengthy social media post that completely dismissed the importance of the issue, saying, you know, it's consumed the right for the past week and longer. The Steve Bannon wing of the MAGA people. Trump wrote, for years it's Epstein over and over again. This is the President of the United States. Why are we giving publicity to files written by... Okay, now listen, pay attention. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration? Now, when Trump does that, you know, that conspiracy theories angle and that distraction, okay, that means something's up here, as far as I'm concerned. I'm not into conspiracy theories, but we all know when Trump does a diversion and a distraction. Trump supporters go with him no matter what, but he's challenging this alliance right now. So, Attorney General Pam Bondi released here, and this is sort of some of the genesis of this. Attorney General Pam Bondi released a 2-page memo saying the department's review turned up no client list of powerful men who allegedly participated in Epstein's schemes. And Epstein was a pig, a rapist and a pig, as you know. And Bondi said there was no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals. This memo enraged Trump supporters in the last few days, who quickly turned on Bondi, the Attorney General. A sentiment clearly felt at this conservative thing in Tampa and beyond. Top figures in the Trump administration had pushed unfounded theories about the Epstein files, and Bondi herself told Fox News just a few months ago in February that the Epstein client list was sitting on my desk right now. Trump also repeatedly said he would release the Epstein files. And this is his view now. Steve Bannon, who's a wacko too, you know, he's the Breitbart News guy. And if you go on Breitbart News, you can't believe all the conspiracy theories, like headlines. I would never read them, but I just went on there today, and they're all over the front page. Now we get to Trump's former best friend, Elon Musk, who got involved today as well. Calling for President Trump to release the Epstein files as promised. This is in response to Trump's social media post. Musk said Epstein half a dozen times while telling everyone to stop talking about Epstein. The 54-year-old billionaire said, just release the files as promised. In response to another post about Trump calling for unity, Musk wrote, what the hell kind of system are we living in? Thousands of kids were abused. They were more than abused, my man. They were raped by this scumbag pig billionaire who got away with it. And there are a lot of pictures of Trump and Epstein together. I'm sure Trump's paranoid about that. The government has videos of the abusers, and yet none of the abusers are even facing charges. This is a very big deal, Elon Musk says. The announcement about not releasing the files triggered a civil war in Trump's base, with reports indicating that FBI Director Kash Patel and Deputy Director Dan Bongino wanted more information on Epstein released, but were overruled. Former Trump strategist Steve Bannon insisting that Bondi should demand all files related to Epstein be unsealed, all documents released to the public. And Bannon said that if they don't release the files, he believes that they're going to lose a gazillion seats in the midterms. But Elon Musk goes after Bannon too, saying, quote, and he doubled down and claims, he tweeted, "Back to prison for Bannon. He's in the Epstein files." Isn't that interesting? Wow. What is this about, do you think? So, you know, a lot of the MAGA people believe that, and you know, that it's a Democratic conspiracy that they had Epstein murdered, and they believe that. A lot of the anti-Trump people believe that Trump put the kibosh on these files because he's listed and he's on the list. But in the meantime, this whole issue, doesn't it look like a cover-up? And I think this gets wider and people just keep chattering about it. And Trump looked frustrated the other day when he was in a cabinet meeting, and this is not verbatim, but he's like, "Why are we still talking about this creep Epstein?" And he was trying to protect Pam Bondi because she's the one saying she won't release anything that there's not a list. That's not going to satisfy these conspiracy theory people. It's not. You got to release it. I think. I don't know. I get a kick out of conspiracy theory people because I don't know what I don't understand them. I don't. And I can't operate on, you know, but don't you think that I think this gets wider and louder? I do until something's released. And now my last caller thinks that now the files are purged and the files are whatever, and I don't know. This is not going to go away. I guess Steve Bannon is right about that. I think maybe he's right about that if you don't release them, this looks worse. I think Musk is probably right about that. Is this about a conspiracy theory against Democrats, or is this about Donald Trump covering up that he's on that list? I unless you release these things, and I think Bondi's got to go before Congress here. I don't know. What say you? 866-391-1020. I just, you know, when I saw the Sunday morning news talk stuff, you know, Chris Christie saying pretty much that, you know, Trump can't have it both ways. You know, he's the one that started a lot of this, and then he says nothing exists. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? All right. What do you think? I think this thing gets wider. I do. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
If you're thinking about retiring soon, be sure to tune into the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors, Saturdays at 1. Beth talks about the latest trends and headlines that could impact your retirement. Don't go into retirement unprepared. Listen every Saturday afternoon at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Firm offers insurance services. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Jumpin' July savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dantisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. Bone-in country-style spare ribs are $1.79 a pound. Extra large fresh mangoes, 77 cents each. And selected varieties of Luigi's Italian Ice, 6-count packages, 2 for $5. Additional savings in our meat department. Gerber's Amish Farm fresh chicken thighs or drumsticks, $1.69 a pound. And frozen mahi-mahi fillets, 8-ounce portions, $5.79 each. In our produce department, farm fresh zucchini or yellow squash, 99 cents a pound. And sweet Northwest cherries are $1.99 a pound. In our deli department, Southwest pasta salad, $5.99 a pound. And Coons deep fried turkey breast is $9.99 a pound. And this week, selected varieties of Chobani yogurt, 5.3-ounce containers, 5 for $5.
Get in on the Jumpin' July savings at Coons Market. How do you find the Coons Market nearest you? Click on coonsmarket.com. Coons Market, Pittsburgh tradition.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
A teddy bear dreams of a best friend who they grow up with. What they don't dream of is being left alone in a shrine for school shooting victims who could have been their best friends.
School shootings are preventable. Learn the warning signs at sandyhookpromise.org.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh, Granbury in Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar at 8.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
And I'm in for Lenny. He'll be here at 6 o'clock. But, oh, man, we're really getting into it now. This has been fun today. Okay, back to the phones. Cynthia in Florida. Cynthia, your name came up today about Heather Cox Richardson. Did you hear that caller?
Yeah, I did. And I haven't read any of her books, but she has a YouTube channel. She's a historian.
Okay.
And a moderate.
Mm-hmm.
She's more optimistic about our future than I am.
Okay,
so
all right.
The caller could look.
Okay.
But one thing real quick. I went to the store the other day. I bought 3 beets. They were $8.06. 3 beets.
Beets? Beets as in purple beets? Beets? Just fresh beets?
Fresh beets. I came home and I looked at my receipt and I thought, why did I spend so much in the store?
I'm telling you. I tell you, I went. I'm not going to name the store, but I couldn't believe what things cost now. Maybe I'm just oblivious.
Well, but
because I don't have. Listen, and I think sometimes people like me are oblivious because I don't have kids and I don't have to spew out the money. It's just me. I'm just me. I live alone, and and I kind of like go and I go like. And I go and I get my bags of food and give the lady the money, and then I go home and I don't look at stuff because maybe that's a selfish way, but I don't know. I started looking at prices and I was like, what? I couldn't believe it. I mean, a pound of butter Honest to God, if I'm lying, it was $6.
$7 to $9.
It was
$7
six
is what I
something,
thought.
and I couldn't believe. I remember when a pound of butter was 89 cents. That wasn't like a couple years ago.
Well, no, it's been longer than
maybe
that.
it was $1.89.
Yeah, it's 3 something average. But I talked to my husband about it. I said, it's a good thing we don't have any children to feed. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Well, that's the thing. I know, and I'm not saying we're selfish. We're not. I'm just saying that's all everyone's, what your situation is.
With these ICE raids on these small farmers and these workers being taken away, things are rotting in the field. So there's going to be a shortage of food. Everybody needs to prepare for that.
And that's you're not the first one who has said that. I'll tell you. I think there's even Trump is backing off on that.
But you know what's going to happen? The small farmers are going to lose everything, and they won't recover. So we'll have to rely on the agribusinesses. And it reminds me of this movie. I think it was Damien Omen 2. Where somebody in there said, "Control the food, control the world."
Oh wow! Oh.
We will. So the people who have these large agribusinesses, they will be the ones controlling the food and selling it to us, whatever they want to sell it to us for. Small farmers will be gone. There would be no farmers market.
Like these giant conglomerates would own.
Yep.
But corporate farms are they're there already. Believe it.
Mm-hmm. Have been for years. But
Yeah.
anyway, on to Epstein. This is not a conspiracy theory. And I remember years ago, Mike Kintek interviewed a guy named Gordon Thomas, and he wrote a book called Gideon's Spies. And it was pertaining to Bill Clinton when he was in the relationship with Monica Lewinsky.
Mm-hmm.
His White House was bugged. Israel knew everything that he was doing, and they were trying to stop him from, putting forth his peace agreement for the region over there. And I think back to Mordecai Vanunu. He was the whistleblower in Israel that told about their nuclear program. There was a woman, Cindy was her name of all things, and she was a tourist in Florida. She lured him with she was a honeypot, that's what they call them. And they kidnapped him and put him in jail for 18 years. But I think we should be real clear about this now. Anybody who says that this did not happen, this list doesn't exist, is a criminal. And I saw a T-shirt years ago. Somebody, I'm going to have to find it and buy it.
Pam Bondi said the list was on her desk, and now she said it doesn't exist. What is that?
She's a liar.
What is that?
So Trump is on it, but so Democrats are on it too. Bill, I think he's deceased now. He was on it. All of these, again, when you lure people into these compromising situations, there's nothing they can do. And I'm going to give you another example. The former governor of New Jersey named McGreevey, there was a man he had a relationship with.
Yeah.
He had to resign over this, and that man went back to Israel.
I remember, well, he was married to a woman, right?
He was, and she looked shell-shocked, and she's standing next to him like, oh, my God, what happened to my life? But the lists are real. But here's my thing with the FBI, and people are in control. If they don't want to release it, because all of these things they've done all these years to entrap all of these politicians on both sides of the aisle, Prince Andrew, who's now traveling again, they will lose all their leverage to get these people to do what they want to do. And that's why they don't want the list released, because they want this leverage to keep these people in line.
Speaking of the FBI, Trump puts Kash Patel in there. Patel is standing there at the microphone. I don't know who he was on, one of those crazy right-wing shows or whatever, saying, "You think if I had that, I wouldn't release that? Are you kidding me?" In the meantime,
that's not what he said in the beginning.
He's the biggest conspiracy theorist of them all.
And he's the one that said, as soon as if I'm appointed, I'm
going to release this.
Dan Bongino.
Yeah, whoever the heck his
now.
name is. I don't know these people, but my.
Well, he used to be a Secret Service. But but the Ro Khanna is supposed to bring something to the floor. It's a yes or no from everybody. They have to respond, release it or not. And the people who say no, let's start digging in their closets. Because this is real. This is real. This stuff has been going on at the beginning of time. And I'm going to say something that's probably going to make people really mad. Queen Esther is an example. She, in the biblical Queen Esther, she was entrapped. She was a virgin. She had to go with King Cyrus. But what she did things to save her people. This is what people do. It's through history.
You know what, Nana, how I know it's real? I'll leave you with this. For years, it's Epstein over and over again, Trump posted, blaming the files on Democrats. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration? As soon as I read that, I'm like, whoa, this is real.
And you know what's scary
this is
about
real. This is real. This is, as soon as I read that, because Trump is easy to figure out now for us. That's a diversion. That means something's in there. Cynthia, I got to go to break for news. Thanks so much. I appreciate it. Talk to you again soon. All right, I'll be back. Going back to the phone calls. David, you're next. Michael and Dormont. Pat, Ohio, all you folks, just everybody sit tight, okay? I'll be back.
Teamsters Local 926 proudly stands with the hardworking men and women who keep America moving. From the job sites to the highways, we honor the spirit of independence, power of unity, and the right to organize. This is Dino Tormino on behalf of Teamsters Local 926. We salute every worker fighting for fair wages, dignity, and the American dream. Teamsters Local 926, strong, united, and proud to support this great country. Have a great and safe summer from your brothers and sisters at Teamsters Local 926.
ABC Transit is urgently hiring for CDL and van drivers. Current sign-on bonus for Class B with S&P endorsements is $2,500. Van drivers get a $1,000 sign-on bonus. Complete their CDL program and earn up to $1,000 in additional bonuses. Safety and attendance bonuses available. You must be able to pass all background and clearance checks, must be drug-free. 9 locations in Allegheny, Beaver, and Butler counties. Apply in person. Call 724-831-8500.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
Look at this terrible schmo. I feel bad for the guy, but he could have alleviated it by getting the pre-check. He hadn't even hit Disney yet, and his life has just gone all to hell because they all got to take their shoes off and put them in separate bins, and his kid's got his iPad, and then the iPad's got to be in a separate one, and I'm just rolling through with my shoes on.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Due to heavy rain, crews have suspended their search for victims of flooding in central. More than 160 people remain missing. CBS's Jared Eggleston is in Kerrville and says alerts did go out this morning about more possible flooding, and people vacationing at a local campground left the area.
You saw a lot of vehicles trying to get out of town, trying to get up to higher places in town so that they could be away from that river.
President Trump is ready to slap tariffs on countries like Mexico and the EU if he says trade deals do not improve. White House advisor Kevin Hassett on ABC.
The bottom line is that he's seen some sketches of deals that have been negotiated with Howard Lutnick and the rest of the trade team, and the president thinks the deals need to be better.
Developing news out of Kentucky, where a state trooper has been shot near an airport in Lexington, and multiple other people have been injured in a church shooting nearby. Kentucky State Police say the suspect has been killed. CBS News Brief, I'm Matt Piper.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
The Shindig Charitable Music Fest, August 1st through the 3rd at Union Brewing in Zelienople, presented by My Preferred Insurance and Home Solutions, is packed with the best mix of 18 regional and local musicians, playing everything from 80s and 90s, country rock, blues, old school country, and classic and pop rock. All proceeds benefit local first responders. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help.
The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A couple of heavy gusty storms in the area this afternoon and this evening. We'll top out in the mid-80s, partly cloudy tonight down to 71. Again, a thunderstorm in the area tomorrow, high 83. Then mostly sunny, hot, and humid Tuesday up to 90. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh. Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I'm in for Lenny. Lenny will be here at 6 o'clock, okay? So no worries there. Back to the phones, and we have a lot of calls today. David in San Francisco. David, welcome back. Thanks for waiting.
Oh, thanks, Michael.
Sure.
And I had kind of a little list of stuff to talk about, but it's interesting you were talking about Epstein there. Do you remember, was it yesterday or day before that the 9/11 system shut down for the state of Pennsylvania?
Yes, I sure do, yeah.
Well, there's an interesting company that Epstein was invested in, and it was a security camera company, as well as a 9/11, police 9/11 call center software, and it's called Carbine, Carbyne. And if you just do a Google search of Carbine plus Jeffrey Epstein, you're going to realize that this guy not only invested in 9/11 systems, but he also invested in babysitter cameras and doorbell cameras. And what kind of creepy stuff could Jeffrey Epstein do with a babysitter camera?
Wow.
And
unbelievable.
Yeah, no kid.
What a creep.
Yeah, but much less.
And what was that lady's name that went to prison for him? What was her name?
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and and I know, which is probably unfair, but people have very sharp reactions to Epstein, and especially this story that the Trump administration, they're all fighting with each other about the Epstein files. So now on social media, a lot of pictures of Trump and that Maxwell and Epstein are showing up all over the place on social media.
Well, the reason why I brought up Carbine was when I did a quick Google, Google search of Carbine and Epstein. I did a Google search of Pennsylvania's 9/11 shutdown, and Carbine is there in an interested way trying to help. And then I noticed that you had an earlier caller talking about the budget still isn't resolved for Pennsylvania. So I would urge the Pennsylvania legislature to avoid allowing Carbine to have any hold over Pennsylvania's 9/11 system. I think there are only 4 counties in the state of Pennsylvania that use them. And so that's just a side note. The other thing I was going to raise earlier, there was some talk about Heather Cox Richardson and whether or not she was too liberal or all this sort of thing. And if you think about 1776 logic, they were very anti-corporate. The 13 colonies were 13 corporations chartered by the king, and they were pretty much absolved of any crimes. They were able to get away with anything they wanted. They forced the patriots, they forced the colonists to use company script, and that company script value always changed, and so the colonies were always being cheated by the money. And very similar to what Donald Trump is trying to do with the money today. You remember just before New Year's Day, before he's president, he's elected but not president, he says he wants to take the gold of America and buy Bitcoin with it. And then on virtually the same day, he creates his own sort of Bitcoin, the Donald Trump money, and then he has the Melania money and the Don Jr. money, and Elon has got his Doge coins, and just count on him doing a shell game with the value of the currency. And you were just talking about inflation there, that inflation is going up like crazy, and Donald Trump is trying to control the value of food, or whether even the food is going to rot in the fields. The opportunity for domination is right there. And then back to Epstein, you remember that a rapist is not typically into it for the sexual gratification. They're into it for power. And both Epstein and Donald Trump are very into power. And his whole crew of cabinet members are very into power. And they do not care about America. They're into power. And so the idea of whether or not Heather Cox Richardson has any, liberal values or something like that, she's interested in taxation with representation. And that's what we were fighting against. Power brokers that didn't want to give us a voice in controlling our own lives.
Dave, what did you want to say about Heather Cox Richardson?
Well, I've paid attention to her. She's very smart. She is a professor, if I remember right. And,
Yeah, Boston College, I think, right? Yeah. One of the callers was going on about it. That's why we brought it. This was a couple of hours ago, and but you said you wanted to say something about her.
Yeah, well, I thought I just kind of tied it together. Oh, by the way, there was one other thing, too. These power brokers trying to control our lives. You think about Texas. And Texas is talking about doing a special session, and they're pretending that special session is going to be about trying to make sure that the safety alert systems for Texas are resolved. That's not true at all. Their special session is to make sure that more people can't vote, that they come up with more restrictions on being able to vote. They want to squeeze Democrats out of the ability to vote. They want to create more voter ID demands and whatnot. And one of the other creepy things about it is that the owner of that Camp Mystic that got flooded out, he's a big Republican. He just died, but he was a big Republican. He donated at least $20,000 to GOP candidates in the last number of
well, that's all right.
years.
I mean, that has nothing to do with the flood.
Yeah, it does, because in the long run,
you mean in terms of
he got a waiver. He got a FEMA waiver in 2019. Donald Trump's president, FEMA. In 2020, Donald Trump is FEMA, and he got 2 waivers to declare that the floodplain wasn't a floodplain. So that's actually sort of a, if you're going to have your Christian audience that are going to, what's a floodplain?
The issue, yeah, I got you. All right, Dave, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Have a good Sunday. And the issue I took with the flood thing, and God, that's just a horrible, horrible deal. Really bad. But the double standard I had with it was, it made me so mad, is that, and Trump, what a disgusting display he was the other day with that reporter calling that reporter evil because of warnings. And he's like, this is nothing but heroic. Yet the MAGA people and Trump and Fox News and all the rest of it were obsessed with the water pressure of fire hydrants and the wildfires in California. Wouldn't stop about it. Wouldn't stop. And so they essentially blamed the wildfires on Gavin Newsom. Yet nobody's allowed to question. Nobody. The fact that Republicans rejected the alarms in Texas. Oh, we're not allowed to talk about that. Oh, no. Well, we are. And we will. Just like the Epstein thing, we love. Come on. MAGA's favorite days are when Democrats fight with progressives, and our favorite thing is when MAGA people fight with each other, and Trump people, and moderate Republicans. And this Epstein thing has, some people in the Trump administration walked out of meetings with Pam Bondi. Walked out. Woo, baby. All right, Ruthie, where'd you go? Where'd you go? I was waiting I know you wanted to say something. Pat in Ohio, you're going to be my next caller. I'll be right back.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight. Early bird special, only $49.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings, late-day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating. Also, stop smoking with Mark Patrick. No matter how many times you try to quit, this hypnosis is designed to destroy your desire to smoke without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd at the Hilton Garden Inn in Cranberry Township, and Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh and Green Tree. Weight loss seminar, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar, 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
My name is William Yank. I'm a 23-year-old 3-time leukemia survivor. One evening, my roommate was trying to talk to me, and I responded to him in a delirium of mess and confusion, and he said, we're going to the ER immediately. And came back with leukemia. They started me on chemos, they started me on a bunch of antibiotics, but the chemo wasn't exactly working. So my oncologist decided that he wanted to try me with CAR T-cell therapy. And it worked. Leukemia Lymphoma Society was this unforeseen blessing for me because I wouldn't have been able to get CAR T-cell therapy. We are about 9 months post-transplant and feeling very healthy, strong, and I live.
To give or get help, visit LLS.org.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
East Carson Street, for recent years, they've had more than their share of issues. In Pittsburgh City Council is Bob Charlin.
When things get serious, we've got 12 officers here who are not, this is their world. They're fully trained for this, and I believe they're the best entertainment patrol in the entire country. We also know that 12 officers is just not enough.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
There was this one time I went snorkeling in the Caribbean when I was a kid. It really just blew my mind. We saw the most beautiful corals. I remember thinking they were waving at us as they moved with the ocean. And then there were all these amazing fish. I'll never forget it. It completely changed the way I look at the ocean.
Most of us have a memory of being in nature we'll never forget. Let's protect the world's natural places so more memories can be made for generations to come. Visit worldwildlife.org.
Tune in to 1020 KDKA Radio for Medical Frontiers with Dr. Gerald Pfeiffer from the Allegheny Health Network every Monday from 7 to 8 p.m. Dr. Pfeiffer and his special guests will cover the information that you want to know about your health and the latest trends in medicine.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hey, welcome back. I'm here till 6 o'clock. I'm in for Lenny. We've had a very adventurous day here. Woo, baby. Okay, back to the phones. Pat in Central Ohio. Pat, you're on KDK. Thanks for your patience.
Hi, Mike. Before I get into a couple topics I want to touch upon, sources have told me that the reason that you go to that Spanish Catholic Mass is because you're less likely to be asked about naked bowling. Is there any truth to that?
Woo! Guess what? It's, that some of my listeners they texted me last night and said, "How was the naked bowling? How did you like it?" And I'm like, "Are you out of your minds? I didn't go to that. I was only kidding." Oh man! Wait! Do you want to know the truth? Speaking of the Spanish Mass, today, Father Dan Walsh, who's the legendary priest with Duquesne, but he does the Spanish Mass and the Spanish and Portuguese masses, and he said, "Michael Bartley." Back in the sacristy, because I have to fill out the thing as I usher, He goes, "Michael Bartley, I heard all about that naked bowling situation." Honest to God, he said that to me. Oh, I blushed.
I listen, Michael. I listen.
I know. Yes, you do. Oh, man, I forgot about that. But I got text last night. How was it? Did you take your clothes off? I said, "What? Are you out of your minds?" Oh.
Okay. I got a photo sent to me on a text from my brother in West Virginia, and it says some guy put this big thing out in front of his house and made a sign that says, "God bless Texas, but West Virginia floods matter too, don't they, Mr. Trump?"
Oh,
so,
that's interesting.
That was a shot, yeah.
Yeah, that was, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the other things, I agree with Cynthia down there in Florida. I believe the whole thing is just a transfer of wealth. They're going to take the farmers' land. I think, you talk about conspiracies. I believe the reason they pulled out those workers was, the farmers are out of luck when that happens. They go broke and they have to sell off their land, and guess who's coming in to get it?
Wow. Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. It really is. But I don't know. I'll tell you this, and she made a good point too about.
She always makes a good point.
She does. She's a bright lady. Without these migrants, and let's face it, I'm just going to say it what it is. It's cheap labor. It is, but they work so hard. The prices. I can't believe how expensive food is at the grocery store.
About that.
Yeah. Do you think so?
Oh, absolutely. I see it. You know what else I see? I see the shrinkage of packages.
Yeah. You're paying more for less.
Yes, exactly. So that's a hidden price increase right there.
Yeah, and Bob Casey had that in his campaign, and I thought that was a stupid campaign thing that he kept doing. But he was right about that. He was.
Yeah. And, we got something going on in Ohio over here. The legislature is going to try to do away with property taxes. Now, think about that.
Whoa, that's interesting.
Everybody hears that and says, that's going to save me several $1,000s or $1,000.
But what are they going to tax? Food?
What happens afterwards? Woo. Who pays for the schools? Who pays for the fire, the police, the libraries, all those different things? And you better have an explanation as to what's going to take its place, because I know during the Reagan administration.
What are they suggesting taking its
that's
place?
Just it. They haven't said it yet.
A sales tax?
Well, they haven't said it yet. They haven't made it. No, we just people making over $3 million in this state, they used to pay 3.5% tax. Okay, the rest of us pay 2.5%. Well, what they just did is they rolled back those people to where they pay 2.5%, just like the rest of us.
Uh-huh.
So it's kind of a squeeze thing that's going on, and I just brought that. I know nobody was talking about that, but I just brought that up.
No, that's interesting. I'm glad you mentioned that. That's interesting.
All right. Here's the things I wanted to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
The American that was killed in Palestine.
Oh, that was. Oh man, I tell you what,
it was beat to death by the settlers.
Yeah, that was, and that kid. I'm sorry, but that young man, and he was from he was from Tampa, and they owned an ice cream shop, and his family, they did well there, and he worked in the ice cream shop in Florida. And he had such a beautiful, really handsome kid. Wow.
He sure was.
I
he was a good-looking kid.
He was, what is he, 20 years old?
20 years old.
And he was protecting his family's...
they were coming in. They were coming in to burn out the homes and stuff. And these were the illegal settlers, but they were backed by military.
Uh-huh.
So it's like... you resist against them, and then you get charged with whatever they come up with.
And there's a difference too, Pat, in that, and I guess I was reminded of it today that Joe Biden put sanctions on Israel as it relates to not investigating things like that, and that Biden lifted that, and that was interesting. I don't know if you read that part of it. I didn't. I guess I That sort of I didn't realize all that.
Well,
but it's up to the Israeli authorities to investigate that.
Exactly.
And I'm waiting to hear when I look at that kid's face, this American's face. Somebody better be going to jail. I got news for you. Somebody better be going to jail. Hey, Pat, I'm going to ask you to hold on, okay? Because
sure will.
Okay, because you've been on hold for so long, and then Lynn and Brighton Heights, you're going to be after Pat. But Pat, you got me going on that. But you never made your point, so I'm going to have Pat come back. But no, that story was awful. I don't care what side you're on, and they wouldn't allow. People, those Israeli settlers held a line. They wouldn't allow the emergency people to get to this kid to help him, and he died right there. It was insane, totally insane. All right, I'll be back after the news.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Lenny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary. Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, supervisor and funeral director. To keep the costs down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and DeLisandroLTD.com.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Matt Piper. 2 women are dead in a shooting at a Kentucky church. That from Governor Andy Beshear. This is all happening in Lexington. Kentucky State Police say that after shooting a state trooper, the suspect ended up at a church where more people were shot. Witness Larissa McLaughlin on what she saw.
An officer pulling over a truck. The officer approached the vehicle and we went to pass them and heard shots fired as we went by and looked, and the officer stumbled back and into the street and fell down, and we sped to get help.
Police say the suspect is dead. The search for bodies in Texas is halted at the moment. It's due to heavy rain in the area. More than 160 people remain missing. CBS's Jared Eggleston is in Kerrville with more on the wait.
There's a lot of just vehicles and groups of people. You can tell they're first responders in parking lots waiting for that response saying, hey, we can get back to searching. We can get back to work. So far, they have not done that because they are afraid that this water could rise.
Today marks 1 year since the assassination attempt of then candidate Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. The shooter was killed. 6 Secret Service agents were suspended this week, but it appears that's it. Republican Senator Rand Paul on Face the Nation.
I think we aren't going to know the motive, and I take that at face value. I know a lot of times when we don't get something and we suspect something, we think government's lying to us. And look, I have my doubts about government on many levels, but I think on this level they've tried their best, and I don't think there's a secret answer that they're not revealing to us. I think they just don't know.
President Trump is threatening 30% trade tariffs on Mexico and the European Union.
White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett says President Trump simply does not like the current trade arrangement.
The bottom line is that he's seen some sketches of deals that have been negotiated with Howard Lutnick and the rest of the trade team, and the president thinks the deals need to be better.
During an interview with ABC, Hassett was asked if these new trade tariffs will hold.
These tariffs are real if the president doesn't get a deal that he thinks is good enough. But, conversations are ongoing, and we'll see where the dust settles.
The tariffs are slated to kick in on August 1st. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
A winner at Wimbledon as Jannik Sinner ends a 5-game drought against rival and 2-time defending champ Carlos Alcaraz.
Sinner takes his piece of Wimbledon history. What a wonderful match.
What a match, as he said. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
President Trump attended the FIFA World Cup finals in New Jersey this afternoon. He's not the only one celebrating soccer, or football as it's known overseas. Odyssey New York reporter Amanda Alexander talked to soccer fans at a watch party.
No matter what you call it, soccer or football, true lovers of the game traveling from all over.
Live in Paris, visiting in New York. I'm from Ecuador, Peru.
Know exactly where to go to watch the FIFA Cup World Cup. Lounging on the lawn outside of Lawn Club Bar, Justin and Joseph say they're rooting for
PSG, obviously. As well, PSG. I think they overall have the better team.
Now on our side, North America is set to host the World Cup next year, and he can't wait.
I think it's going to bring the attention to football here, at least in America, like what it needs to be, like to show how football is like impacted here too.
At South Street Seaport, Amanda Alexander for CBS News, New York.
And next year's takes place Thursday, June 11th through Sunday, July 19th. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Former CIA officer Jason Hansen here. In my line of work, I've seen firsthand how fast the world can change. With rising geopolitical tensions and inflation eating your buying power, it's time to take action. For me, that means gold. And for gold, I exclusively trust Advantage Gold. I urge you to do the same. Call them now at 800-900-8000 for a free gold guide to discover the security that comes with owning precious metals. Again, call 800-900-8000 today.
Paid for by Advantage Gold. Performance may vary. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Always consult your financial and tax professional.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for a drenching thunderstorm or two early on tonight, otherwise turning out partly cloudy and humid, low of 71. Clouds, some sun for tomorrow, thunderstorm in spots, high of 83 degrees. And for Tuesday, sunny to partly cloudy, hot, high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Unapologetic in his talk, it's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Michael in for Lenny. And we've had a lot of fun here today. My, some very intelligent conversations. Speaking of which, we are going to back to Pat in Ohio, who didn't get his fair share, and then going to Lynn, then going to Gary. And Pat, you go ahead, my man.
Alrighty,
I'm sorry, quick. You know what? You still got me going on that dumping the property taxes in Ohio, and then you got me going on that naked bowling from the other. Hey, listen, you know what? I brought that up. Was that Friday night? That was Friday night. I brought that up, and guess what? Oh man, it just took on a life of its own. Oh wow!
I remember.
Everybody had stories about going to. They didn't. Some of them didn't even know they were on naked beaches, and they looked around. Jesus, Mary, and St. Joseph.
I loved the part where you had to wear the bowling shoes, though.
I know. I love the part it was only $30 to get in. That's cheap. You can't even get a bag of groceries for $30 now, but you can go to take your clothes off and start bowling. Jeez.
All right. I'll get going so I can keep these other folks on.
Quit distracting me so you can talk. Go ahead.
The thing about having dual citizenship, if you're a citizen of the United States and a citizen of another country, if that other country requires you to do military time, then I think you should do an equal amount of military time for the United States.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The other thing is, earlier today on the New Yorker Radio Hour, they had the guy's name's David. I can't think of his last name, but he had Janet Yellen on.
I remember her.
She was talking about what's going to happen if Trump gets to push through this reduction in interest rates. I mean, force it through.
Yeah, and how can he be able to fire the reserve chair? This is making me crazy.
Well, this is what he does.
Yeah,
and
I know.
She talks about what will occur if he is able to do that. And I'm thinking, well, I wonder if he's able to do that because that'll increase the value of his Bitcoin probably.
That's interesting. That's very interesting. Wow.
But, you can get to hear that. You just have to ask your Alexa to play the New Yorker Radio Hour latest episode, and then you can hear it for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But and the last thing I want to say, that what happened in Texas with the flooding and the loss of life is tragic.
Devastatingly tragic.
I want everyone to think of something. What if those children died because they were blown apart by bombs? That's occurring every day.
Oh boy!
In Gaza Strip.
Yeah.
And I know I saw a Palestinian priest. He finally spoke up about it, but that's just one that just keeps me awake sometimes at night. And I'm sorry to end on such a downer.
No, I get it. And you brought up the that young Palestinian, the American who was killed by the settlers in Israel and the West Bank, and boy, that was. Oh my! I think a lot of people are talking about that today. Israel has to get a handle on that case, because this kid was an American who, I mean, they surrounded him and they beat him to death.
Yeah,
and listen. I mean, come on. I mean, I'm not making excuses for Hamas. None of those people, and Hezbollah. They make me sick. They're terrorists. But the settlers beating this young Tampa man to death, and then that they have power that they can block an ambulance from getting in there to help this young man. I mean, look, I'm so close to the Pittsburgh Jewish community. I don't know anybody. I don't know anybody who wouldn't agree with me on that.
They're good folks. We're not talking about them.
I'm not talking about that, but they would agree with me on this one. Believe me. And I'm very pro-Israel. Very pro. I mean, I'm pro-Israel. But on this, I'll tell you this: somebody better get arrested for this, and they better get a handle on this, because. This people are talking about this because they show the picture of this young man, how handsome he is, and just trying to protect property that was in his family for generations. This ain't good. This ain't good. This is bad. It's very bad. I got to tell you that right now, and I think the average American would be like, you know what, you better get a handle on this right now, and
for sure.
And we better this week we better read that some of these Jewish settlers, some that they were arrested for beating this kid to death, and it's just terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
All right, I'm going to let you go so you can get to your other folks. And
all right,
I'll listen.
No worries. Thanks, Pat. Thanks a lot. All right, my friend. Yeah, honest to God, Pat brought that up about that naked bull. I forgot about that. I even, but I brought that up on Friday night because Colin Dunlap was on there with me, and we do that crosstalk at the end of his show. And next thing you know, I brought it up, and then all these calls, people going on about it, and I was only pretending that I was going to go to that naturalist thing, and it was in Kraft and Ingram bowling lanes. I was only teasing that I was going, that I was wanted to go, that I said I was just too Irish Catholic repressed to do anything like that, and then but I said, yeah, I'm going to go try it out, which I was only kidding. I was kidding. And next thing you know, I get texts last night from some of my listeners, or not texts, like through the KDKA thing. How was it? Did you take your clothes off? And then I went to church today, and my priest, who I revere, says to me, Michael, I heard your show on Friday, naked bowling. Oh, and then we laughed so hard, I couldn't believe it. Oh, man. But some of those stories on here, they just take on a life of its own. Believe me. All right, I'm going to take a break here, and then Lynn, and then Gary. And we're going to finish it up. And I think Lenny's here at Mike, is Lenny here at 6 o'clock? Yeah, okay. By the way, hey, Mike. Did you, Mike, you there? Mike? Oh, you gonna get your what? Okay, all right. Get the mic. I wanted to ask you something about if you went to the South Side this weekend.
All right, I'm here.
You there?
Yes, I am.
So you didn't go to the South Side. You went to Lawrenceville?
Yes, we went to Lawrenceville last.
Wait, just one quick thing.
Yes.
The Lawrenceville crowd, they don't get crazy like the Carson Street, do they?
No, and now I will say I've only been to Lawrenceville a handful of times. I do like some of the places out there.
Yeah, but do you stay till bar time? Don't you?
Yes.
Did you stay till bar time last night?
Yes.
What time is bar time? 2 o'clock
2
or
o'clock.
2:30?
2 o'clock.
When you come out on Butler Street, there's not shenanigans like on Carson?
Not that I saw. No, definitely not on Carson. And even
You mean on Butler? Definitely not on Butler. You mean.
Yeah, Butler. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
And then same thing when I go down to the North Shore. And even the North Shore gets rowdy, but like just the different levels of rowdiness and the crowd, like how they are. It's different.
I think some of those people starting trouble on Carson Street don't even go to the bars. They just go
without a doubt.
I think they just go to at bar time to start trouble.
Exactly. That's just how.
Did you hear the rumors, Mike, about they might try to close a little earlier?
Yes. Again, a lot of people, at least where I'm 24. I would say like my age demographic. I don't know what it is nowadays. Even I don't like going out super late. If I'm going out, I like to go out, like, start my night like 7, 8 o'clock. Like my generation, they don't like going out. They don't like getting down to the bars till like probably 11 o'clock, midnight.
Yeah.
So like if you're closing the bars earlier now, you're not gonna have a lot of revenue because like
for sure
your peak hours is probably 11 to close.
Yeah, but things need to settle down. All right, thanks, Mike. I just wanted to get the update from you. Lynn in Brighton Heights, you're going to be next. I'll be right back after the break.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Charitable Music Fest, August 1st through the 3rd at Union Brewing in Zelienople, presented by My Preferred Insurance and Home Solutions, is packed with the best mix of 18 regional and local musicians, playing everything from 80s and 90s, country rock, blues, old school country, and classic and pop rock. All proceeds benefit local first responders. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Hi, I'm Tom Connors. Went to Mark Patrick's Hypnosis Seminar February 6, 2019. Nothing worked before. Left there and never smoked again. Amazing. Easy, affordable, and guaranteed. A year later, with my wife Michelle, attended Mark Patrick's weight loss seminar. She lost 18 pounds and I lost 43 in 8 weeks.
It's true. He smoked 2 packs a day and nothing worked until Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Now we're losing weight together, eating healthy, full on half the food, crazy, enjoying exercising. Who would have believed Mark Patrick Hypnosis really works?
It's amazing. I can breathe again. My blood pressure went down and I've got so much energy.
So much energy.
And look great.
Join Mark Patrick Seminar's early bird special, only $49.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings. That's right. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden in Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss seminar, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar, 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Tune in to KDKA Radio every Saturday morning at 8 a.m. for On the Money with Secure Money Advisors. Brian Caranta has tips that will make sure your retirement and income plan is ready to help provide you with a comfortable, secure retirement.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA. Lynn in Brighton Heights, thanks for your patience. Lynn, you're up.
Well, I called to talk about ICE and whoever those mass people are, whoever it is behind those masks that's snatching people up on farms. But I just wanted to ask you a question because of your previous comments. So is it your opinion that in Israel it's just Netanyahu and some bad apples that are, on a murder and starvation spree out there? You think that's what it is?
I don't know. I don't even vent. This thing has been going on for so many years. But I tell you, that story today got my attention about that young American beaten to death. That's all I'm saying about that.
Well, there's an Israeli paper, it's a media outlet. You've probably heard of Haaretz. And they did some polling, and about 82% of Jewish Israelis back expelling the Palestinians. And I don't know how you do that without killing up a bunch of people. But anyway, I don't think that private property is going to be scooped up and bought out and turned into real estate developments. Whether it's the coast of California or right smack in the middle of the United States, that's the heartland.
Are you talking about farm?
And
you
we
talking
need
about
food.
farmland?
Yeah, the farm. The farmland. That's farmland. We need food. So we need somebody growing food. So I think they're going to plug those holes pretty quickly. But I have speculated that, and you've heard, that they use prison labor to fight fires out there in California. You've heard of that, right?
I've heard that.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to use prison labor to put on the farms. And that would make some people happy because there's some really mean-spirited people. They're mean to the bone. They're not happy for people to just be punished by loss of freedom. They want people to suffer. So, I think we could see some American-style Russian labor camps where we put prisoners out there on the farm.
They also have jaded views in life. They really do. They intimated that the people that are going to be cut under Trump's bill with their Medicaid cut, that they should work on the farms and replace undocumented migrants. What they don't understand is that people who are on Medicaid
ship them all out there?
Have mental illness, are in wheelchairs, have this is more they see things. They see things in black and white. I see things in gray. Because everybody's different. This is they just paint things with a wide brush. They don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Well, so-called mental illnesses are brain disorders, but serious ones. But I think that they're never going to let go of this idea of the welfare queen. Sitting home, not working.
That's their vision.
And soaking up cash assistance. And this is not cash assistance.
That's their stereotype.
This is health care that everybody should have as far as I'm concerned, because health care is a human right, in my opinion.
And that's their stereotype, and they fail to consider that people who are schizoaffective, schizophrenic,
that's a neurological disorder.
Oh, I know that. But that's how they have health care, because they can't work. And they should have the same medical care as anybody else, because that's a physical illness. Correct. But they don't understand. They say these wacko things without considering the gray area of who Medicaid funds, and it's because I think they just have this stereotypical bigoted view of life.
I think I think you've got something there. I think they think like cave people, very blunt, very crudely, and it's harmful. It hurts people, and this bill terrifies me. I think a lot of people are going to be hurt.
I think you're right. I do. I think 12 million people without health care hurts is going to, and not only that, one of my callers before was going on about the SNAP benefits, and I used to do development for a food pantry, homeless shelter type place, and it was a privilege to do that. Every case, every person is different. There's no wide brush here. I mean, there's addiction, and there's disabilities and all that type stuff, and to think that and I'm on the board of directors of a food pantry that does wonderful work, Meals on Wheels for the elderly, and this is creating a very difficult, frightening time for those who do the budgets, as if, are we going to be able to continue to fulfill the mission of an elderly person with maybe dementia, with this or that, who worked their whole lives, who aren't in a position to go to a store, but they're staying in their own home, but they need help with food. Do you understand that?
We're just talking about able-bodied people, whoever these people are supposed to be in their imaginations, that are, the 29-year-old sitting on the mother's couch.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're all going to have to start giving more, because a lot of people are going to be in some serious trouble.
I guess it sounds like that. Lynn, thanks so much for the call. I appreciate it. Have a good Sunday evening. Yeah, and I don't know how we make that up, but hey, as long as billionaires get their tax cut, ooh, yeah, take from the poor to give to the rich, and to hell with the national debt. Don't pretend you care about it, because you don't. All right, Gary, you're going to be up next after the news, and I'll be right back. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Baths R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $12,500 bathroom remodel with an additional savings of up to $3,000 plus low to no monthly payments. 412-556-2284. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, Exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. At least 2 people have been killed in a shooting at a Kentucky Baptist church. Governor Andy Beshear says the suspect is also dead. It comes after police say he shot at a state trooper who was being treated at a hospital. It all started at Bluegrass Airport in Lexington. Witness Larissa McLaughlin.
My husband called 911 and I went running into the airport to try to find help. I was security, police, anyone help. Shots fired, officer down.
Searching has been postponed for most of today in Central Texas for flood victims. It's due to another weekend of heavy rains. CBS's Jared Eggleston is in Kerrville.
You saw a lot of vehicles trying to get out of town, trying to get up to higher places in town so that they could be away from that river.
President Trump says he's putting a 30% tariff on goods from the European Union. In Brussels, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen.
We have worked and now are ready to respond with countermeasures.
CBS News Brief, I'm Matt Piper.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speaker Series presented by University of Pittsburgh and Heinz Hall with Dr. Anthony Fauci, Malcolm Gladwell, historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster, National Geographic photographer Christina Mittermeier, former Russian political prisoner Vladimir Kara-Murza, and geopolitical economist Pippa Malmgren. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org, sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Only 1 in 5 people with autism are employed, despite many having the skill set and desire to work.
Maybe it's because employers don't know what kind of jobs they can do. Like, what about a programmer?
That's a job for someone with autism.
How about a healthcare worker?
Yep. That is too. People with autism can do a lot of different jobs, but often get overlooked due to outdated stigmas. Introducing WIN by Autism Speaks. We help businesses lead the way in inclusive hiring.
What about a ranch hand?
To learn more, go to autismspeaks.org/win.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making the recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Providers. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for a drenching thunderstorm or two early on tonight. Otherwise, partly cloudy and humid. Low of 71. Tomorrow, clouds and some sun. Thunderstorm in spots. It will be humid with a high of 83. And hot and humid for Tuesday with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Okay. Boy, that Kentucky story was horrible, wasn't it? 2 people shot and killed 2 women at a Kentucky church after the suspect shot and wounded a state trooper and then fled to the church. And then he killed those 2 people. My, oh my. A 72-year-old woman and then a 32-year-old woman killed at the church. The gunman's dead. Suspect was killed. I don't know what's next. I don't know. I know I sound like an old man saying the world's going to hell in a handbasket, but it sure as heck seems like it, doesn't it? My, oh my. Gary in Georgia. Gary, welcome back, my friend. Gary, you there? Gary. Hello, Gary. Gary, you there? Okay.
Michael, can you hear me?
Now I got you, bro. I got you now.
I'm sorry. I don't know.
That's all right.
I think it's on my end.
You must have hit some kind of button or something. I don't know what.
No, there's something happened. It's been going on for years.
That's all right. That's okay.
So, and I'm in Lexington 3 or 4 times a year.
You know, I kind of remember that. Remember that time you called me from that one racetrack? I remember you said.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm there 3, 4 times a year. Well, maybe not 4 anymore. I'm there at least a couple times a year. I used to live there for about 3 months.
You know, that's a nice town, Lexington.
It's gorgeous. So it's the horse capital of the world.
I know, and it's so beautiful. You know, the bluegrass state there, and I really love their governor, Andy Bashir. I wish he'd run for president. We'll see. I don't know, but what a terrible story. You know, that was a small Baptist church, and people are in there on a Sunday. This guy shoots and wounds a state trooper, runs in there, and kills 2 women. What is wrong with this world? My God.
I think that's why I called again and talk about the unusual subject. It's kind of interesting you brought that up like you did. This continued lack of what I call reasonable stability in the culture, we don't have that anymore.
I like how
we don't have this way of life anymore.
I like that description. I like that description. I do.
We don't have we really, now, sure, life is what you make it. It's very, very true. But it's a very dangerous culture. And we can't continue to be our own worst enemy for whatever reason.
And we've become. Can I say something, Gary? Can I say something to you since you brought that up?
Yeah.
I think people have become paranoid. It's so bad right now that people have become paranoid in terms of their neighbors and even family members, and people have become paranoid of just because. Like no matter where you go, you're now worried something's going to happen.
It's the lack of stability in the culture.
Yeah.
This is what I believe.
And you're right.
And that's that's really, well, I wish I was wrong. I think that's one of our biggest challenges. And I'm not so sure we just don't talk about the vanilla of it, if you will. Just a very common sense thing. Now, I know you can't stop crazy people from going into even a, God forsakes, a church.
And I started 4 hours ago. I started the whole day with a year ago today, the Butler PA thing, and this kid Crooks who tried to kill Trump and killed Corey Comparator, and the first people that said it can't be him or was his professor in college and friends who were like, but here's a kid that was living a double life. They said the same thing about this guy in Minnesota who killed these politicians. I don't know.
What about the man in Pittsburgh?
Yeah. Oh God, the one that went into. I mean, come on. And a Tree of Life.
All over the country.
All over the country. All over.
So there's something internally wrong here. There's something that's really changed, I think, and I don't think growing up, I don't think it was anywhere near this level of instability as far as violence is concerned, and I really don't.
You know what, Gary? I sometimes I think I preface it too much, saying I know I sound like an old man, but I don't remember.
Doesn't matter.
Listen, let me tell you something. There's no way. Prove it to me. Okay, now 1968, the assassinations, but the mass shootings from
never like in your lifetime.
That was not. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. It was not like it is now.
Not even close.
No,
it's not even close. And I often ask a few people, and I ask, "Am I missing something in this? Am I exaggerating it?" And of course, they're younger than I am. So one isn't, but they said, "No, you're not exaggerating it."
And I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you this right now. You ready? The day that we normalize this and become numb to it is the day we're really in trouble. And I worry that that's happening right now.
We might be there, frankly, to be honest.
Maybe.
There. Benjamin Franklin said, it's a republic if you can keep it.
Yeah.
And we're not doing good enough. With freedom, correct me if I'm wrong before we go here, with freedom there comes responsibility, right?
Correct.
You get your freedoms. Well, can't you at least, for God's sakes, can't you at least vote for somebody that has some statesmanship to him, has maturity level, has an integrity level? No, we can't even do that. We can't even do that.
You're right. We can't even do that.
So where do you go from? Well, if you can't do that, how are you gonna elect people to have a more stable life, a more stable economy, a more stable across the board? Because I believe, in closing, in the end, what we really seek is what we seek right now, and that is stability in our lives, in our government, in people. It's not going to be perfect, no.
But Gary, how do we? And you have plenty of time here, but how do we get there? You tell me.
Well, the first thing we have to do, we have to organize. Well, how do we get there? The first thing you have to do is get to the ballot box and get some people out of there. That's what I think. In reality, that's the first step. That's the quickest step.
And let me tell you something. And it's not all Trump's. No, just hear me out on this.
Okay.
It's not all Trump's fault. However, his tone as president of the United States, his tone is very bad. When he sits there and says, a legitimate question to a reporter, which happened Friday, about warnings. And then he said, I don't know you, but anybody who would ask a question like that has to be evil. His tone is horrible, just horrible. And his what he says to rile up his base, that he says horrible things. And I think, I worry that his followers, his cult members, and I'm not talking about regular Republicans who they're going down that road too. But
where are regular Republicans? Where are they? Where'd they go to?
Yeah, where are they? I don't know. They don't talk out much. Some do, like
Who? Sorry, the figure went out now.
Chris Christie. What's his name? Mitch McConnell. I think a little bit lately. I don't know, but I don't know. I mean, Tillis, who is not running again.
It's not enough.
It's not enough. The party of Reagan is no longer. It's no longer, and that's sad.
Well, I was not a big Ronald Reagan fan.
I wasn't a big Reagan fan, but he was an honorable man.
Honorable man, but he tried to. That's when our real economic priorities changed. If you recall, he tried to dismantle everything but the kitchen sink.
But he did it as in terms of his political beliefs. But he was he didn't hurtfully. He never would have made fun of a person with a disability. Never.
Exactly right. He didn't have he wasn't mean-spirited. He had some class about him. And
of course he did. And so did Bush the father. All of that. I mean, come on. It's apples and oranges here. It really is.
Well, in closing for the third time, maybe the fourth time, we'll see how the rubber meets the road when the 26 elections come around. I want to see.
I want to see. I wish it was next week. We'll see.
I wish it was tomorrow.
I know. We're gonna see. Don't worry. It's coming, and it'll be. And listen, I forget your age, but time sure goes fast, and it will.
I'll be 80.
Wow, you don't sound 80. You really don't.
Well, I'm lucky.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he wants me around for a little bit so I can call talk shows and harass people.
You don't harass me. I love when you call. All right, Gary, thanks a lot, my friend.
All right. See you at the next race.
We'll see you at the next race. We will. Gary and all right. Thanks so much. Okay. Gary in Georgia. You know what I love about Gary in Georgia? He still has a little tinge of a Pittsburgh accent. You can hear it in his voice. He used to live here, I love getting calls from out of state. I got several of them today. All right, I'll have some final thoughts coming up. Lenny will be here at 6. I don't know if I don't see Lenny just yet, but he'll be here. Don't worry. Lenny's very reliable. I thought I heard his voice out there, but I don't know if I did. All right, I'll be right back. Michael Bartley, KDK.
Honored to win the Marconi Award as the best news talk station in the country. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Jumpin' July savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. Bone-in country-style spare ribs are $1.79 a pound. Extra large fresh mangoes, 77 cents each. And selected varieties of Luigi's Italian Ice, 6-count packages, 2 for $5. Additional savings in our meat department. Gerber's Amish Farm fresh chicken thighs or drumsticks, $1.69 a pound. And frozen mahi-mahi fillets, 8-ounce portions, $5.79 each. In our produce department, farm fresh zucchini or yellow squash, 99 cents a pound. And sweet Northwest cherries are $1.99 a pound. In our deli department, Southwest pasta salad, $5.99 a pound. And Coons deep-fried turkey breast is $9.99 a pound. And this week, selected varieties of Chobani yogurt, 5.3-ounce containers, 5 for $5.
Get in on the Jumpin' July savings at Coons Market. How do you find the Coons Market nearest you? Click on CoonsMarket.com. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040. 800-408-4040.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and stop smoking without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back. Early bird special, only $49.99. That's right. Don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all. Also lose all the weight and let Mark Patrick hypnosis destroy unwanted cravings. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss seminar, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar, 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey. Michael Bartley in for Lenny, who's going to be up here at 6 o'clock. My last segment then. So just a couple quick thoughts. That story in Kentucky was horrible today. You know, it's ironic. I began this 4 hours ago with the anniversary of Butler, PA, and all that, wishing for a more innocent time where we can be safe, and you know that Corey Comperator died a hero, and then the day ends for me today with this Kentucky story. A guy shoots and wounds a state trooper. He flees the scene. It goes into a church, and this is Lexington. It goes into a church and shoots and kills a 72-year-old woman and a 32-year-old woman who were just there going to church on Sunday like I did and you did. Boy, this world. Now, I want to leave you with some sentiment that the liberals will be mad at me probably, and I don't really care. You know, I'm a centrist, and I try to be fair. I'm culturally liberal, fiscally kind of way in the middle to maybe even tinge to the right. Donald Trump will be here on Tuesday. He loves coming to Pittsburgh. And remember, he returned after the Butler assassination attempt, all that. But he's coming here on Tuesday. And he's going to join the world's top leaders in energy and artificial intelligence at Carnegie Mellon University. And I believe Josh Shapiro will be there as well. And I say take pride in that. Take pride in the fact that the President of the United States is coming. Now, I know that I saw the stories last week. I saw that. I get that. You can't. Some of you can't stand Trump. Carnegie Mellon in general is a pretty liberal school. And there are going to be signs, and there are going to be protests on this energy summit. And Dave McCormick, who's, a lightning rod for a lot of the liberals and so forth. They're mad at him for bringing Trump here. But you know what? And it's McCormick hosting the inaugural Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit. People from around the world, leaders from around the world in energy, AI, global investment, labor, trade, they will be there. Okay? Oh, look who just walked in. So look, my issue is this. If you have, you want to protest Trump coming here, fine. But my issue is that this is Carnegie Mellon. Lenny just walked in. What did George Bush? He called us Knowledge Town. Do you remember that?
He called us reliable. That's what he called us.
No, Bush the kid.
I'm picking with you.
I know. I'm glad to see you. Did you? But anyway, my point is.
Yes, Knowledge Town.
My point is, take pride.
Take
pride in the fact that the President of the United States is visiting Pittsburgh. I'm good with that.
Well,
and people get mad and all of that. Do you know that Carnegie Mellon, Dateline, Pittsburgh, around the world will be Tuesday?
Well, here's the bigger...
And that makes me feel proud and good.
The bigger thing, Michael, is...
And don't stick him in here and start trouble. I'm just kidding.
No, I know that. The bigger thing is, if you're looking for the resurgence that we've been talking about for years...
Yeah.
Tuesday's the type of attention you want.
Absolutely true.
And you have to look at that and not get caught up in news cycles. You have to have a long-term vision about how you look at Tuesday. And then whatever they say on Tuesday...
Yeah. And to have the President of the United States there's a good thing.
Hold them all accountable to whatever they're going to say on Tuesday and go from there.
You know I'm no fan of Trump. I don't care. He's the President of the United States. He's at Carnegie Mellon, and that's good. And Lenny McAllister is coming up at 6 o'clock. I'm glad to see. I'm glad to see you. Look fresh.
I was motoring on that Pennsylvania Turnpike picking up my kiddo.
Did you hit some traffic? I know you were. Did you?
Hit traffic and I hit rain.
Where? On the Turnpike on a Sunday?
I had to go to Valley Forge, Pennsylvania, and come back.
Oh, Lenny, I would have given you another hour. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm right here. I'm ready to go.
I got you. All right, he's ready to go. Lenny's coming right up after news. Michael Bartley, it was fun today. Thanks.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Ooh, Ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Former CIA officer Jason Hansen here. In my line of work, I've seen firsthand how fast the world can change. With rising geopolitical tensions and inflation eating your buying power, it's time to take action. For me, that means gold. And for gold, I exclusively trust Advantage Gold. I urge you to do the same. Call them now at 800-900-8000 for a free gold guide to discover the security that comes with owning precious metals. Again, call 800-900-8000 today.
Paid for by Advantage Gold. Performance may vary. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Always consult your financial and tax professional.
Get connected
Connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
On the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Matt Piper. 2 women were killed in a shooting at a Kentucky church. It happened, police say, after a state trooper was shot and wounded at an airport in Lexington. After shooting the trooper, the suspect carjacked a vehicle and fled to the church. Police chief in Lexington, Lawrence Weathers.
The suspect fired his weapon at individuals on church property. Preliminary information indicates that the suspect may have had a connection to the individuals at the church.
The suspect was later killed by Lexington police. In Texas, new flooding has hit the region, hit hard 10 days ago as more evacuations are underway. CBS's Jared Eggleston is there.
We got 3 alerts in the span of an hour on our phone saying, hey, you need to get to higher ground. You need to get out of here.
This as Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who oversees FEMA, praised the initial federal response on Fox.
Everybody there is so grateful. They recognize the response was immediate. It's unprecedented how the federal government came in and supported the state in this, and many lives were saved. Unfortunately, the tragedy of this is that so many were lost, and this community has got a long ways to heal, and we need to find these family members and bring them home.
But there have been reports that Noem failed to authorize teams' deployment until 72 hours after flooding began. Moscow is ramping up its assault on Ukraine. On Face the Nation, Senator Lindsey Graham says Russia's leaders are not realizing that Ukraine is gaining an upper hand thanks to allies like the U.S.
Putin has calculated that we would get tired and Europe would get weary. He made a huge mistake. NATO is bigger and stronger, and we're more committed than ever to make sure he does not take Ukraine by force.
Today marks 1 year since an assassination attempt on President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, while he was campaigning. A Senate report released today says the Secret Service denied multiple requests from Trump's Secret Service detail to bolster his security. Our Scott McFarland says 6 agents were suspended last week.
The Secret Service revelations may have been the most striking so far, because they know they screwed up. The Secret Service has undertaken its own internal review and been the subject of investigations from Congress, and they found breakdowns in communication, how they communicate with law enforcement locally and how they communicate with each other. It showed breakdowns in how they patrol the skies and in other parts of how they do their jobs. They've made corrections. They feel like they're better equipped now.
You can have a piece of Mars. Sotheby's is holding an auction Wednesday featuring a 54-pound hunk of the red planet. It could fetch as much as $4 million. Sotheby's says the meteorite was blown off the surface of Mars by a massive asteroid strike and traveled 140 miles to Earth, where it was found in the Sahara in Niger in 2023. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
There is a tempest and a teapot brewing over a matcha shortage.
Whether you like it in a latte or chilled on ice,
Matcha lovers are upset. The meteoric rise of the bright green powdered Japanese tea has triggered a global shortage, which has led to a proliferation of resellers. Matcha Talk, yep, that's a thing, is green with envy after a post showing a suitcase overflowing with matcha products purchased during a honeymoon in Japan. The comments, scathing. One reads, "This is the greed they talk about in the Bible." Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
A historic lodge on the Grand Canyon's North Rim has been destroyed by wildfire. The Grand Canyon Lodge, the only lodging at the North Rim, was consumed by flames. The visitor center, the gas station, and a wastewater treatment plant were also lost, along with some employee housing. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Hi, it's Steve Mann. Have you heard the commercials for the Mark Patrick Stop Smoking seminars? And they said only $49.99 and it could work for you. So I thought, that's not even a week's worth of smoking. So I went. And guess what? It did work for me. You know, my friends and family are still amazed. I quit smoking. I didn't have cravings, anxiety, or weight gain. Listen, I don't know how it works, but I know it works because I'm living proof, and it's 100% guaranteed. So what do you got to lose? I'll tell you what you got to lose. A very bad habit.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and stop smoking without cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Early bird special, only $49.99. Don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all, or your money back. Seminar 8 p.m. on Wednesday, July 23rd at the Hilton Garden Inn, Cranberry in Cranberry Township, or 8 p.m. on Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Greentree. Registration 30 minutes before seminar. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for a drenching thunderstorm or two early on tonight, otherwise turning out partly cloudy and humid, low of 71. Clouds, some sun for tomorrow, thunderstorm in spots, high of 83 degrees. And for Tuesday, sunny to partly cloudy, hot, high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I told you we'd be doing a little bit of a Freaky Friday-esque type of switch on the air this weekend. I was in 2 p.m. yesterday for Michael Bartley. Michael Bartley was on starting at 2 p.m. today for me. And in a rare player to be named later, I am the talk show host to be named later, filling in for the Moore of Pittsburgh, who is on another week of vacation. He is scheduled to be back next week. Celebrating an anniversary. Hat tip to Mr. and Mrs. Moore for that wonderful anniversary. In the meanwhile, phone lines open, 866-391-1020. Want to talk about a couple things. Today, so the theme of today, ironically enough, bringing up Mr. and Mrs. Moore's anniversary, the theme of today is anniversary. Now, I have two to talk about. I know you know which one is one of them because I teased you on this yesterday. I gave you a little bit of, I don't know, little bit of a preview, little bit of a teaser, a little bit of homework to think about. And I said at 866-391-1020 yesterday and today. Actually, I said it at News Radio KDKA, and I told you to call into 866-391-1020. But like quantum physics, they exist in the same exact spot at the same exact time, so I guess I wasn't wrong in saying that. Digressing. Because I'm all about that digression, at least in the first couple of minutes of this show. Ergo, back to digressing. I mentioned to you, one of the things I wanted to ask you all was your thoughts then versus now on Donald Trump. Particularly the people that did not support Donald Trump in 2024. And it if you did support Donald Trump and you want to answer that question, go ahead and call in. I'm not saying don't call in. What I'm saying is I'm theorizing I could probably figure out where you already are. You already were MAGA people. You voted for Trump in 2016. You voted for Trump in 2020. You were going to vote for Trump in 2024. And your level probably of admiration for Trump went up even higher after the assassination attempt 1 year ago today. And I'm not saying that's wrong for you all to feel that. I'm just saying I could probably guess that's what you would say. That you would call in here and tell me about, can you imagine a guy his age that went through an assassination attempt? People forget he is not exactly 37 years old. Can you imagine a guy going through an experience like that, coming back, having the energy to run for president, to win the presidency and do all the stuff he's done in the first 5-6 months? That's my guy. I imagine that the vast majority of you are going to say that. Now, if you want to, fine. But I don't think that's going to be very hard to figure out. What I was trying to figure out, what I think is more pressing, not pressing, what I think is more intriguing, better word. What I think is more intriguing to hear is the opinion of the average non-Trump supporter, non-Trump voter, who had one point of view this time last year in the aftermath of the assassination attempt. Because again, I was here that Sunday. Phone lines were flooded with a lot of different opinions. I'd love to know how it's gone from then to now. And I'm going to put the caveat on it with this. I'd love to know what your views are on divisiveness. Because everybody was talking about this country's too divided. Can you imagine what just happened? We can't do that. We need to calm down. This has gone too far. This is too much. And I don't like Donald Trump, and he can't possibly be president again. And I didn't like him being president the first time around. And I don't like a thing he says, but, and there was a but that was in that sentence. But we can't do this. But we can't remain this divided any longer. Trump or no Trump, we can't remain this divided. That was something I heard from everybody, mostly. This time last year, there were some people that flat out took advantage of the moment and just, where's the gasoline? Oh, there's the fire. Here I go. And you dumped it as much as you could. Not everybody did that, though. But there were some of you that did. The Democrats hate this country so much that they killed the one greatest thing that could save it, is what some of you said. I'm not saying you're right or wrong. You want to get into that, you can. That's not the point of me bringing this up. My point is, number one, I really would like to gauge how some of you thought then versus how you think now. And I put the caveat on it yesterday as well. Don't you dare call in here and say, I wish they would have completed the job. I didn't want to hear that last year. Other people didn't want to hear that last year. I'm not going to tolerate it now. I will immediately hang up on you. I don't care how much you can't stand Trump policies. If you call in with that, you're gone. I don't want to talk to you because that's not the point of what I'm trying to get to. To be honest, to be fair, to be direct, what I'm trying to get to with my question, with my analysis, what I want you all to think about is this. There was a willingness to level set all of this, all the tone, the tenor, the nastiness, the divisiveness, immediately after the assassination attempt. You don't really hear it anymore. And I would like to kind of talk to people about their journey, how they went from a willingness to calm things down, to have robust, passionate debates on policy, but not go that far on the divisiveness, to where we are now. Where we are now is just people hate each other. Let's just be honest. I wish they didn't, but they do. And it's just amazing to me that it literally, 365 days is a long time, particularly in modern American politics and modern world culture. 365 is a long, long time with social media, traditional media, 24/7 news cycles. Long, and a presidential year. Long, long, long time. Which is a little different from me, love you, long time. Sorry, Two Live Crew popped in my head. Pop culture, bingo, check one. If you had Uncle Luke and Two Live Crew on your bingo card for a Sunday afternoon, you know that Chris Moore's not here today. Anywho, I am curious to see where you are with that. I'm going to take different angles on the anniversary. I said this yesterday as well. I'm not going to go down if you were there, sure, you want to call in, get it off your chest. You were there, 866-391-1020. I'm not saying don't do that either. I'm just not trying to take that angle today. I'm trying to do an analysis of where we are as an American people. And ideally, hold up a little bit of a mirror to show a significant portion of us collectively that, hey, you all talk like this. You were begging for a different way, a different tone, a different way of communicating, a different way of interacting with each other 365 days ago. Now, 1 year later, you're right back to being at each other's throats. Literally in some instances. Not proverbially, literally. I just kind of want to dive into that a little bit if I can. Because I have a greater point to make on this, I think. And it will actually feed into the other anniversary I want to talk about. So anyway, that's it. 866-391-1020. I see people calling in, which means I better go to break so I can come back and let you get on the airwaves here at the award-winning News Radio, KDKA.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Hey folks, NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader, continues to exceed customer expectations. Carol from Pittsburgh praised NASCO Roofing for their quality workmanship and the timely manner NASCO completed her new roof. She loved how friendly and easy NASCO Roofing was to work with. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Carol. Get NASCO on your roof next. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind?
hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, 866-391-1020. I threw some things out there. They're not necessarily things that you have to... I'd like for you to stick to them. I'd like for you to use them as some sort of guiding light to be all CBS soap opera-ish on you. Pop culture bingo is not just music, boys and girls. That said, just as something to break the ice, something to let you know what I'm thinking. If you go someplace else in regards to your reflection, your thoughts on the 1-year anniversary of the assassination attempt, great. That's fine. I don't mind. But I did want to throw it out there. Some of you have gone from thinking one way about this country and the divisiveness and the tone a year ago, and some of the pleading and some of the thoughts, and then I talk to you all regularly. You sound different now. And I just kind of want to get into your heads about that. Not in a judgmental type of way, not in a way to be preachy or to wag my finger, which you can't hear me wagging my finger, but if you just close your eyes, or if you're live streaming, you can see me wagging my finger at you. If you're not watching the live stream and you're closing your eyes, make me better looking in your mind as I wag that finger. Thank you. Anyway, 866-391-1020. Going to Ted in Mount Washington. Ted, you are on KDK.
What's going on, lady?
Hey, child of God.
Hey, by the way, when you do push-ups, do Mike Tyson push-ups. Put your legs against the wall. Yeah. You go on YouTube. You'll see.
The governing powers that be in this building would probably say something to me about having shoe marks on their walls here. Just as my wife, the governing body at my house, would say the same. I could do it on steps, but I get them in though. If you watch the live stream, if anybody does, they see me disappear from the chair almost every break. I'm getting on the floor and hitting those push-ups. I'm not doing a 75 to 100, but I am doing a normal amount per set per commercial break. So I try to get them in.
Oh yeah, or you can do 10 to the wind, north, south, east, and west.
I do something akin to that.
You can try that too.
The studio's not that big, but I get the number in. I don't necessarily do the variation here. I try to make sure I can pump out that number each break, and then if I have to talk to Mike and ask him something, or he has to tell me something, or we're looking at the callers or whatever else, that's what I try to get in. We stay busy here, man, during the commercial breaks. People think it's just we go and get a coffee break every 12 minutes. That's not what happens here. That's not how the magic happens here, Ted.
Oh, hey, whatever you do. hey, you look good, though. I will say that.
I appreciate it, kind sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hey, well, real quick, my opinion about Trump never changed. I didn't vote for him or Harris because I knew it would be a revenge tour. And I'll tell you what, who else, if you remember that time, who else was asking for a Secret Service and was denied?
RFK.
F. Kennedy Jr.
Yep, RFK Jr.
And he said, well, with my family background, you would think I'll get...
I remember that.
Yeah, I remember that, and also got to remember, Secret Service security was under Homeland Security. It used to be under the Treasury Department, but that changed after 9/11.
Yes, it did. And
who was head of who was head of Homeland Security? Mayorkas. That goes straight to Joe Biden, man. And I still feel that.
Good.
Feel that Trump thinks that Biden tried to kill him. I really feel that way.
Well,
he might be right.
If it were you dodging those bullets, I'd have to imagine that it would be hard to give up that mindset. And you can't blame the guy for not giving up that mindset. Now, people forget. It's interesting you bring up RFK Jr. not getting the Secret Service support. People forget that RFK Jr., as a Democrat, before he worked for a Republican administration just a year later, talk about things changing in a year, he was polling at 20%. He was not this fringe candidate that was getting 2% from, the people that are hanging out at the coffee shops for, 27 hours a day. He was getting a sizable chunk because the American people were saying, really, we're going to do Biden, Trump again? Really? We don't want to do the sequel. We didn't really want to do the first one. You forced us to do it during the pandemic. We really don't want to do this sequel. Already got the T-shirt from 4 years ago. So to your point, they didn't do it for RFK Jr. The controversy at the time was they wouldn't give Trump as much as he wanted. And that was part of the issue, too. It was like, okay, you played games, you played political games with giving me Secret Service protection, and now look what happened. Which, by the way, justifiably so, Trump supporters, that lit a fire underneath them that, let's just be honest, from a political standpoint and an activism standpoint, that's enough to make you knock on extra doors. That's enough to make you raise extra profile for your candidate. If you feel like you left my candidate vulnerable, he is a former president, and you're playing games with your other political opponent that is also asking for Secret Service protection, who, by the way, had his dad shot down and his uncle shot down while trying to campaign and serve this country. In fact, both of them were in office at the time.
Yeah. Oh, look, I like I said before, I think Trump's right. Hey, that goes to Biden. Okay? My little conspiracy theory, that goes directly to him. Okay? They were playing political games, and they got burnt for it. And when Trump went in, and I knew it, it's nothing but a revenge tour. Well, and the country doesn't have time for it.
Well, a lot of people said that too.
Now we're going to suffer.
A lot of people said that, Ted, and it's interesting because of RFK. What I said at the time about that, and people can go try to fact check me on this if they like. People asked me, why wouldn't you give RFK Jr. the level of Secret Service security based on his family history? And I said, because it gives him legitimacy. If you give him that level of protection, it legitimizes him as a candidate. Then the next question is, why won't you debate him in a Democratic primary? And then you have to question the whole Democratic Party on that. The same, by the way, Democratic Party that when Biden left the race didn't have a primary and gave it straight to Harris. So there was that, and it goes right back to Trump. Why won't you give Trump all the Secret Service protections that he may need? Well, politically speaking, the answer would have been, if you give him that much protection, as much as you're giving the sitting president of the United States, you're basically putting him on the same level as the person that beat him in the last election. That doesn't look good politically. So back to your point, Ted, it was a political optics issue that ended up playing out in a very tragic way a year ago today.
And that sits right on the feet of the Democratic Party and former President Joe Biden. That's where it leads up to. I still feel it does. Because you cannot tell me, especially for RFK Jr., you wouldn't give him not one. He got no support. And then after that happened, all of a sudden he got all the security he needed. And that's at the same time what Donald Trump and this secret security service were asking for the same thing. And I met to Mayorkas of Homeland Security, and he said that both were denied, and he gave him a lame excuse for it. That's Biden, man. Then no one can tell me that Biden didn't have a hand in that. And that's shameful.
And Ted, I appreciate you calling. I got to go to break. Or, and this is even worse, or if Biden really wasn't calling as many of the shots as people thought he was at the time, because again, we soon learned that, hey, he was taking naps during the day, he wasn't in full capacity, then the question then obviously becomes, okay, who was calling that shot? If he's kind of calling the shot and he's the president, he's never supposed to be kind of calling the shot. He should be calling the shot. So if it's just he's kind of calling it, who else was calling it? All of those things played out in a very tragic way a year ago at this time. And by the way, politically, the Democrats did pay a price for it. Coming back after the break on News Radio KDKA.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
The Shindig Charitable Music Fest, August 1st through the 3rd at Union Brewing in Zelienople, presented by My Preferred Insurance and Home Solutions, is packed with the best mix of 18 regional and local musicians, playing everything from 80s and 90s, country rock, blues, old school country, and classic and pop rock. All proceeds benefit local first responders. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. 2 women were shot to death at a church in Lexington, Kentucky. 2 men were also injured in the church shooting, and a Kentucky state trooper was shot near Bluegrass Airport in a related incident. Lexington Police Chief Lawrence Weathers.
The suspect was shot by responding law enforcement and was pronounced deceased at the scene.
Stormy weather and the possibility of more flooding prompted officials in Central Texas to suspend the recovery effort for the 160 people still missing from floods more than a week ago. Our Jared Eggleston is in Kerrville.
They had to suspend that because the water is expected to rise here and is expected to continue flowing very heavily.
Senator Richard Blumenthal is calling for a strong bipartisan push against Russia. On Face the Nation, he says an upcoming sanctions bill will ensure accountability.
That give the president the ability to act in the national security, but also provide congressional oversight.
CBS News Brief. I'm Matt Piper.
Here's AirPro's Rocco Florio. If last summer took a toll on your old, inefficient central air conditioning system and you got prices from some of the big box stores or your current heating and cooling company and have been shocked with high prices and limited warranties, it's time to call AirPro Heating and Cooling and see why our customers save 20 to 30% over the competition.
AirPro and Bryant are offering their summer special and also 60 months interest-free financing or low 3.9% interest subject to credit approval. Call AirPro Heating and Cooling. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Do you consider someone in our Pittsburgh area a hero? A hero can be your neighbor, a teacher, a church leader, or even your parent. Someone who has done something extraordinary. Once again, KDKA Radio needs your help as we honor 5 local heroes in our community. Nominate your hero for Larry Richards' Hometown Heroes event at KDKARadio.com.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back.
Totally changed my life.
It's amazing. I don't have any cravings. You want to quit, but have found it impossible? This is the thing for you. I have absolutely no craving. It's the darndest thing I have ever seen in my life.
It's not for entertainment. It's for results.
Do it. It works. Period.
You've tried everything else. You need to come and try this.
Early bird special, only $49.99. No irritability, no cravings. Because don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all. In addition, use hypnosis to lose all the weight and destroy unwanted cravings. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd at the Hilton Garden in Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, Weston Green Tree. Weight loss seminar, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar, 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for a drenching thunderstorm or two early on tonight. Otherwise, partly cloudy and humid. Low of 71. Tomorrow, clouds and some sun. Thunderstorm in spots. It will be humid with a high of 83. And hot and humid for Tuesday with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You know, I know a lot of people are going to want to talk about one type of reflection on what happened in Butler last year. And I can still do that. 866-391-1020. So that's where you go, okay, I'm not going to discourage you from doing that, but I am going to encourage you to kind of tell me how your mindset has changed about all of this. Not just the Trump assassination attempt, but just all of this over the course of the last 365 days. The caveat I'm going to put on it, on top of that, is this. There was a time where things like that would have a lasting impact on how we societally acted towards each other and thus as a society collectively. Now, not so much. If this happened in 2001, and I'm not saying at the same time as 9/11, I'm saying with the same societal, civic, cultural feel that we had in 2001, which, by the way, was pretty divided because of the election of 2000. So let's not act like everybody was like, yay, we love each other. Hardly the case. People were pissed off that George W. Bush won. I'll probably piss some of you off right now by saying the phrase, hanging Chad. Digressing for the second time this hour. That said, there was still a willingness in America to come together after a national traumatic event. And an assassination attempt of a political leader. And you can tell me how much you hate Donald Trump if you want. Donald Trump has been a political leader for 10 years now. It is a traumatic event collectively because it has a collective impact on us all. I would venture to say if that happened or something akin to that happened 25 years ago, not because obviously we had 9/11 tragically, but I'm saying a political assassination attempt, I think that collectively we would act differently. Now, of course, one could make the argument that, well, if it were Donald Trump in 2001, you probably still have the divisiveness because it's still Donald Trump. I'm saying take that part out of it. Keep the cultural aspect of it. Keep who we were back then versus who we are now. The litmus test to me is the pandemic. That should have been a time where we all came together a lot better than we did. We failed that test. Horribly. Unnecessarily, as far as the coming together of America aspect of it. And I think, again, the longer lessons learned from a traumatic event such as Butler last year, they're not really there. We literally went right back to going at each other's throats within, a month? I mean, even Trump himself didn't take that long to get right back at it. So, I'd like to hear some of your thoughts around that shift or that lack of a more permanent shift to something better. Just my thought. Anywho, back to the phone lines. 866-391-1020. Going to Barb in Allison Park. She is on KDKA.
Well, hello there, Lenny. Welcome back. That was a safe drive you had, I guess?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, it was. I left here at 8 o'clock in the morning, picked up my kiddo from a conference where he did very well. I'm very proud of him. And hustled back so I can be here to spend time with you all this afternoon and this evening.
Okay, well, let me make sure I got this straight, because this is the weirdest thing is I never call in, but I called in and talked to Michael about Heather Cox Richardson, and then I think I am one of the people you might be talking about or asking about. You wanted someone who voted Republican president 2016 and 2020, but not 2024? Is that kind of what you were?
No, I'm willing to take anybody. The primary, the prodding, encouraging thought that I was trying to put out there, Barb, was this. I'd like to know from the person, and you fit this bill, the person that didn't vote for Trump in 2024, but had a certain point of view in regards to we have to stop being so divided. Look at what happened. Look at what it led to us. We have to change how we talk about each other and how we talk about politics. And then what that shift looked like from this time last year to now when they talk about Trump, when they talk about MAGA, when they talk about politics overall. Because I'm venturing to say that there are people that went right back to the divisiveness, and now we'll all talk about reflecting upon 1 year ago in Butler County. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. If you're reflecting upon it, why didn't you allow that to resonate enough where you changed on a more permanent basis since that incident a year ago at this time? That's kind of what I was going after. But willing to go in any direction.
Okay, well, the divisiveness has been a concern of mine for a very long time. But, I mean, I go back. I'm in my 70s now. So I go back to the trauma of the assassinations of Kennedy's and Martin Luther King. That left a lasting impact on me. When I voted in 2016 and 2020, I can say for sure I held my nose and voted for President Trump. I didn't really like a lot of the things that he did or said, or he wasn't a good spokesperson. His speeches, every now and then he gave a good one, but it wasn't very impressive. And his mannerisms, but he was not a politician. And I thought politicians have brought this country to its knees. Maybe he can do something different. But January 6th had an impact on me, almost enough. They almost had me with some of the horrible, well, there were things going on about the gender identity politics. They really utilized that to try to scare people, I think, into really being afraid of what the Democrats would do if Kamala Harris got into office. I'm not sure.
No, you're correct, Barb, because that was the most effective ad. They did studies after the election. They said the most effective ad to move independent voters was, in fact, the transgender ad, where they were using her own words and her own video clips against her in a negative campaigning ad against her in the general election.
Well, sure, and I think within my own family, I don't like the divisiveness. I try not to talk about politics because it's up until fairly recently we managed to weather the storm. But now there's really conflict in our family, and it's very troubling to me because if it happens in our family, how can I hope that this country will be at peace? I voted for Kamala Harris, but again, I held my nose because I thought, how in the heck is she going to do the things that she says she wants to do? And she was put in such a horrible situation. When I watch presidential debates or any debates, I watch the whole thing, and it was painful watching that debate with President Biden and Donald Trump all the way around. It was just painful to watch. But I think I suspected for a long time that President Biden was really struggling. And I questioned a lot of times how much of his input was really going on in the decisions that were being made. I wasn't sure. So I don't know. I think January 6th, though, that was probably, even as I walked in, I can tell you I walked into our polling place and I was still struggling. But when I sat down and thought about it, January 6th, and I really feel like he encouraged people to do some of the things that they did.
Barb, let me ask you this. When he was shot at this time last year, and the tragedy that happened, and obviously one death, several others injured, did January 6th go through your mind then? Because there are some people, there are some people that it did. They were like, okay, January 6th, this is. I mean, he fostered this type of visceral reaction. There's always a weight and a counterweight. I was just curious, did that go through your mind at all, or did you just have sympathy for him? What went through your mind then, and then kind of how have you been thinking about Donald Trump since last year?
Well, I mean, I just thought that, first, it was horrifying. I've worked with mentally ill patients in my active career. Most of them are not violent, but when these violent things happen, there's mental illness almost always at the core. I didn't think about January 6th. I thought, dear God, I hope he's not dead, because this is really going to screw up this country now. We're really going to be in a mess. Now, I just, when he did that fight thing, he got up, and at first I thought, wasn't that amazing? He's getting up and he's being real courageous, but I feel like he sent the wrong message to the wrong people. We shouldn't fight. I don't know. It was horrifying to me. I mean, but I go back, when I first heard that, I went back to when JFK was assassinated. And then, Martin Luther King, and then Robert. It was horrible. That's where I went when I heard about the shooting.
Barb, I appreciate your phone call. And, and I will say this. And again, keep the phone calls coming in, 866-391-1020. I was listening to it on the radio. I actually went to drop off lunch for my wife at work. And I just dropped it off. I was pulling away from her workplace. And I'm listening to Trump speak, and I hear pop, 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 pop. And I just said, just as calmly and as just in a declarative voice as I could to myself, as the only person in the car. And I go, oh, wow, they're shooting at Trump. Wow. And what went through my mind was, they're shooting at Trump, and if they kill Trump, we have a civil war. The end. It starts tonight. And for just a second, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist type of guy, you all know me. I've been in the media now for 20 years. Nationally, internationally, and here on KDKA. I've been a little bit everywhere. So I am not one to just go hyperbolic. But I really did believe, when I heard the pop, 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 I was listening to XM radio, listening to the speech, just kind of, what is he going to say? I know people that went to the rally. I knew at least one person that spoke at the rally before Donald Trump got up there. And I just remember saying, if he is dead, the Civil War starts tonight. And what the heck would the Biden administration do? How would modern political leadership calm things down? Because ironically enough, we're bringing up RFK. RFK calmed the people in Indianapolis, Indiana down the night that MLK was assassinated. Very infamous clip. If you haven't seen it, those of you of a certain age, we've all seen it. If you're under a certain age and you haven't seen it, you should go look. Talk about grace during a crisis. And sadly, I mean, that guy was only had 3 months himself on this planet and would also be the victim of an assassination. But what also went through my mind was, I don't really trust a whole lot of the political leadership to calm things down if what I heard ends up doing what I think it might have just done. I raced back home and saw that he didn't pass away, to Barb's point, but it takes you back. It takes you back. 866-391-1020. Coming back to wrap up hour number 1. I see the phone lines lighting up. Want to hear from you here on News Radio KDKA.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
ABC Transit is urgently hiring for CDL and van drivers. Current sign-on bonus for Class B with S&P endorsements is $2,500. Van drivers get a $1,000 sign-on bonus. Complete their CDL program and earn up to $1,000 in additional bonuses. Safety and attendance bonuses available. You must be able to pass all background and clearance checks, must be drug-free. 9 locations in Allegheny, Beaver, and Butler counties. Apply in person. Call 724-831-8500.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and the toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way. Give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $12,500 bathroom remodel with an additional savings of up to $3,000 plus low to no monthly payments. 412-556-2284. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
The financial industry can be confusing. That's why our show, Expedition Retirement, has a new name. Join us for Fire Your Financial Advisor, Saturday night at 8 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, let me go back to the phone lines, 866-391-1020. Going to Andy. Andy, you are now on KDK.
Hi, good afternoon. How you doing, Lenny?
I am doing well, kind sir. How are you doing today, child of God?
I'm doing good. Thank you very much. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that if Martin Luther King Jr. or JFK had survived those assassination attempts, if they hadn't have been killed, do you think that, are you going to try and tell me that they would not have used that attempt as a talking point in speeches or things that they did going forward from there?
Do I think that they would have used it as a talking point? Yes. Would they have used it the same way Donald Trump might have? No. But they would have used it. Definitely would have come up. It definitely would have been something.
It definitely would have came up. All right. Okay. But somehow they'd have used it in a better way.
Would they have used it? How would you use it in a better way?
In a better way.
I would tell you, for example, that from an MLK perspective, MLK will say, listen, these individuals have gone to the point of, and this is really creepy, but I'll play MLK 1969, which we all well know does not exist. He would say something along the lines of, look, the power of nonviolence, the power of God being on our side to bring about civil rights for all Americans, to be the voice of justice and the fulfillment of the Declaration of Independence in our national Constitution, resides in everything that I have done. They have thrown rocks at me. They have imprisoned me. They have shot at me. They have tried to kill me multiple times, and yet I am still here in order to do the will of the people, in order to fulfill our Constitution. That's what would have been said. JFK would have said something similar about, when you attack me, you attack democracy because they're attacking the presidency. Now, is that stuff that Donald Trump also said? Yes. And by the way, Andy, again, there are people that were not Trump supporters that said the same exact thing. Because again, you do not denounce voices that you don't like by way of grabbing a rifle and just shooting people. Not in modern society. Now, it did happen throughout American history, unfortunately, and it did happen last year. But yes, when he said that, he was 100% not wrong. If you're making the point that there are people that are saying him saying that is wrong, I disagree. Him saying that and saying, look, you can't silence what I'm trying to say just by trying to shoot me. And if you do that, you're wrong. No, he had every right to say that, and he was correct in saying that.
Okay. So he acted. You're saying, he was right to say that, he was correct to say that. So he acted in a manner that was similar to what other great leaders would have done.
In that instance. Now, at the same exact time, neither one of those two leaders would have used the type of visceral emotionalism that Donald Trump is prone to using. So I'm not going to because you're trying to make that bridge, and I'm not going to allow you to make that bridge because we both know that's not true. Would they have used it all in their speeches? Yes. Could they have used it effectively? Yes. Did Trump use it effectively in some instances? Yes. Did Donald Trump also go back to the Trump brand and kind of put a level of, dare I say, piss and vinegar into it that the other two would not have done? Yeah, he did.
Okay, so I will counter that with simply this statement, then not mention it again. All right. Neither of those other two individuals survived the assassination attempt.
Of course.
So you can't tell me how it would have changed them or how they would have spoken afterwards.
We can.
You can say,
hold on, Andy. You can't.
Hold on.
Go ahead. Make your point.
Okay. You can say based on what they did previously, indications are they would not. But you can't tell me that factually that it could not have happened.
Now we're playing fantasy talk, if that's the case. I mean, of course you can't say it because it didn't happen. But if you go by what people's character is, the truth of the matter is, crisis brings out your character. And what we saw with Donald Trump is he had grace for a half a second. And then he went back to his brand. Dr. King was incarcerated, and they literally hit him upside the head with a brick in Chicago. That's enough to kill somebody. And he still stayed on brand. So I mean, the bottom line is, can we generally say that those two would have probably handled it differently than how Trump handled it when he survived? You can reasonably say that. You're going to make the case that you can't. And I disagree with you. You can, based on other things you see, based on their actions, because they all three were public figures for a long period of time where you have enough of a track record to be able to deduce what they would do next. Two in a hypothetical situation, unfortunately for the two, but we saw how the other one played out.
Okay. And like I said, what you're saying is based on how they acted previously, you can say that they probably would not have done everything Trump did.
I think the average person would deduce that, yes.
I'll give you that, all right? But you did admit, okay, he did some of the things he did were things that those people would have done in a similar situation.
Okay, and here's the reason why, Andy, and I got to let you go because I'm going to break. People think that every time that Donald Trump speaks and gives a speech, it's, 1,000%, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, you're horrible, throw them all in jail and cut off their heads. It's not how the world works, nor is that how Donald Trump has been over the course of the 10 years. Everything he says is not crazy talk. Everything he says is not hateful. And there are some things that you have to listen to and you go, okay, that makes sense. I get that. That's on point. Even if that's on brand, I may disagree with the policy, but I could see how you could make a case for that. I've admitted that over the years. I think other people have admitted that over the years. So even with the assassination attempt, there are instances where he has said something that says, look, it's unfortunate that we're in a society where we're trying to silence people out of intimidation. The ironic thing is that's what he does. But then he turned around and said that about other people. Doesn't mean that he was wrong in saying that about other people. You just would think that he would correct his behavior in that as well. And then collectively, we would do that. That's the point I'm kind of throwing out there as bait and fishing for to see if other people think the same. 866-391-1020. Hour number 2, coming up next, News Radio KDKA.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Early bird special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden Inn, Pittsburgh, Cranberry and Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar at 8 p.m.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. The source you trust for news and information that matters. News Radio KDKA.
Tell your smart speaker to play News Radio KDKA. KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Matt Piper. 2 people are dead and multiple injured, including a state trooper, in shootings in Kentucky. It began at an airport in Lexington, then moved to a Baptist church. CBS's Jerika Duncan hears from the police chief.
4 women were shot, 2 killed by a gunman who opened fire inside a Baptist church. The suspect was shot and killed by police.
The suspect fired his weapon at individuals on church property. Preliminary information indicates that the suspect may have had a connection to the individuals at the church.
Earlier at a traffic stop, the suspect shot a state trooper. That trooper is reportedly in stable condition.
A setback in Texas. Another weekend of heavy rains and flooding means bodies still not recovered from last weekend's flooding still are not found. The search was suspended because of just how dangerous it is there today. Our Karen Wah is in Kerrville, Texas.
Central Texas is hunkering down. A slow-moving storm dumped more than half a foot of rain in parts of the region in the last 24 hours, washing out roads and pushing swollen rivers past their banks.
We'll probably end up not being able to do anything today and just try to get back at it in the morning.
Ahead of the assassination attempt 1 year ago on President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, a Senate report just released finds that the Secret Service denied or left unfulfilled at least 10 requests from Trump's detail for additional resources. More from CBS's Jake Rosen.
The report accuses then Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle of, quote, falsely testifying to Congress that no Secret Service assets were denied for the Butler, Pennsylvania rally. Cheadle resigned nearly a year ago after testifying before Congress. In response to the report, the former Secret Service director said in a statement that while she agrees mistakes were made, that day was a perfect storm of events.
The 2-time defending champion at Wimbledon is defeated. Reporter Catherine Arms is following.
Jannik Sinner, the first Italian to nab a singles title at Wimbledon, has beaten 2-time defending champion Carlos Alcaraz. Though good friends off the court, each showed steely determination, but Sinner's prowess on the baseline brought his win home. Spain's Alcaraz accepted his defeat with his usual charm and promised he would be back next year. They cheered for each other and their supporting teams when the match ended.
Superman soared to $122 million in U.S. ticket sales.
You'd let me interview you as Superman.
Let's do it, Cronkite.
Superman.
It makes it the 3rd biggest box office opening weekend of this year after Lilo and Stitch and a Minecraft movie. Worldwide, it brings sales to $217 million. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louis found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louis.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
CBS's Stacey Lynn.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
It's a real thing. Researchers at the University of Hong Kong found that older people who feel anxious about Mondays have higher levels of the stress hormone cortisol in their body up to 2 months later. And that Monday stress could be doing a number on your health. Cortisol helps us stay alert and respond to threats. But when it stays elevated for too long, it can weaken the immune system and raise the risk of heart disease and other chronic problems. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
France's prison system says it's launched an investigation after a man escaped by smuggling himself into his cellmate's bag as he left jail, having served his sentence. The 20-year-old prisoner escaped from Lyon-Corbas prison in southeast France on Friday. His cellmate had completed his sentence, and the escaped prisoner managed to hide in his laundry bag as he left prison. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Former CIA officer Jason Hansen here. In my line of work, I've seen firsthand how fast the world can change. With rising geopolitical tensions and inflation eating your buying power, it's time to take action. For me, that means gold. And for gold, I exclusively trust Advantage Gold. I urge you to do the same. Call them now at 800-900-8000 for a free gold guide to discover the security that comes with owning precious metals. Again, call 800-900-8000 today.
Paid for by Advantage Gold. Performance may vary. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Always consult your financial and tax professional.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for a drenching thunderstorm or two early on tonight, otherwise turning out partly cloudy and humid, low of 71. Clouds, some sun for tomorrow, thunderstorm in spots, high of 83 degrees. And for Tuesday, sunny to partly cloudy, hot, high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
You know, it's interesting that I'm coming back to a song from the MTV generation because I have something. I told you this, the theme of tonight was anniversary night. And I'm going to get into another anniversary later on in the show. I am obviously talking about the 1-year anniversary up in Butler, but there's another one I want to talk about. But in the meanwhile, I shall. Not I may, not I might. For those of you that understand how legislation's written, may and might cause problems. Shall is pretty directive. So it's not I may answer phone calls at 866-391-1020. It's not I might answer some phone calls at 866-39-1020. 391, actually 1020. Pay attention. Talking to myself. It's not may or might. It is shall. I shall take phone calls at 866-391-1020. Which is why I'm going to Jerry in Beaver Falls next, here on News Radio KDKA.
You know, Lenny, the biggest story in this area for many months is going to be what happens on Tuesday when everybody gathers down in Pittsburgh for the AI conference and talk about the AI and energy and different things from around the world they're coming. And, my biggest worry about this thing is when they get to Pittsburgh, are we going to have the laser focus to talk about this subject and what Western Pennsylvania can do for, this business proposal that they want to do? Or are we going to get bogged down in talking about the Steeler draft, and Governor Shapiro is going to come and talk about his, maybe run for president in a couple of years in the same room as Donald Trump, who's the sitting president, and he might want to go up to Butler to the scene of the assassination. We got to have a laser focus on this. This is our do-over chance, because when we had the natural gas, the gold mine boom underneath our feet, we haven't done anything with that. That's sort of come and gone, and I think that was a real lost opportunity. And now we get these people coming in here, and this is another new industry that we have a chance to really put a stamp on for this region. I hope they can do it. I have my doubts whether they'll do it. And, you talk about Donald Trump. One of the problems with Donald Trump for me, and the biggest fear I have about Donald Trump as a president, he comes in and he sucks all the air out of the room on every occasion. Everything revolves around him. And, what he wants to do, what he says, is he happy? Is he, And to me, I don't want to go through another 4 years of that, and I think it's times 2 this time around.
Well, it is, and let's just be honest, and maybe I'm being cynical, but part of what's going to happen Tuesday with the president coming here is going to be like, it's really amazing to be back here. They tried to kill me here. They shot me here. I mean, it's a miracle, but, some would even say that it was sent by God, that I was saved by God in order to run for president again. But, it's just amazing. It has to take a really brave individual to come back to the place where they shot you. And I'm here, so maybe that says something about me. I mean, that's part of what's going to happen on Tuesday. Now, I don't know if it's going to happen for 45 minutes or 45 seconds, but it's coming. But to your point,
I think it's going to dominate it. I really do. It's the trouble. We've got to really stay on focus. I don't know if we can do that.
But to your point, Jerry, this is where real leadership comes into play. Somebody or somebodies, it can be more than one, really need to take advantage of Tuesday. And I'll be out of town, unfortunately, or else I wouldn't mind throwing my hat into the ring of whatever needs to be said or done, or the aspirational aspects of what Tuesday can be. But there needs to be a focused effort to say this is the plan. This is what Pittsburgh needs to look like in 5 years. This is what Pittsburgh needs to look like in 10 years based on what we're hearing today. And we don't hear that more often than not. And to your point about the gold mine underneath our feet with the natural gas boom, a lot of that was because of political philosophies. People, the fracking issue came into play. The environmental issue came into play. And so as a result, particularly Allegheny County, and in some regards, to a lesser extent, the whole region, didn't benefit from it as much as we could have. Nobody was innovative enough or had the drive and the innovation combined to say, here is a way to keep us safe but make us more prosperous. Here is a way to take people that have been poor for 25 years and give them a quick pathway into the middle class while also making sure that communities are safe and that communities can thrive from a health perspective as well, moving forward for 30 to 40 years. We got caught up in the political philosophies. And unfortunately, Jerry, if you look at where we're going in this region, we're more concerned about being progressive or being philosophically pure than we are about being pragmatic. And we need more pragmatic leadership in those roles so that the political philosophies on the hard right or the hard left are not the ones that are dominating everything, or super big personalities where people want to talk to the Fettermans, want to talk to the Trumps, want to talk to the Shapiros, but not want to talk to the issues. And to your point, Tuesday has to be different than what we've been getting for the last 10 to 15 years, or else it's going to be a missed opportunity again.
Well, I live up in Beaver County. And, they put the cracker plant up here, and everybody thought, the cracker plant. It has done nothing up here. I mean, when they first started this out, I said, what you have to do is you're going to have to get this to come in and draw ancillary business around it.
And that was the theory, and it just didn't happen that way. I mean, people talked about it a lot, but it never transpired to being that overall.
I blame for that? I don't blame environmentalists or progressives or anybody in that. I blame the business community around here. They have a very odd build it and they will come attitude about things. And, I've lived in other parts of the country. I talked to Michael a couple times about, I lived out in Boise, Idaho for a while. When I lived out there in the 1970s, they had 6,000 people in the town where I lived. It was like a little cow town. It was very small. I think the whole region was 127,000. Yeah. Now it's up to 750,000 people. They got Hewlett-Packard in there. They got that Micron technology in there, different things. They went after it, and they got it. The business community was very aggressive to bring things up from California. So you're unhappy? Come up here.
But you know what it is, Jerry? A lot of that is, and I've experienced this, and I would love to see this change. And if I ever had an opportunity to help make that change, I would take advantage of that. And it's this. There are people that think everything I love about Pittsburgh I have to preserve, and if that means I have to shield that aspect from the outside world, I will do that to protect what I love about Pittsburgh. And they're not people that have been talented enough or insightful enough to be able to say, I can keep the best of what I love about Pittsburgh, but I can augment that by bringing those things in as well. And although it may not be just like I thought it was 30 years ago, 40 years ago, it can be the best of that and much more. But to your point, we're more inclined to sit there and tell people stories about, I remember when the Oilers were here and we beat them in the 78 AFC championship and yada, yada, yada. And it's like, okay, that's great. That was 50 years ago. And, some of the things that you're looking around in the Mon Valley, those are the same buildings from 50 years ago. There's a reason why they're run down, because we haven't done anything in certain areas and certain regions with certain ideas for a very long time. And to your point, if we don't make the most of a Tuesday and build off of Tuesday in a long-term perspective, we'll be having that same exact conversation a year, 2 year, 5 years from now.
I'm going to give you one last thing here, and I'll get off the air. They got a real acid test coming on Wednesday in Pittsburgh, and I don't know how many people are aware of it. The Grant Building. They put that up for sale, and they want to get bids on the Grant Building. Who would like to come in and buy the Grant Building because they lost their tenants?
Yeah.
Just like the BNY Mellon Building.
Yep.
Just like EQT Place or EQT Plaza and PPG Place went up for sale a couple of years ago. It's a real barometer to see what the business community around the country thinks about Pittsburgh and the future and the prospects in Pittsburgh. You have 4 big businesses or 4 big entities down there who are up for sale. You don't see anybody coming in. Why? That's a big thing. It's going to be interesting to see what that happens and what that means.
Jerry, I appreciate your phone call. A lot of insightful perspectives there, and you're right. And if you don't get the reaction when it comes to the Grant Building, what is the subsequent steps for political and business leaders, civic leaders in the region to say, okay, prognosis, how are we doing downtown Pittsburgh? How are we doing Allegheny County? We buy too much, too often, into puff stories that make us feel really good about ourselves. Hey, guess what? This is one of the most affordable places in the United States. Pittsburgh's great. I love that aspect about my hometown. If you have that big advantage over other cities and we still don't have the population boom that other places have, you got to ask, okay, what's the delta? For so affordable, which would seem to be a good thing for young people to build a middle-class life, why are we incrementally growing when other cities over the last 20 years, 30 years have exploded? I remember going to college and Pittsburgh was bigger than Charlotte. And I used to actually tease native Charlotteans, which did exist back then, including one that I ended up marrying. I used to tease how small of a town Charlotte was. I used to say, Charlotte's so town, they have a city limit. You look at the sign, it doesn't say city limits, it says city limit, because you can only afford one of them, because you're so small. Now, I would just bite my tongue and eat my words. Because if you look at the metropolitan areas, you look at the cities, you look at the growth, you look at the businesses, You look at the populations, you look at the opportunities. They're not comparable. That's only 30 years ago. I'm not that old. And I look even younger. But again, it's radio. You can't really see. My point is, opportunities like Tuesday have to be optimized. That's when you learn if you got leaders or you just got people in leadership positions. 866-391-1020. Going to break, then going back to the phones on News Radio KDKA.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
My dad served in Vietnam, the 82nd Airborne Division. He never talked about it, and my mom knew not to ask. So Dad buried himself in work and self-medicated and would lose his temper sometimes. Loud noises would put him on edge. It got rough. So I finally said to him, Dad, you gotta get help.
As a family member or friend, you may be the first to notice when a veteran you love has been going through changes. Things like withdrawing, drinking more, or increased anger could be a sign of a larger health concern, but help is available.
Dad finally went to VA for one-on-one and group therapy, and got some really great tools to help him manage things. And I got my dad back.
Listen to hundreds of inspiring stories at maketheconnection.net and learn how you can support the veterans in your life. Treatment works. Recovery is possible.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, 866-391-1020. Going back to the phone lines. Talking to my man George in Clareton on KDK.
Hello, Lenny. I've been waiting on this day because last year, to me, it was kind of uneventful. Not to be disrespectful, and I feel it this way. There's a lot of people profiteering about it. There's some people writing books. There's all those using it for their "we got to do better" persona and shtick. And there'll be a lot more tomorrow on the radio, I'm sure. But I think we are already in a free fall. We could do all these gatherings and bring all these AI experts around. And we're not even talking about AI as much, but I think that throws the hackles up on the back of a lot of our necks because AI, just like high tech, really doesn't create all the jobs we think. It usually consolidates, to use a good word, of a lot of jobs. We might talk about energy. Energy always sounds a little bit more romantic and robust. One of the reasons I mentioned earlier today, I voted for Ralph Nader way back in 2000, just because he seemed like a genius, off the wall, of course, but who had a lot of concepts on energy. But I just think that's where we are as a nation. We've been around a couple hundred years. Are we going to make 300? I'm not sure. I'm 68 years old. I'm not sure. I don't care if I'm around or not. Okay, I'm not afraid of what I feel is coming because it's happened to so many other nations and so many regions of the world. And if we look at the world, it is pulsating with heat. And it may have always been. A lot of my friends always say that. Acquaintances. I wouldn't even use the word friends usually anymore. But as far as the MAGA people, I have been open-minded to them, but I'm pretty much, you do your thing, I'll do mine.
Well, George, but I wrote something down. You question if we can get to 300 years as a nation? I want to dive into that because you kind of talked on a year ago of this time. You talked with a cynicism I'm not used to you hearing or you expressing. I'm hearing it in how you're speaking, and then to make the statement that I don't know if we're going to make it another 50 years from now. Talk to me a little bit about that. And it strikes me, it hits me in my gut because I have a grandbaby that's less than 6 months old. She'd be my age, and you're almost throwing out there that there might not be in America by the time she's my age, and I disagree with that, but I want to hear why you may think that.
The things I look at now, I'm not a political scientist person. I never had really poli-sci classes.
But
I wish I did.
You did stay at a Holiday Inn last night, right?
One of my old lines right there. Very good. I'll tell you, a little gallows humor as we are en route. But when I think of it, like what are some strategies that people would use? We've already been divided and conquered, and we have not gotten back together. And I don't even know that one as well, except my friend's mother used to always tell me that on the phone, on a regular home phone back in the 80s when I was not quite in community college yet, and I was laid off from the mill. She says, "Oh, you're a divide and conquerist." And I never really knew what that meant at the time. But that's one strategy. We are divisive.
But let me go to this though, George. You lived through an era. You lived through the malaise of the 1970s. You went through the economic angst of the 1970s. You lived through an 8-year period of time where a president resigned.
Yes.
You had a new president come in 76. That literally was a political nobody nationally, just like literally 18 months prior to him getting elected president. You went through a malaise. You went through an oil crisis. You went through recessions. You saw the steel mill industry leave.
Yeah, I was a part of that.
You saw détente. And then the nuclear cowboy wins the 1980 election. Everybody thought the world was going to get blown up. I mean, if you listen to the music, you listen to the music of the 1980s, which I'm going to talk about later on in the show, everybody was singing and talking about the world's going to get blown up in part because of this wild former actor that got elected president that's calling the Russians the evil empire. He's going to get us all killed. And then
they did call him a cowboy.
Absolutely, they did, and they thought he was. They thought he was too much of a hothead, and he was going to instigate World War III. And in fact, he used to joke about that after a while, which people kind of laughed at and kind of didn't because they were scared.
I didn't vote for Reagan. I was younger, somewhat intellectual, without a true basis of college. Because I went in the mill right when I turned 18. I went to U.S. Hill.
But to my point, George. So you didn't vote for Reagan in 80. I remember my mother didn't vote for Reagan in 80, and she was depressed when he won. And I have to imagine there were a lot of people that were like, "Oh my goodness, this is the end of America as we know it." And here we sit. What makes you feel different now than then? And I want you to chew on that because I got to go to news break. But it's a great teaser. You got to admit, it's a great radio teaser. But with that said, I want you to answer that when we come back from break, and then I'm going to get to the other phone calls. But I just kind of want to see why you feel differently about the next 50 years versus the period of time I brought up. Lenny McAllister hitting halftime. We'll come back after the news on News Radio KDKA.
For 75 years, the Muscular Dystrophy Association's voices have thundered through the halls of Congress.
For 75 years, we've willed the impossible into existence.
For 75 years, the MDA community has pushed the science,
shifted the narrative, and established the field of neuromuscular medicine.
And until that day when this is all a thing of the past,
you couldn't stop us if you tried.
Join us and celebrate 75 years of breakthroughs at MDA75.org.
Hey, Colin Dunlap here for Boulevard Glass and Metal. It's July, hot and humid. You want to cool down in the shower? Only that silly plastic shower curtain keeps wrapping around your leg. Well, call Boulevard Glass and Metal for a custom glass shower enclosure right now. These are the same guys that install those large glass storefronts all around Pittsburgh. Check out their easy, hassle-free quote request online, boulevardglassandmetal.com, or call 412-621-1799. Boulevard Glass and Metal, clearly the right choice.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
75 years of research.
75 years of policy.
75 years of opportunity.
75 years of freedom.
This is 75 years of the Muscular Dystrophy Association.
Join us at MDA75.org.
When it's happening, News Radio KDKA is telling you about it.
Law and Order guy, soup to nuts, Gene McCarty, fine. But Judge, we have this situation with these two out-of-control pit bulls that ripped a dog apart, and now I'm seeing in text killed other dogs.
Well, Marty, first of all, I want to thank you and KDKA Radio for bringing this issue to light. You're absolutely correct.
The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA. News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
CBS News Brief. 2 women were killed in a shooting at a Kentucky church in a shooting spree that began after a state trooper was shot and wounded. Lexington Police Chief Lawrence Weathers says the suspect carjacked a vehicle after a traffic stop near Lexington's airport and fled to Richmond Road Baptist Church.
Lexington police officers were dispatched for a shooting involving a Kentucky state trooper on Terminal Drive. The trooper had pulled over a vehicle on Terminal Drive after receiving a license plate reader alert in the area of Versailles Road. The trooper was shot and the suspect fled.
CBS's Karen Hua is covering those deadly floods in Texas and says due to heavy rains, the search was suspended today.
In hard-hit Kerr County, search and recovery efforts were suspended because of the weather threat. In the past hour alone, we've gotten 3 emergency alerts.
A historic lodge on the Grand Canyon's North Rim has been destroyed by a wildfire. The visitor center and the gas station are also gone. CBS News Brief. I'm Matt Piper.
This is Barry and Steve Ehrenrich from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, and we'd like to say thank you.
Thank you for making Petite the premier kitchen and bath design center and remodeler in Western Pennsylvania.
For over 50 years, you've welcomed us into your homes to help solve your remodeling problems. Our goal is, and always has been, to avoid the nightmare of remodeling. We want to give you the kitchen or bath of your dreams.
Thank you for taking it one step further. You recommended us to your friends. There's no greater statement of satisfaction than to say to a friend, I love my Petite kitchen, or I'm so happy with my Petite bath. You should call them too.
From custom creation to expert installation, you don't have to go anywhere else. And you didn't. You came to Petite. So, thank you.
And to those of you who haven't been to Petite yet, haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Hey, this is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype?
Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking with hypnosis. Hypnosis eliminated my desire for soda and fast food, made me want to exercise, and I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. My energy level exploded. I went to another session to deal with some other problem foods, and I lost another 10 pounds. In fact, I brought my husband, and he lost weight, and his cholesterol and blood pressure improved. My friend lost 20 pounds her first 2 months.
Oh my, what are you waiting for? Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Early bird special, only $49.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings, late day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating. That's right. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd at the Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh in Cranberry Township. And Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss seminar, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar, 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for a drenching thunderstorm or two early on tonight. Otherwise, partly cloudy and humid. Low of 71. Tomorrow, clouds and some sun. Thunderstorm in spots. It will be humid with a high of 83. And hot and humid for Tuesday with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, let me get back to the phone lines. 866-391-1020. George, did you get a chance to think about the question I posed? Why do you feel less optimistic now versus
I think
that
about
era?
it every day. I think I'm glad you asked that. Well, we had a lot of things going on in the Pittsburgh area at that time, and not just Pittsburgh, but looking at the microcosm of society right here. And a lot of it is sports. I always refuse cynically to sports as a distraction. But we did. We had one for the thumb, hopefully in '81, which we didn't get for years. We had people going down to the stadium to throw batteries at Dave Parker, but the Pirates were doing well. You know, and they want to eulogize that man a month ago. Like they do, human nature. We also had the mills kind of still working. Our first layoffs, at least in Clairton, were in October of 1979, and by we were still hiring. It was by October of 81, and by January of 82, then we were laid off. Now, I didn't know about Reaganomics. I worked with this kid, Joel, who went to Grove City College from Clairton, a couple years older than me, good football player, intellectual and a half. And he kept telling me all the while in 81, he says, wait until the end of September. That's when Reaganomics is going to kick in, man. That's when it's going to kick in. And Joe was very soft-spoken. He wasn't throwing all this passion and neuroticism like I am right now. And he was right. That's when we first went on 4 days, and we started little by little scaling back, less orders, less this, less that. Now, my parents, one of them denied this, but they both voted for Reagan in 1980. Many people did. Politics weren't on our sleeves like they've been for a long time. I would say in this country, probably this whole millennium, politics have been out there. Everyone knows who voted for who. But since 9/11, that's 24 years ago. But this is the difference then. And to me, this almost clinches it all. And when January 6th happened, I know I jumped ahead to just a few years ago, and I heard Lynn Hayes Freeland on the radio around 1:45 in the afternoon. And she says, what am I watching here? What am I looking at on this computer? It's the Capitol building. She was breaking down what she was seeing unraveling in front of her eyes, and how many people still deny it happened, or these are the same people that talk jive, if I may say, on whataboutism, and they'll say, well, what about Black Lives Matter burning down cities? There are so many people that are still in denial. If they don't defend January 6th, they're in denial that it ever occurred. And to me, that's one of the biggest things that disgust me in this country.
George, I want to say this, and it's something you've heard me say before because you are a listener and you enjoy when I'm on the air, and I enjoy when you call in. I remind you that we have gone through times like this. We've gone through even more violent times than this. I heard Michael Bartley talking about it. I can't remember times being this violent. And I'm like, I can. I can go back in American history. I remember a time when a whole group of people left a whole region of the country because they were all getting lynched or beaten up or had stuff stolen from them. I remember that. And that was normalized. I remember when they were hanging banners from buildings in New York City saying a man was lynched today because it was so common even after they had served the country. So it's...
that was like 60 Freedom Riders.
Yeah. So, I mean, we've had turbulent times. We've had political upheavals. The Wilmington riots in North Carolina and other towns where political mechanisms were upended with violence. So I'm not saying that it needs to be normalized. I'm just saying this country persevered past those really unfortunate and tragic and dastardly, I'll even use that word, chapters in our history. That's why I said, I want to know why you feel the next 50 years is different than those other blocks of time. That's why I asked.
Human race have lost the ability to come back and pause, rest, and reflect, come back and do what needs to be done in any case of an emergency. When COVID hit, which almost coincided with Jan 6th, guess what? We were anything but, I thought we were on the same page. I found out immediately how we were not. There was a whole other agenda out there. And I was working in a restaurant, too, and I remember people sitting in a lounge in a corporate restaurant, which is a casual dining restaurant, worked for 30 years. 30 years. I was in a pulse all the time, and I taught school in a day. But people were saying, oh, yeah, create a crisis, always create a crisis.
Yeah, false flag, and it's just a cold. And George, I appreciate you calling me. Yeah, I remember those. It's just a cold. False flag. They're trying to take your rights. I mean, heck, and look, for those of you that are like, that didn't really happen as much as you're saying it did. I just heard the other side of that on Friday with the 911 phones all blowing up. Seeing people's messages saying, okay, they're going to start snatching people now. They literally took 911 offline so that you can't call 911 when it's like, the conspiracy theories run abound. Jeesh. George, I always appreciate your phone call. Keep the faith, child of God. Keep the faith. I'm still optimistic. Maybe not in everybody, but collectively in everybody, if you know what I mean. Back to the phones. Bishop and Denora, you're on KDK.
All right, Brother Lenny, here we go. We want to talk about these anniversaries and these assassinations. But let me just say this. Don't forget the anniversary of Medgar Evers. Don't forget the anniversary of the assassination of Malcolm X. Let me tell you this right now. Those two, had they been able to live, would have changed the landscape, in my opinion, of black America in politics and the way we vote, etc., and this country, in my opinion.
I agree with that, but I mean those didn't happen right up the road, and they didn't happen when they were running for president. So I understand what you're saying, and I do commemorate those, but you get why we're doing that as one of the two themes.
I'm going to get to him in a minute. Martin Luther King, if you realize, had two assassinated attempts. One obviously took him out in '68, but remember when he got stabbed and the famous quote that had I sneezed, he would have died. Somebody stabbed him in the chest. If you remember that. I remember that.
I brought up the stoning in Chicago and Cicero as well. So I mean,
and he got stoned in Chicago. Absolutely, you can consider that. Now, one other thing before I get to this other one here, James Brown. I don't think too many people remember, or know rather, in '68 when Martin Luther King was assassinated. Besides what Bobby Kennedy did in Indiana. He did a concert. He went on with it. and they wanted to take over the stage. And he calmed the mob down.
Yes, he did.
He calmed them down.
Yes,
if
he
you
did.
Remember.
Yes, I
Now,
do.
Let me get to this one here. I believe that he was actually, or it was spearheaded, far as momentum was concerned, of him winning the election with this assassination attempt. Now, let me just say this to you, Brother Lenny, and I work in law enforcement.
No, clarify. Say that again, because I didn't catch that. Say that again.
I believe that momentum swung in his favor on this assassination attempt.
Well, a lot of people said that. A lot of people literally said within the 96 hours after that attempt, they sat there and said he's going to likely win the presidency at this point.
Right. Well, I'm waiting on some of the books in the very near future. Now, I've worked in law enforcement, and I've had some good professors that were FBI agents, the term, professors in law enforcement. Let me just say this to you, and from the teachings that I have, and with my degrees, etc., in that field, and my experience, the FBI did a horrible, horrible job. Now, I'm waiting for somebody to write the book for us with a certain conspiracy. I'll say it, but I'm waiting for them to say it. There's no way in the world that young man, who was a Republican, by the way, should have got up on that building, up on that roof. No way. And plain shot, that was horrible by the FBI. And then let me tell you something else, which is even more egregious by them. And that's why they should be fired, is because there's no way that Trump should have been able to get up, say there was a second would-be assassin, to get up and pump his fist and say fight, fight, fight.
Because that would have
headshot.
That would have been the headshot. Yeah.
All right. Now they should suspension, my friend. No, they should be fired. That's egregious. If you remember when Reagan got shot, you couldn't even see Reagan. They got him in that car.
They shoved him in that car so fast. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So how in the world now? Fast forward it up to, what was it, 2024 or 2023, whatever, when the assassination attempt was on him, that he, a 20-year-old, by the way, he, was able to get that kind of access, one, and number two is they allowed him to get up and have another headshot attempt if there was another gunman. No, Brother Lenny, something's wrong with that picture there. And the bullet just grazed him. And unfortunately, the young man that lost his life, he's a true hero, in my opinion, because he was trying to cover his family. And I think somebody else got shot. Something is wrong with that picture. And by the way, Brother Lenny, you've been around all these political circles, Democrat and Republican, and anybody in between. How in the ham sandwich? The young man must have been a genius. He was smart because he had, he was an engineering student. That he didn't have a manifesto, nothing, a trace, fired in the wind. Now they're all saying, including Rand Paul and the rest of them, we will never be able to find out what was the motives. Now let me ask you your opinion. Do you think that there ever would be able to find a motive, in your opinion?
Probably not. I mean, and I appreciate your phone call. I mean, I think that, there was an argument that was made that he had some writings that he was trying to figure out how to get to Biden. And he thought that Trump was easier. That he was trying to make more of a statement about himself than he was about politics. That was from the early reports from last year. That may have changed. But that was one of the theories that was out there. That it was less about a manifesto, a political rambling, if you will, or position. And it was more about, I'm going to make a statement. How do I make a statement? I mean, heck, Hinckley, I want Jodie Foster to love me. How do I get her to notice me in this world? Oh, I'll go shoot the President of the United States. That was part of his whole thinking. There's a guy that shot John Lennon in 1981 or 1980. It was one of those 2 years. I think it was 81. No, it was 80. It was 80, I believe. I'm going to make a statement about Lennon saying that the Beatles are more popular than Jesus Christ. He's being blasphemous. And I'm going to make a statement for whatever he was going to make a statement for. Some people do those things not out of rationale, more often than not. So the true intentions, no, I don't think we'll ever really know. I don't think. Even if somebody published something, I don't really know if we're going to really get to the bottom of stuff when it comes to that. 866-391-1020. I see Cynthia. I see Craig. I see London. I see France. I'm not saying the rest of that rhyme, but I will come back after the break on News Radio KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Join Independence Health System at one of 3 convenient job fair locations to learn about open positions, clinical and non-clinical. Recruiters will be available to answer questions and conduct on-site interviews. Job fairs will be held on Thursday, July 31st at Butler Memorial Hospital, Clarion Hospital, and Westmoreland Mall in Greensburg. Competitive salary and flexible scheduling offered. Visit www.independence.health/careers for complete details. Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441. 800-949-1441.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
East Carson Street. For recent years, they've had more than their share of issues. In Pittsburgh City Council's Bob Charlin.
When things get serious, we've got 12 officers here who are not, this is their world. They're fully trained for this. And I believe they're the best entertainment patrol in the entire country. We also know that 12 officers is just not enough.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Early bird special $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden Inn, Pittsburgh, Cranberry and Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar at 8 p.m.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The 50,000 watt voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back to the phone lines, 866-391-1020. I'm talking about one anniversary. It's a 1-year anniversary. I would like to get to another anniversary, which is a little longer than 1 year, but I am going to get to these phone lines first. Craig in West Virginia, you're on KDK.
How you doing today, Lenny?
I am doing well, kind sir. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. You know, I've told you many times, I think you're probably the sharpest, one of the sharpest on KDK. Your memory recall just baffles me on times, dates, names. It's really impressive.
Thank you.
And normally when a guy sets somebody up, then he's going to say, now with that being said, I believe that you're the type of person that can take a little constructive criticism.
Well, I picked up your phone call, so I'm here. I'm here for it.
All right. You know, I've listened to your call with Jerry, and you were talking about Jerry was talking about the energy and PA, not panning out this, that, and the other, and you threw out political philosophy, and then you start talking about fracking. And at that point, the light bulb went up above my head that all the listeners out there, when they put together energy and fracking, being against fracking, it automatically goes to the Progressive Party, which is a Democratic Party. when in reality, under Donald Trump, the highest America ever got in worldwide natural gas production was fifth. And under Joe Biden, when he left office, we were number one in the world in natural gas production.
Now, that's true, but what I was going to specifically in that instance, if I may kind of defend myself.
Please do.
I was more talking about the approaches to new wells, new facilities in southwestern Pennsylvania and how some of the political leadership did not try to make that a winning issue in a bipartisan way. And it quickly became a partisan talking point for or against. And I mean, obviously, those that know the political numbers here know that when it comes to county council, city council, at least in Allegheny County, that's going to lean towards the Democrats. And it's been leaning more and more progressive over the years. And therefore, some of those philosophies took over more of what should be a nuanced conversation because of this region. You can't be a pure progressive philosophical politico in Western Pennsylvania when that's going on. You got to be a little bit more nuanced in that, which a lot of them were not, which A, makes somebody like a John Fetterman stick out, at least recently, but B, it also holds back some of the economic development you can have very specifically and uniquely in a region such as southwestern Pennsylvania. I was specifically talking about this corner of the state versus what you adequately bring up regarding the country.
Well, as a voter, philosophically, there's a certain portion of the Democratic Party that wants to see green energy 100%, which in my mind is a good thing. It'll never happen. But the bottom line is that when you pull the spreadsheet out and see that Joe Biden was 123 billion cubic feet a day, doubling Donald Trump's greatest output per day. At that point, where should your vote go? But that's how we have Donald Trump in office today. When he gets up on the podium on his chatterbox and says, drill, baby, drill, the uneducated voter votes for him.
Well, Craig,
they think
you're right. They think that. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I mean, Craig, he's literally, his latest thing to say now is this country a year ago at this time was dead. Everybody was laughing at this country. Our economy was dead. There were no jobs. Everything was horrible. This country has now become the talk of the world and has come back in just 1 year. When in fact, I have pointed out the numbers and I have literally told people that at this pace, we will produce roughly, I think it's 46% less jobs this year than we did last year. Last year, I think we were at 160,000 jobs a month on average. Right now, we're averaging 133,000 jobs a month. People are falling out of the workforce when it comes to workforce participation rates and the like. And, of course, you still got the tariff wars going back and forth, and those costs are being baked into the cake and being baked into the economy. So, again, if you listen to what's being said versus looking at the numbers like you did, when it came to natural gas, there are two different stories to tell.
Well, I got 3 properties with gas wells on them, and since January 20th of this year, my checks have fallen every single month. And with the last year of Joe Biden, they increased, and some months they doubled. They never went down a single month. But real quick, off the piggyback of George.
Do it. Hold on. Can you hold the thought? Let me get through the news. I'm going to give you the time to flesh that out. Is that okay?
Sure thing.
Hang around, Craig. Hang around, TJ. Hang around, Cynthia. I see you there. I do want to get to the other anniversary, but I'm not going to truncate your phone calls, I promise. Not going to do that. That's not how we roll. So everybody stick around. Hour number 3 coming up after the news on the one and only, the award-winning News Radio, KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Former CIA officer Jason Hansen here. In my line of work, I've seen firsthand how fast the world can change. With rising geopolitical tensions and inflation eating your buying power, it's time to take action. For me, that means gold. And for gold, I exclusively trust Advantage Gold. I urge you to do the same. Call them now at 800-900-8000 for a free gold guide to discover the security that comes with owning precious metals. Again, call 800-900-8000 today.
Paid for by Advantage Gold. Performance may vary. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Always consult your financial and tax professional.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh, Granbury in Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Greentree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar at 8.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by ZipRecruiter.
I'm Matt Piper. 2 women are dead in a shooting at a Kentucky church. Kentucky State Police say that after shooting a state trooper in Lexington at an airport, the suspect ended up at a church where more people were shot. Witness Larissa McLaughlin on what she saw.
An officer pulling over a truck. The officer approached the vehicle and we went to pass them and heard shots fired as we went by and looked, and the officer stumbled back and into the street and fell down, and we sped to get help.
Police say the suspect is dead. The search for bodies in Texas is halted at the moment. It's due to heavy rain in the area. More than 160 people remain missing. CBS's Karen Waugh is in Kerrville.
More than 12,000 people have volunteered to help with reconstruction efforts in Kerr County since last week.
Just got to get out there and we've got to help people, and that's just what really pushes us.
Searchers have also located the remains of missing Camp Mystic counselor Catherine Ferruzzo. Her family says she was planning to attend the University of Texas at Austin this fall.
CBS News meteorologist David Parkinson on flash flood watches or warnings along the East Coast now.
We've got flood watches up from portions of Virginia up into upstate New York. There are at least a couple of flash flood warnings active in Virginia, and we expect more rain for the East Coast and the potential for more flooding to follow from that.
The president of France wants Europe to invest more heavily in military spending.
Promising a huge increase in defense spending, President Emmanuel Macron told French military chiefs liberty comes at a price. We are the generation who did not know war, he said, and are determined our children will know only peace. All over the world, liberty is under threat, he warned. He urged France's arms manufacturers to produce more weapons more quickly to ensure the safety and freedom of France and Europe. Elaine Cobb, CBS News, Paris.
A winner at Wimbledon.
That's it. Sinner takes his piece of Wimbledon history. What a wonderful match.
Jannik Sinner ends a 5-game drought against rival and 2-time defending champion Carlos Alcaraz. In case you missed it, Walmart is recalling about 850,000 stainless steel water bottles because the lid can forcefully eject and hit people. That has happened to 2 different people, resulting in permanent vision loss. The bottles have been sold since 2017. This is CBS News.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
The moms are in control at home.
Research from the pregnancy and parenting brand What to Expect shows 77% of moms are primary decision makers for family purchases, but it comes with a price.
Never ends. You never get that relief of just feeling like, okay, I'm done shopping for my family. There are always groceries that you need to purchase. Kids are always outgrowing their clothes. So it's just a real mental stressor.
What to Expect's Robin Hill Mantle.
Also, they want to buy something that makes them feel like they're making the best decision for their children and helping their children as much as they possibly can.
Stephen Kaufman, CBS News.
Sotheby's is putting some rare items up for auction, including what it calls the largest piece of Mars ever found on Earth. The natural history themed sale on Wednesday features a 54-pound hunk of Mars, estimated at $2 to $4 million. Sotheby's says the meteorite was blown off the surface of Mars by a massive asteroid strike. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
The Shindig Charitable Music Fest, August 1st through the 3rd at Union Brewing in Zelienople, presented by My Preferred Insurance and Home Solutions, is packed with the best mix of 18 regional and local musicians, playing everything from 80s and 90s, country rock, blues, old school country, and classic and pop rock. All proceeds benefit local first responders. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for a drenching thunderstorm or two early on tonight, otherwise turning out partly cloudy and humid, low of 71. Clouds, some sun for tomorrow, thunderstorm in spots, high of 83 degrees. And for Tuesday, sunny to partly cloudy, hot, high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, top of the last hour. Phone line still open, 866-391-1020. Told you it would be anniversary theme. Of course, we're talking about what happened here in Western Pennsylvania a year ago. And Craig, please continue where you left off, sir.
Sure. Thank you, Lenny. George was talking about not believing we'll get to 300. I don't think we'll get to 2028, and I'm not saying that jokingly. I truly believe that there will not be a 2028 election. And here you talk about the country has gone through worse times, and I hear Chris Moore talk about that too. Better off today. Black people are better off today than they were back then. Let me ask you this: what is the difference between the young man in Mississippi getting lynched in the 1900s and George Floyd getting choked on camera in present-day America? What's the difference?
I mean, it's just going to seem like an easier answer than.
There is no difference.
No, there's plenty of a difference.
Okay.
I mean, number one, a young man getting lynched in the 1900s in Mississippi, black people would have went home and cried. White people would have said that he deserved it. and society would have acted like nothing really was wrong. It'd have been Tuesday. That would have been it. Look at the national outrage. Some of it off the rails, some of it on the rails, that happened as a result of George Floyd. I literally spoke. I will be able to tell my grandchildren I spoke to the sitting vice president of the United States that year. And it literally a week and a half after that happened. And that only happens in that way, in that moment, because of the national reaction to what happened with George Floyd. Laws changed because of what happened with George Floyd. Policies changed in private companies because of what happened to George Floyd. There were black politicians that were able to push that. There were black business leaders that were able to push that. White people pushed that. People of all different backgrounds pushed that in 2020 in a way that just would not have happened in Mississippi or Indiana or rural Pennsylvania, by the way. It wasn't like they weren't lynching black people in rural Pennsylvania. Let's be clear. Or West Virginia. So that's the difference. There's a societal reaction to it and how we tried to improve ourselves as a country immediately after George Floyd is so drastically different than what happened 100 years ago that you just can't say that they're the same. It's not the same America. This is a better version of America. It's not a perfect, it's a more perfect version of America, but it is not the perfect version of America.
Well, I can tell you that I can't give you the exact number, but quite a few callers called KDKA and expressed that if George wasn't trying to use a counterfeit $20 bill, none of that would have ever happened, and that they put it on him.
You're never gonna get rid of that, though, Craig. I hear that too, and I say, okay, well, what does that got to do with Chavin putting his knee on his neck after people could say you could see he's in distress, just cuff him and take him away? You know that you're gonna always have that. So I get that too, but that doesn't conflate the two things that I was just talking about.
Well, and here's where I think, and I'll make it quick because I know you have other callers, but when I look back at Ronald Reagan, who I think he did so much damage to the middle class in this country, literally destroyed the steel industry single-handedly. But I look at that man and say that I don't think that he had an evil bone in his body. I think he surrounded himself with the wrong people and made the wrong decisions. I think that I could go out and have a beer with that man. When I look at Donald Trump, I think of nothing but being a malicious, spiteful man-child and is doing everything self-centered. Just like they said, this energy thing is going to be about Donald Trump. It is not going to be about Western Pennsylvania. That's the instantaneous news. You never heard about the lynching. You name one person in the United States who doesn't know George Floyd's name, and I'm going to say they're lying. It's happening so instantaneous. Every single vote in Congress is a party vote. There is one or two, and that's it. Back in Reagan's days, you would have 10, 15, 20 people jumping ship to get a good bill passed. It's just not the same time. I think Project 2025 is in full swing. He has surrounded himself with his minions. They're trying to get the midterms canceled, and they're not going to be an election in 2028.
I appreciate your call, Craig. I always appreciate your call. There's going to be an election in 2026. I'm pretty certain there's going to be an election. I feel highly, highly, highly confident there's going to be an election in 2028, the same way I did in 2024. Heck, if there was not going to be a presidential election, it was going to be in 2020. And despite the calls from some that the election should be postponed because of the pandemic, you see we had a presidential election in 2020, just like we had one during the Civil War in 1864. So there's going to be an election next year. There's going to be an election in 2028. I think America is going to be here 50 years from now. I think America will be better 50 years from now. Doesn't mean there won't be bumps in the road. But I think we will get there. And I do believe, in fact, I don't even believe, I know this is a better version of America. Nobody can convince me that this is not a better version of America than it was even 70 years ago. Legal segregation was in the lifetime of my parents. The earliest stages of affirmative action and kids getting bused to schools to break down entrenched segregation, that was my generation. Hello, that was us in the 70s. The very famous picture of a black attorney being assaulted with the American flag, no less, by a white guy in Boston that was opposing this black attorney fighting for other Americans to be able to go to the best schools possible. That was in the mid-1970s, my lifetime. Almost everybody listening here at 866-391-1020 on News Radio KDK, their lifetimes. And yet this is still a better version than that, which was a better version than the 60s, which was a better version than the 40s, which was certainly a better version than the turn of the 20th century, where they're playing Birth of a Nation at the White House, and the sitting president is like, this is one hell of a film, with his racist self. And he was a racist. Anyhow. 866-391-1020. I'm going to break early. I see Cynthia. I see TJ. I don't want to bring them on and then have to rush them off. So I'm going to break now. We'll take your phone calls. You all can still call in about the one anniversary I wanted to talk about, which is the 1-year anniversary of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania last year. Still got another anniversary I'd like to touch because it kind of touches upon how the world has changed. And could we even do something like that from back then? Now, I hope to touch upon it before I get out of here tonight. In the meanwhile, back to the phones after this on News Radio KDKA.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
The fighting spirit of the Marine Corps is born of battles won. Battles won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. It's who we are. It's what we do. It's a promise made to you for more than 2 centuries. A promise of the Marines.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $12,500 bathroom remodel with an additional savings of up to $3,000 plus low to no monthly payments. 412-556-2284. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. Yeah, I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help. The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Only 1 in 5 people with autism are employed, despite many having the skill set and desire to work.
Maybe it's because employers don't know what kind of jobs they can do. Like, what about a programmer?
That's a job for someone with autism.
How about a healthcare worker?
Yep. That is too. People with autism can do a lot of different jobs, but often get overlooked due to outdated stigmas. Introducing WIN by Autism Speaks. We help businesses lead the way in inclusive hiring.
What about a ranch hand?
To learn more, go to autismspeaks.org/win.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let me go back to the phone lines, 866-391-1020. TJ and Carrick, you are on KDK.
Hey, Lenny, I was at 7 Trump rallies. I was at 7 Trump rallies. I was at the Butler rally. Whenever I got there, what do you think? Do you think it was crooks, just crooks, or do you think it's a bigger story than just crooks? The assassin.
I'm trying, so I will take literally what you said. Do I think it's a bigger story than just crooks? Yes, because obviously he shouldn't have been on that roof in the first place. I know I threw out there yesterday saying, look, somebody could theorize that, hey, somebody wanted to get a better view, they couldn't get in, blah, blah, blah. It shouldn't have been authorized. I can see somebody rationalizing that. It's just not the rationalization you should have taken. Do I think that there were multiple shooters? I mean, the point was brought up earlier. If there were multiple shooters that really wanted him down and out for the count, once he stood back up, that should have been the second shooter taking that shot. I mean, it's kind of like the JFK thing, right? It's like, okay, there's one shot, and then you see another shot that people say that came from the front, not from, Oswald. So I try not to dive into that, especially when I have a microphone open. But, is it a bigger story than just this guy shooting? Because it goes back to how did he get up there? Why was he up there in the first place? People were complaining about it. Why didn't anybody do something about it sooner? Why was there the communication breakdowns that there were, et cetera, et cetera?
Hey, Lenny, can I just make 2 points? How about the guy? I hope you don't take me off the radio after I bring it up, because I just speak the facts and the truth. How about the guy that went up the ladder, looked at crooks, and ran back down the ladder, never said to crooks, freeze, put your right gun down. He never said that. He looked at crooks, that officer.
I remember that report. I remember that.
No, did you see it, though? Did you see the video footage?
I think I did back. I think I did back then. I think I did back then.
Why did I look at it? You think? I studied it. The first thing, why did he do that? Why did he look at crooks, run back down the ladder, and run away? That right there. Why did they let crooks shoot at Trump first when they already had him in his sights, and as soon as he started shooting at Trump, they shot and killed him?
Can I give you an answer, even though it's not?
Wait, let me just finish this one part.
Go ahead.
Why did they not? If they were notified, people were telling these people, "Hey, there's a guy on the roof." And they're like, "Where? What do you mean there's a guy?" They were like buying time, and they told them way before Trump got shot that there was a guy on the roof. No way. This was a complete to the top. It was a complete setup to take out Trump because they had to stop Trump. Everybody knew that they were going to try to kill Trump.
But hold on, TJ. Now the roller coaster's not going over the edge. Hold on. Let me reply. Number one, if you say that everybody knew that they had to try to kill Trump or kill Trump, there's an assumption that everybody in the Secret Service just automatically is loyal to Biden when they're supposed to be loyal to the country. And loyal to the country means that they have a duty to protect, which includes protecting former presidents, which he was at the time, and protecting presumptive nominees, which he was at the time. That means that you're assuming that all of those Secret Service people were more loyal.
No, I never said that. No, I'm not even.
But that when you say that they were all in for the fix, that's the implication, and I don't buy that. I don't buy that they were that they would do that. Because now you're painting all of them with a broad brush. I can go into gross incompetence. I'm not going to grow into everybody's in on a conspiracy to take out Trump, including people that had sworn to serve the country, which their service in the Secret Service includes protecting former presidents, which would include, by the way, George W. Bush and Barack Obama.
Hey, Lenny.
But let me go to the first part. You said, why would they go up this ladder and not stop him? I'll give you a bad reason. It's not an excusable reason, but I'll give you a bad reason. People do stuff out of self-protection all the time. He saw a dude up there with a gun, and rather than, look, I'm going to take my shot now to stop this. I might die in this moment, but heck, that's what I signed up for. He ran down the ladder. Is that advisable? Is that appropriate? No. That's not what you're doing that job for. But that could be a very bad but reasonable explanation, even though it's not one that anybody in that role should be doing.
That's weak as heck.
I don't disagree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just giving you an explanation as to what could have transpired. I'm not saying I'm in that guy's mind. You said what would explain that. I just gave you an explanation. Bad one, but it's possible.
If I was Corey Capitore and their family, that's the first guy that I would want to talk to. Why did you do that? Why didn't you? I want to know the reason why you did that.
He's not going to tell you, and even in that scenario, TJ, I would venture to say he's not going to even tell you the truth. He's not going to tell you what was in his mind that point of time because he's thought about it probably 500 times since that moment. So he's going to give you a completely different answer, more likely than not, than what was actually going through his mind in that moment at that time.
But why did they wait for him to shoot the assassin, Crooks? Why did they wait for him to shoot and then return fire on him?
You're supposed to take down threats. I mean, and TJ, the bottom line is, if you see a threat, you address the threat immediately. You don't wait until, well, we haven't seen him commit a crime yet. Well, being on this roof with a gun is the crime. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying to say, okay, what's the explanation? We all know it was gross incompetence at the very least. I'm not going to go into conspiracy theory and say everybody in the Secret Service wanted him dead and it was a coup d'etat that was ordered, and I'm not doing that.
Oh, and then one other thing, Lenny. Whenever I went to all these Trump rallies, 7 Trump rallies, some of them I went myself because I love being in the atmosphere of patriots, the American people who love the country, who want Americans that do well.
You know, some of those people that love the country that are patriots didn't vote for Trump ever. So I mean, you just gotta don't color patriotism equals supporting Trump. That's disingenuous. But go ahead.
The other party was trying to destroy America. So
TJ, that's how you look, and you're incorrect in that. But you're incorrect in that.
Okay, so there's COVID. We have COVID, and at the same time COVID's going on, and they're telling people if you open your doors, we're going to
COVID, and I'm gonna you're gonna. TJ, I got to go to break, but I'm going to go to this. You're going to go to COVID, and I'm going to go to a president that loves America and loves the idea of America, has been going after everything that seems to be America, including equality, including your slur, DEI, including equity, including fairness, including due process, including citizenship. Trying to renounce people's citizenship even after they're naturalized. So I'm just not doing the only patriots in America are the people that support Trump, and then I know that. Or the only people that are patriots that are the people that support Trump, and then you justify January 6th. Were they patriots? Destroying the Capitol? Threatening to lynch the sitting vice president? Crapping on the Speaker of the House desk? Looking to assault elected officials? Is that patriotism? Spare me. Love you as a child of God. Talk to you next week, but spare me. Going back to the phone lines after the break here on News Radio KDKA.
Hello, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. It's called the Hybrid Operating Room, and it's the most advanced surgical environment in medicine. At Independence Health System, it's opening new horizons for minimally invasive cardiac and endovascular surgery, like transcatheter aortic valve replacement and transcarotid revascularization for the treatment of carotid artery disease. In addition, the Hybrid Operating Room provides unparalleled imaging capabilities in the OR itself. For patients, that means shorter procedures, less post-operative recovery time, and less risk for complications. But that's only part of the equation. With Independence Health System, that technology is placed in the hands of some of the most accomplished heart and vascular specialists in Western Pennsylvania, ones whose skill and expertise have earned national, regional, and local recognition for clinical excellence. Independence Health System, where technique meets technology to provide its patients with the best endovascular and cardiac care.
Support St. Anthony School programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 through 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony School has empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at StAnthonyKids.org. Tune in to KDKA Radio every Saturday morning at 8 a.m. for On the Money with Secure Money Advisors. Brian Caranta has tips that will make sure your retirement and income plan is ready to help provide you with a comfortable, secure retirement.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much angst and anger these days that, you know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. 2 people have been killed in a shooting at a Kentucky Baptist church. The suspect is also dead. It comes after police say he shot at a state trooper who's being treated at a hospital. It all started at the Bluegrass Airport in Lexington. Witness Larissa McLaughlin.
My husband called 911 and I went running into the airport to try to find help. I was security, police, anyone help. Shots fired, officer down.
Searching has been postponed in central Texas for flood victims. It's due to another weekend of heavy rains and flooding. CBS's Jared Eggleston is in Kerrville, Texas.
You saw a lot of vehicles trying to get out of town, trying to get up to higher places in town so that they could be away from that river.
President Trump says he plans to help Ukraine.
We will send them Patriots, which they desperately need, because Putin really surprised a lot of people. He talks nice and then he bombs everybody in the evening.
CBS News Brief, I'm Matt Piper.
As a family member or friend, you may be the first to notice when a veteran you love has been going through changes. Things like withdrawing, drinking more, or increased anger could be a sign of a larger health concern. But help is available. Listen to hundreds of inspiring stories at maketheconnection.net and learn how you can support the veterans in your life. treatment works. Recovery is possible.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career, or the right relationship.
but whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Only 1 in 5 people with disabilities, including those with autism, are employed, despite many having the skill set and desire to work.
Maybe it's because employers don't know what kind of jobs they can do?
Okay, try me.
What about a programmer?
That is a job for someone with autism.
What about a teacher?
That is a job for someone with autism.
Oh, how about a healthcare worker?
Yes, those are all jobs for someone with autism. The truth is, qualified people with autism can do a lot of different jobs, but often get overlooked due to outdated stigmas and beliefs. Businesses value diversity, but sometimes don't recognize the unique strengths and abilities of the autism community. Introducing WIN, the Workplace Inclusion Now program by Autism Speaks. We help businesses lead the way in inclusive hiring.
Ooh, what about a ranch hand?
Yeah! Sure, that's a job for someone with autism too. To learn more, go to autismspeaks.org/win. That's autismspeaks.org/win.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for a drenching thunderstorm or two early on tonight. Otherwise, partly cloudy and humid. Low is 71. Tomorrow, clouds and some sun. Thunderstorm in spots. It will be humid with a high of 83. And hot and humid for Tuesday with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
In exactly 11 and a half hours. Roughly. So I guess it's not exactly. So it's roughly exactly. If you can put those two words together, which you can't, but just play along. It's been a long day for me. In roughly exactly 11 and a half hours, you can hear me here with Larry Richard on the Big K Morning Show. He will be here Monday through Friday, 5:30 to 10 a.m. I will be here 8 a.m. tomorrow. Every Monday, Larry and I together talking politics for an hour on the Big K Morning Show. Join us here on your way to work or your way to kick off your day here on the Marconi award-winning news radio KDKA. I'll get into my other anniversary next week just because I want to answer these phone calls. They've been buzzing. It's the 1-year anniversary of what happened in Butler. People have thoughts. I don't want to shut down the phone calls. I enjoy talking to you all. I'll bring up the other topic. It will make you talk. It's not political, but it will be a little bit. But I'll get to that next week. In the meanwhile, going down to Florida to talk to Cynthia. She is now on KDKA.
Hey, Lenny. You know, I checked on X, and Trump's assassination isn't even trending. And then so I had to search for it. Some of the comments are very unkind from people who lost their jobs, et cetera. They're not supporters of this anymore. But, you know, we're going backwards in a lot of ways. And I want to talk about this Alligator Alley here that we're paying $450 million a year for. The GOP in Florida is actually selling merchandise on Etsy. And if you know your history, and I believe you do, postcards used to be sold of black children being chased by alligators.
thrown to alligators as alligator bait. Yes, they were.
And there was a soap company in Boston, Massachusetts, and there was a picture of a black baby crawling. An alligator was chasing the child.
Yes, it was.
It erases discolorations. This is for a soap ad.
Yes, it
in
was.
Boston, Massachusetts. We're going backwards. And people think this is funny, and then you have people in Alaska. We have bears here. But ICE, to me, are acting like the old patty rollers. They're snatching up everybody they can. There are naturalized people in these ICE detainment centers.
And here's the thing.
Their families don't know where they are.
Here's the thing, Cynthia. Laura Loomer is one of the biggest MAGA social media influencers in the country. What she put on social media last week, and I mentioned this last week, basically somebody took a Wikipedia screenshot and said there are 65 million Latinos in the United States of America, making them the largest minority group in the United States. And her reply to that was, well, if we just hurry up and start getting to going, that would mean that those alligators down at Alligator Alcatraz have 65 million new meals if we just go ahead and start getting going. Which, first and foremost, implies that every single Latino in the United States of America is here illegally, which also tells you just where her mindset is, and she has the ear of the 47th president of the United States. That's where people are with this issue.
And many people don't even know the Constitution. They claim, like last guy, I'm a patriot. Oh, the Constitution. They have rights under, the 4th and the 5th and the 14th Amendment as persons. They have the right to due process.
Even if they're not citizens.
Don't care.
Even if they're not. Now you got to understand, Cynthia, there was a report, and I brought this up on Sunday. There was a report that the DOJ is looking into ways to denaturalize people that committed crimes. Now, again, if we're talking about treason, okay, I get it. And but even with that, the punishment for treason is death. So, I mean, I guess that denaturalizes your citizenship because you're going to die. But otherwise,
you have a turn signal that's not working.
Snatching these people. The argument I made was, if two people commit a DUI and kill somebody, both tragically, one was born in Boston, Massachusetts, one is a naturalized citizen that lives in Boston, Massachusetts, why would one be eligible to have their citizenship stripped? Once you're an American citizen, you're an American citizen. And it's ironic because all these Republicans that claim Reagan and Trump ignore the fact that Reagan said the one thing that makes the United States of America unique is that you can't go to France and become a Frenchman, but you can come to America and become an American. And this is the antithesis of that.
You know, it's funny you mentioned, I have a cousin that used to live in France, and he thought about living there, but they wouldn't grant him citizenship, and he had to come back to the United States every time. He had to get his visa renewed. but I've said before, if we didn't do all these things abroad, the regime change wars after 9/11, et cetera, these people wouldn't have been fleeing here. And I'm going to add something to this.
But I don't know about that because people have been fleeing here forever. They've been fleeing here forever. They've been fleeing here from Asian countries since the 1800s. They've been fleeing here from European countries since the 1600s. So
because of what their governments did and what our governments have done abroad. Like, the English, wouldn't feed the Irish. Yeah. It's just evil things have been done to make people leave their homeland.
Well, it's not necessarily. It is there. There have been evil things that happened to them in their homelands that make them come here. But part of it too is people came here because there was more opportunity here. And even today, you look at certain countries, there's more opportunity here than they may have in the countries that they're leaving. And you can say that about scores of countries around the world.
Yeah, for now. But I also want to talk about, people are laughing about how these people are being apprehended using AI. Guess what, folks? They're going to use that on you. It's only a matter of time.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting you'd bring that up because people forget, and I caution this to all Americans, but particularly, you know where I'm going with this, with a certain set of Americans. They did a study a couple of years ago that showed that facial recognition programs are less accurate with people of color than they are with white people. And it showed it with multiple studies, and they were trying to figure out why. Well, part of it is if you do the modeling off of ethnocentric features, it's going to screw it up when they're not ethnocentric features. And so as a result, you're going to have more instances of people of color having these mistaken identity instances based on AI recognition. And this was something that was reported years ago. Now, one can make the argument that we tweaked the programming since then. One can make the argument that if they didn't tweak the programming, now you have people really basing a movement off of something that we already know is flawed.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, and one last answer.
Very, very quickly.
Sandra Bland was killed this day. Was it 12 years ago?
And people, and Cynthia, people don't even talk about the whole Sandra Bland situation, which again happened all on body cam. She goes to jail and then she's dead. And these are the things that people were protesting. These are now things that, by the way, people can protest now, but may get you targeted for protesting. Wasn't that long ago we were talking about Sandra Bland and Trayvon Martin, Freddie Gray, others from California to Baltimore and places in between, including here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, as well as the other side of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Just saying. Back to the phone lines. Going back to Tom on the south side. You're on KDK.
Hey, Lenny. What's up?
How are you, sir?
Well, I hate to waste my time with TJ, but I'll do it briefly. I think his philosophy in life is why let the facts ruin a good story.
No, I don't think. I think he. I mean, it's like so many other people. Everybody's going to have their view of the facts, and I don't think he's trying to create a narrative just to be creating a narrative. There are a lot of people that look at and look. There are some policies that were from the far left that had a detrimental effect on everyday Americans that were in the middle, and they overplayed their hand. And I could see some of the pushback on that. So I don't think it's necessarily that, but I digress. Go right ahead.
Well, here's where I go on that. The cop that climbed the building, he hoisted himself up at the top of the ladder with both arms, and unless he can shoot with his nose, he was kind of screwed. And Crooks pointed his gun at him, and then Crooks opened fire on Trump.
Well, that's why I said self-preservation. In that instance,
well, he was up there. I don't know what to do. Crooks might have kicked out the top rung of the ladder or whatever, or the ladder only went up so far. But he had to actually hoist himself up with both arms, and he did not have the ability, obviously, to shoot anybody because his two hands were holding him up. And then obviously Crooks pointed the gun at, so he went back down.
But it also goes to this, Tom. It goes to they were all in on it. The Secret Service, everybody knew they had to kill Trump, and it's like you're saying that the whole Secret Service was in on this, that it was a conspiracy to let him up there, and anyhow.
Trump's got more mileage out of the kid winged his ear. I mean, he got a lot of free campaign publicity out of that. But anyway.
Well, it wasn't free. He got shot at. It wasn't free, and people died, and it was a tragedy. It wasn't free. So let's be careful with saying it like that.
Point well taken. The fireman died, and I'm sure I'd prefer not to get shot myself if you gave me the choice. But that was the way I would call it. Oh, I called about the American citizen who was beaten to death in the West Bank or Gaza.
Okay.
21-year-old Palestinian American was visiting, and the settlers were trying to basically take his property or his family's property, and they beat him to death. This just happened yesterday, I think it was. In addition to that, prior to the war, the Palestinian American, the journalists with the press all over the front were shot and hit by Israeli soldiers. Not one of these people has been brought back to America. Not one of the murderers has been tried. I think it was 15 EMTs and paramedics that were going down the road in a safe highway, or quote unquote safe highway, about 3 months ago, something to that effect, that were opened fire on by the IDF, who claimed that they were acting suspiciously. They didn't put their sirens on.
And it goes to and Tom, I appreciate your call because I'm trying to get one more phone call out before we go. I understand where you're going. Number one, unfortunately, that's fog of war, which is why we need a permanent ceasefire and a permanent solution. Two, this is why we as the United States of America and the American ethos, what we used to have, needs to be pushing for peace and not just taking one side or another, because there's going to be innocents that are going to die regardless. And some of those innocents are going to have very direct ties to America. They may have dual citizenship. So again, it's much like the political tribalism we have here. We need to be mindful of, we need to be brokers of peace more than anything else. And we don't do that as well as we used to. One more phone call. Dan in Washington, you're on KDK.
Hey, Larry, your report in the storm, your open-mindedness and your capacity to understand the issues, because people just ride over your, to form a more perfect union. They seem to let that drop off, and they don't seem to understand the intent of those words. It's very simple. Things change and we need to change with them. I defy anybody to say that Biden and Kamala would be able to manifest their capacity to do what Trump has done in his goodness, and to let some other smaller issues go, because the world is in chaos. It's still in chaos, and Trump said himself, it will probably get worse before it gets better, but we're striving towards a more perfect union.
And Dan, I appreciate your phone call. We get a little bit of feedback there. Yeah, that's the purpose of it. That's the purpose of every single day, going towards a more perfect union. Now, that said, with the direction of going towards a more perfect union comes a more perfect way of describing things, a more perfect way of brokering peace, a more perfect way of bringing people together for good, sound public policy, both domestically and internationally. There's a more perfect way of creating a stable economy, both nationally and internationally. There's a more perfect way of working together, of building out a vision for a better future, for building out a vision of the future that both takes law-abiding and diversity into consideration. That's what we have to work on. Small break, then I'm out of here on News Radio KDK.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh, Granbury in Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar at 8.
For all station contest rules, go to KDKA-radio.com/rules.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hear about it. Then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, like I said, I will be back in the morning. Early in the morning, like the Gap Band. Still playing pop culture bingo, by the way. I don't know if any of y'all know anything about no Gap Band from 1982, but I'm here early in the morning with Larry Richard on the Big K Morning Show, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Another hour of politics, if you will. I don't know, some of the phone calls basically prove my point, which is we felt different this time last year. There was more of a willingness to say, okay, maybe we finally bottomed out with the divisiveness. Maybe we finally realize what's at stake. I mentioned earlier in the show, I really do believe that we avoided a civil war in 2024 if he ends up falling a year ago today. But that said, the thought was also, this gotta be the bottom, right? This has to be the bottoming out, right? Wrong. A lot of the phone calls, a lot of the comments, not all of them, but a lot of them, seem to epitomize that, which then makes me, as I leave, makes me ask you, if you decide to reflect upon the 1-year anniversary, if you decide to reflect upon the divisiveness, if you decide to look at politics and say, I really, really don't like this. And even some of you that voted for Trump, for you to say, I didn't vote for this. Again, I go back to, when do we do something different? Not say something different, do something different. When do we talk different? When do we act different? When do we advocate for different policies differently? When do we start developing a political philosophy that allows us to be true to our principles, but we're also able to evolve in nuance, but in consistency, to bring about solutions that make sense, where you can be true to yourself and help the communities around you at the same time? If you're really sick of this, when do we start doing that collectively? I'm trying on the radio. I'm trying in other ways, I promise you. I will continue to do that. I will continue to let you call me out here or elsewhere if I stop doing that. All I'm asking is that, in the midst of this conversation today, that we walk down that path together. I still believe we'll be here 50 years from now. But it does take one step at a time. Love y'all. Talk to you tomorrow morning. TCNGB. Take care and God bless. Peace.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Rich. Richards.
East Carson Street, for recent years, they've had more than their share of issues. In Pittsburgh City Council's Bob Charlin.
When things get serious, we've got 12 officers here who are not, this is their world. They're fully trained for this, and I believe they're the best entertainment patrol in the entire country. We also know that 12 officers is just not enough.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
For 75 years, the Muscular Dystrophy Association's voices have thundered through the halls of Congress.
For 75 years, we've willed the impossible into existence.
For 75 years, the MDA community has pushed the science,
shifted the narrative, and established the field of neuromuscular medicine.
And until that day, when this is all a thing of the past,
you couldn't stop us if you tried.
Join us and celebrate 75 years of breakthroughs at MDA75.org.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
Hi, I'm Elton John. If you share my vision of a world where everyone is treated with love, respect, and dignity, join me. Learn more about the Rocket Fund at eltonjohnaidsfoundation.org. Follow us at EJAF on Instagram. Thank you.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help. The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Matt Piper. 2 women were killed at a Kentucky church when police say a man walked in and began firing. It happened after a state trooper was shot and wounded at an airport in Lexington by the same suspect. After shooting that trooper, the suspect carjacked a vehicle and fled to the church. Police Chief Lawrence Weathers.
The suspect fired his weapon at individuals on church property. Preliminary information indicates that the suspect may have had a connection to the individuals at the church.
The suspect was later killed by Lexington police. Search and recovery efforts are postponed till morning along the Guadalupe River in Texas as heavy rains led to flash flooding, evacuations, and more water rescues in 6 central Texas counties today. KRLD Radio's Chris Fox.
3 additional inches of rain stalled the recovery effort in Kerr County. As much as 9 inches of rain north of there led to dozens of water rescues in the Lampasas River, which rose to 33 feet. The San Saba River hit 27 feet. Texas Governor Greg Abbott said evacuations were underway in 4 central Texas counties, with water rescues in 3.
Meantime, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who oversees FEMA, praised the initial federal response on Fox.
Everybody there is so grateful. They recognize the response was immediate. It's unprecedented how the federal government came in and supported the state in this, and many lives were saved. Unfortunately, the tragedy of this is that so many were lost, and this community has got a long ways to heal, and we need to find these family members and bring them home.
However, there have been reports that Noem failed to authorize teams' deployment to the region until 72 hours after flooding began. Nearly a dozen states in the western half of the country face an expanding wildfire threat fueled by critically dry landscapes and spiking temps. CBS's Elise Preston.
Fierce flames from the Dragon Bravo fire destroyed the historic Grand Canyon Lodge on the North Rim. The only lodge inside the park's North Rim was originally built in the 1920s. It was rebuilt in the 1930s after a fire, with much of the original stonework. The visitor center also gone. Park employees all got out safely.
Today marks 1 year since an assassination attempt on President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. A Senate report just released says the Secret Service denied multiple